We are live at Collecco for tonight's Facebook record sale. Welcome, my friends, to the machine. All right, Tanner, here's what we're going to do. Yeah, last night it wasn't print. I couldn't get the printer to work. I'll try again. Maybe it'll connect. Otis is smelling the invoice sheet. You know what he's really smelling? That Chick-fil-A on my fingers. Yeah, let me I'll have to print that. Okay. And let's do that. Where's Mike Massey at? Of course. Mike Massey knows. I said 6:45. He knows to add 15 minutes to that. He knows. Thank you, Mike, for being very understanding. Along with Roxy, John Robb, and Laura Bryant, Vladarchek, Phil Freeman, Nick Galletti, Jerry Stone, Eddie McKinney, Buddy Cordova, Darren Chrisman, Dwayne Colwell, and Chadwick Smith, and Alex Roman. Alex, I need to text you back. Alex, I need to text you back. Have we got a package, Tanner, from Alex Roman? That's my question. There's so many packages in this store. I'm making sure we have that for him.
20 boxes coming today. I don't think any of them out.
So our supplies got delivered, I hope.
Yeah.
Shelf been replenished. Yeah. Yeah, outer and inner. Alex, I don't think we've got a package yet. Let me go up front and get my computer. We still got 3 John crates there. Wow, we got a lot of work to do here. Okay, here we go. Here we go, folks. We do? Alex, we do have a package from you. I thought so. You gotta watch Seth. He takes those packages out. He'll start sneaking stuff off like a little squirrel squirreling away nuts. All the vintage Fleet video been pulled? There's a lot still left in there. Wow. That's not good. We gotta do better than that, folks. The flip video, like half of the stuff still left.
That's what's left.
Oh, this is what's left.
Yeah.
Oh, never mind. Yeah, and I got to get the stuff on the desk. I think I can fill up about a whole crate of leftovers, which it's about that time to show. Wow. Yeah, Seth, he's like a squirrel trying to prepare for winter. He gets in here and starts squirreling stuff away. I love how I asked Tanner to design a t-shirt, and the first thing comes up was a new Seth You're Fired shirt. Let's see if this stuff prints in the back. Yeah. A Collecco jersey? What if we have one that actually is like a jersey, though? Like we have somebody make us Collecco jerseys for Team Collecco. See, Jerry Stone said he'll take 3 of them. All right. Okay, I think this stuff's actually printing now. Y'all ever Rage Against the Machine? Rage Against the Machine is the printer. All those songs Rage Against the Machine did, they're about printers. Okay, everybody. Thank you. We got a big night ahead. There's a ton of new vinyl over here. Like 5 crates. Craig says they're not about printers. Oh, I thought that all those Rage Against the Machine songs were about printers. Oh, we got the Toot and the Snore, finally. I might have to keep one of those. I wonder if this stuff's in tonight. Oh, God, there's the Mother Love Bone. I'm just going to put an X. Well, we'll go ahead and price them, but Offspring Americana is 34. Vincent Price Witchcraft is 54. And then Monster Mash. All right. Fax machines. I've used I'm just old enough to remember fax machines being phased out. Sorry, that really probably makes y'all feel aged, but I kind of remember fax machines being phased out. I did use a fax machine. I had one in my store when I had to, we used to buy gold in our shop, and we'd have to fill a report every day and send it into the local sheriff's department when we bought gold, and I had to use a fax machine for that. And I was like, can I just email it? And they was like, no, we only do fax. And that was like 2012. I don't remember. I was on the tail end of the fax machine craze. Then I stopped. I don't remember anybody asking for a fax anymore. Just like one day, poof, John, nobody faxed anymore.
Every now and then they get asked for one from somebody.
Yeah, a lot of banks still use them. All right. Let's see here. I think we need to add, we got 53. All right, yeah, that needs to be more, that's what I thought. That's, for some reason, crazy expensive. That's this. Spooky Rock. Got more Spooky Rocks in. And then those are 54. Let's go ahead and do those for 33. And then countdown. Sleep came in. All right, good. Sleep is in. Those are supplies. I've already priced those. Okay. That's an episode of Seinfeld. He said that guy, Carl Farman, he messaged, or he told Jerry, he said, I'll fax over a copy of that catalog. And Elaine's like, Jerry doesn't have a fax machine. He's like, oh, well, I'm sure things will pick up for you eventually. All right, big night ahead. We're going to start with on-sale new vinyl recap, which if y'all got off early tonight, like a lot of y'all did, I know you did because I was looking at the numbers, then y'all missed out on crates and crates of new vinyl. Luckily, the recap was posted, and some people already took advantage of that. We still got some Japanese stuff over here to knock out. I'm pretty set and ready to go. I've just got to move a few things around. I got a few books to show you that I couldn't take pictures of the spine because they're so old and you can't see them, or there's just nothing written on the spine. So we're actually about to show those. Thanks for everybody who bought books in the post this morning. That was fun. It took me an hour to set all that up, but I'm trying to figure out how to sell 8,000 books I bought from Fred Goodwin. We're going to continue that tonight. So before any of you early birds decide to get off and you're a book buyer, around 11:30 when we're done with vinyl, or whenever we get close to being done with vinyl, I'll pretty much completely stop the show and move into book mode again, because I'm on a mission to go through all this stuff. I found some cool stuff. I even found one for me, maybe. And I don't know. I'll say I'm going to keep something, but I usually offer it for sale first. So here we go. How much new vinyl came in? About 4 crates, maybe 5. I have to go over here and do a double count. Let's go ahead and put up our first auction. This one is very nice. It just has a couple discoloration spots. It is the Dream Police. And this is a Japanese pressing, a $35 start. It does have the insert. It's a gatefold with Obi, and Dream Police is a $35 start. That's now up for bid, okay? Let me go drop off these price sheets, and I'm going to let Tanner or Laura, I'm assuming Tanner's going to do it, the rest of these LPs. I'll actually go over here and do it. Otis is walking completely through the building. He's all the way in the back there. All right, he's just walking around. Any Japanese someday? Date says 9/29. All right, let's change that right quick. Thank you. That's one of the only things I forget to do usually. Let me change that. It should say 30 now, right? Yep. There it is. Okay. I'm going to lay these, right over here. Don't worry, though. The pre-orders have already been marked, and John said now, thank you. And there's Cheap Trick, a $35 start. Let me step up front and grab that first crate of new vinyl. Pablo Cruz, Beatles Blue. I don't think I have one of those. Let me take these up front. We got to start selling these things. I've been saying that for a year, haven't I? Selling the signed Pablo Cruz. I've been saying that forever. Trying to get that done. There's Otis. Let's go ahead and grab this first crate of on sale new vinyl. Should be fun because there's a lot here to be claimed. And this might have been the crate we started with last night, but there's been some stuff added to it. Oh, and I have some extra. I need to walk through up here and pull stuff off the racks too. And then we still got to go and sort through other stuff back here. So it's going to be a busy night. We've already got a bunch of stuff pre-sold. That Super Collider sale. The signed Megadeth CD has to get JSA authenticated. We got to wait for the letter to come back. So that won't be for sale until after probably the 1st of next year. Right now, JSA is very backed up. Autographs are backed up. Sports card certifications are backed up. I think there's more stuff being authenticated and graded right now than ever before. So, yep, I got it done. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. Okay. Has everybody done me a favor and hit the like button? That's big, okay? I need everybody to do me a favor and hit the like button. The next thing I need you to do is help me find this morning's flip video. All right. Yeah, right here. Okay, I have sold the following records: Acid Bath, Grateful Dead, Sisters of Mercy, Billie Eilish, Jane's Addiction, Gojira, Cryptic Slaughter, Cannibal Corpse, Wasp, 3 Days Grace, Randy Travis, Hall & Oates, Acid Bath, Jane's Addiction, Sisters of Mercy, Jane's Addiction, Randy Travis, 3 Days Grace, Harry Potter, Rush, Prong, Phil Lynott, Billy Idol, golly, Sabaton, Overkill, Cryptic Slaughter, Between the Buried, Pantera, Wasp, Striper, Iron Maiden, The Black Crowes, Otis. Holy moly. What do you think about all that? Otis is just staring at me because he don't know who I'm talking to. All right, so our first auction of the night is a Japanese pressing of Cheap Trick Dream Police. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine, with Obi, just a few spots of discoloration, and that's a $35 start. It's been back there, and now it's moving to a final call. All right. Next thing I have is a sealed Elvis Presley. This is a sealed copy of Separate Ways. It's from Pickwick. The shrink is a little breached right here, so it's slightly open, but it is sealed. Elvis Presley's a $10 start. That's now up for bid. Elvis Presley Tanner's a $10 start. And then over here, we have the following. I have a whole crate of stuff here to put up, like U2's Joshua Tree. This is an 87 US OG specialty press with the original insert lyric, the original lyric insert. VG++, that's a $20 start on that. Okay, so first thing, we're going to start the night with 3 crates of on-sale new vinyl. This stuff was posted in a whole lot of records, so a lot of this has been claimed, but a lot of it has not been claimed, okay? And then also, bear with me, there is a 50-50 chance when I show something at this point, it may already be sold, or I think it's sold, and then I have to go look. So bear with me as I go through some of these, okay? The first thing I have is Pantera, Vulgar Display of Power. This was a 20% off record, and it sold to Chad Snyder. So please make sure this goes in for $39.99. That sold to Chad Snyder. These are also ones and dones. If you do see something, you're like, heck, I didn't even know you had that in stock, Chad. Can you go ahead and get me another one? I can, but obviously not for the on-sale price. But if you do decide you want something, let me know. Ace Frehley, this was 20% off, which makes this $37.59. I'm gonna have to redo my price sheet right quick. I had one up front. It's probably been discarded by now. So if it's $44.99, the 20% off price on Ace Frehley would make that $35.99. So yeah, Ace is $35.99, which is the 20% off price. And I'm pretty sure Ace Frehley here is still available. That's a Friday music pressing on colored vinyl, just FYI. I'm going to read through some of these again. This is a big memory test for me. I read everything that's been claimed, and then I try my best to try to remember if it was claimed or not. I know Billie Eilish was claimed. This is sold to Kelly Vlodarchek, and make sure this goes in for $29.99. That was 20% off or $10 off. So that's sold to Kelly Vlodarchek at $29.99. And I found some of these I do have extras up front. So if you do decide you want a Billie Eilish, let me know. I can probably go find it. Prong was also discounted to $29.99. And Prong for $29.99 is sold to Cecil Grosskopf. Thank you, Cecil Grosskopf. That is sold to you. $29.99 for Prong. Make sure that goes in for that. U2 has one bid for $20. Is there a wait list for Charlie Brown? Are you talking about the Great Pumpkin Charlie Brown? If no, I do have those in stock. They're shaped like a pumpkin. Right over here, Buddy Cordova wants Ace Frehley. Make sure that goes in for $35.99. There should be very little left in these crates, and then I'm going to add new ones tonight, okay? This is the 3 crates of leftovers from last night. Of course, one was shown like at 11 o'clock last night when most people had probably thought I was done. So just FYI, Cannibal Corpse was $29.99. I'm pretty sure this got claimed. $29.99 for Cannibal Corpse. This is sold to Thrasher Morales, Morales. That's sold to Thrasher. He got Cannibal Corpse. That's $29.99. Our first no bid of the night is Cheap Trick Dream Police. Cheap Trick Dream Police is a $35 buy it now. It's a Japanese pressing. The vinyl Otis is near mint minus and pristine. Otis, the vinyl's near mint minus and pristine. This is Cheap Trick Dream Police. A Japanese pressing buy it now, and guess what? Right in the middle is a sealed Elvis Presley record, and we're going to make it a $10 buy it now. $10 buy it now on Elvis Presley. It is on the Pickwick label. However, it's sealed. There's a little bit of a breach right there. That's a $10 buy it now on that. That's Elvis Presley. Yes, Guns N' Roses announced they are reissuing that Live Era. I've already looked, though. They don't have the details released to me yet. It's not on our two main distributors. I promise as soon as that's available, that's going up for pre-order, 100%. Yeah, we sold a sealed one last couple weeks, or I guess last week for $1,000. Right now, an 87 US OG U2, Randy Tabron has that for $20. That's a final call. Todd Coe is going to get the sealed Elvis. That's sold to Todd Coe for $10. And George Jones wants a Great Pumpkin Charlie Brown. I will find you one of those as I continue to go through all this new vinyl tonight. I know I have them. How about we run this thing right here? Boston's debut album. It's a Japanese pressing with Obi. And Boston's a $35 buy or a $35 start, excuse me, $35 start. It does have the insert, and this has a little bit of wear and tear up here on the top. So the cover's like VG, mostly because of this spot right here, but everything else is nice. Boston with Obi, a $35 start. I would love to get 100 pre-orders on that. I'm worried, though, it's going to be pricey. It's hard to do a big pre-order on something that's probably going to cost, I bet it's around, what, $100? Because it's a 4LP. It's probably on, kind of gets kind of pricey. All right. We have Quiet Riot 3. This is a 1986 Euro OG. It is a VG Plus condition record. Quiet Riot is going to go up for a $15 start. Let me move a few things around over here. I've still got all the no bids from last night. All the autographs. These shouldn't even be over here. I was just showing them off. We got to get letters and everything for them. But there's that. And, yeah, let's keep going through this stuff here. There's a lot of this is sold, but a lot of it's still available. Napalm Death is $29.99. Napalm Death. And to my knowledge, Napalm Death did not get claimed. So this is still available for $29.99. And that's from enslavement to obliteration. Also, $29.99 is the Beatles Rubber Soul. A stereo remaster. The on-sale price is $29.99. That's what we're doing right now. We're going through discounted, on-sale, new vinyl. This is $29.99 for the Beatles Rubber Soul. $29, I've got two of those. And also $29 was Billy Idol. And this may be available. This may be available. Those are, yeah, those are, you can leave them in there, but there's, I got to explain that to everybody tonight again. Billy Idol is $29.99, and this was still available as well. Could have swore I've seen a claim, but I don't think I did. Yeah. No, that was for Whiplash Smile. Okay, so this one here, Charmed Life, is still available. Let's go back to the top. What U2 is this? This is called the Joshua Tree. The high bid is $25 with Randy Jr. Tabron. $25 on that. Next thing is Quiet Riot 15. Michelle Clements also wants a Charlie Brown. Okay, give me 1 second. U2's at 30. Bill Samus wants a Beatles for $29.99, and so does David Duell. So both of the Beatles Rubber Souls are now gone. And then that leaves Municipal Waste, $29.99. We have two of these, and I think both of them are still available. $29.99 for Municipal Waste. And that is The Art of Partying. And to my knowledge, it is on black vinyl. We have Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix. This one was definitely sold. This is sold to Andrew Eisensmith. Make sure that goes in for $29.99. And then we have The Grateful Dead, Terrapin Station. And this is on green vinyl, and it's left unclaimed. Grateful Dead is on green vinyl. It's $24.99. That is Terrapin Station. That is available. And we got Phil Lynott. He's been marked down to $24.99. That's $10 off. We got one sold to Danny Thomason. One was sold to Danny Thomason, Phil Lynott, $24.99. And I think I have one left. Of course, Phil Lynott was the bass player and lead vocalist for a band called Thin Lizzy. Boys Are Back in Town. Mike Brangle gets the Grateful Dead. That was $24.99. 3 Days Grace. Now, several of these have been claimed. 3 Days Grace live starts now. was $24.99. Now, Robert Lee Bunch put both 3 days grace, and he was first. So he gets this one here. There's another one coming up soon. So this is sold to Robert Lee Bunch. Thank you on that. Harry Potter's already sold. Overkill is $24.99. And this is sold to Jen Cast. Thank you, Jen Cast. That's sold. And then the Cramps, Black Leather. This is the Cramps Live in San Francisco, 1980. And this is $24.99. Let me make sure that did not get claimed. But to my knowledge, it didn't. So that's still available for $24.99. That is the Cramps. Yep, that's still available. All right, so let's go to the left over here and update U2. Mike Brangle, $31. Everybody else is out. It's an 87 USOG. Where the Streets Have No Name. I still hadn't found what I'm looking for. This is U2's The Joshua Tree. It is a gatefold original with the original lyric insert. High bid on this is $31. In the middle is a Japanese pressing of Boston, which has Obi. There is a little bit of a cover wear spot up there, but everything else is nice. $35 on that. Razman is the only bidder, and Quiet Riot's at $18. Gary Donovan Knight gets the Cramps for $24.99. Dan McCauley wants to buy it now on Cheap Trick for $35. This is sold to Dan McCauley for $35. And then we have the other 3 days grace, which is sold to Robert Lee Bunch as well. So he got 3 days grace Outsider. That's sold to him for $24.99. Also, we have David Bowie, Young Americans. David Bowie, Young Americans is a half-speed master. This did not get claimed, so it's still available. $24.99 for David Bowie, Young Americans. I have that. I also have Top Gun. It did not get claimed. The Top Gun soundtrack, Kenny Loggins, Loverboy, Cheap Trick, Berlin. That's $24.99. David Axelrod still available. Songs of Experience. Go check out the prices on some of those OGs. You might want to buy the reissue. And then we still got all 3 copies of Coldplay, Viva La Vida. Coldplay Viva La Vida is $24.99. That's on clear vinyl. Coldplay is available, okay? And then I've got 1 copy left of Billy Idol Whiplash Smile, and it did sell over here to Danny Thomason. And that leaves G.G. Allen, and that was the only $19.99 record that was left. G.G. Allen was $19.99. And I've got 2 more crates like this to go through, and there's a lot of great titles. The other 2 probably is the ones you didn't see yesterday. David Bowie is sold to Robin Murphy Glenn. That's sold to Robin for $24.99. U2 is sold to Mike Brangle for $31. Razman gets Boston for $35. Let me put that in a new sleeve. And I'm going to make sure y'all are done on the most recent auction, which is Quiet Riot. Tanner's got all the new vinyl marked. We're about to go through that. And then we have Quiet Riot. So, yeah, this is Nico's at 18. Robin Glenn's out, so we're about to sell that. OG Quiet Riot, VG Plus, $18. Final call on that. Let's see what Laura's got us over here. Let's go ahead and throw up Bob Marley. This was in the hot picture. It is an OG pressing of Bob Marley. Pretty cool label on that one. Natty Dread. 75 Terre Haute OG. VG Plus condition. $15 start. And here's what's left in here. G.G. Allen, Coldplay, David Axelrod, Top Gun, Phil Lynott, Municipal Waste, Billy Idol, Napalm Death. And Bob Riger, I'm not sure on the Black Sabbath lights. I think there's a good chance they could be here for this week's invoicing cycle. I'd say there's a better chance than not, is what I was told, okay? And I've got the Kiss rendering done, and we're working on some other designs. So we're working on those. Let me go ahead and grab crate number 2 of 3 up here. One crate is half full of acid bath, so it will go by pretty quick. Hope everybody's done me a favor and hit the like button. I looked last night and I was like, man, I really got to start preaching about these likes again. There's just, the likes are just, I mean, I used to, of course, we have a lot less people watching on Facebook because everybody's went to Twitch and YouTube, but still, I feel like we can still get a couple hundred on Facebook. YouTube needs to have like 100 likes, and I guess it really don't matter on Twitch, their algorithm. On Twitch, you just go to it or not. I don't think it really matters on anything like that. All right, let's go ahead and get started. And so, yeah, we did sell a couple acid baths. I was like, I really don't want to put these on sale because it took us forever to lock in this deal and be able to get them, but I did do a little quick flash sale, and the quick flash sale was $5 off on the acid baths, and we did sell some, so that's good. Kind of cutting away on the inventory. Jeremy Todd wants one of Kite String to Pops. So that's sold to Jeremy Todd, $5 off, which is $34.99. And we have Jeremy Barnes wanted one of each. So sell Jeremy Barnes this one for $34 and sell Jeremy Barnes that one for $34. The good news is I still got some left. I got 2 of these left, and I've got several of those left if anybody wants them. Last chance on those tonight, $34. Okay? Now, the next thing is some 20% off. 20% off Pink Floyd. This is 20% off Pink Floyd Division Bell. Last chance. $39, because I'm going to reorder these anyway when they sell out, because I always need these. People go look up the price of the OG and they're like, holy crap, yeah, give me a new one. $39.99. 2 left. And then next time I show them, they're probably going to be $49 again when I have to reorder them, because someone's going to be like, Chad, I need a Division Bell. There's 2 available. Rush already got claimed, and Rush was officially sold to Kevin J. Reitz. It was 20% off, $35.99. Make sure that goes in for $35.99. Nico Kapelanis wants a Pink Floyd. Make sure that goes in for $39.99. And I still got this Metallica set. It's one of those complete concerts plus bonus tracks, the Grammys and some interviews, and this full amazing concert. The original sticker price would be $89.98, 20% off. The 4 LP Metallica set would be $71.89. That didn't get claimed. However, between the Buried and the Me did, this was $10 off. The newest album, I had like a few left. I'm down to some of my last copies of stuff. Time to discount them. This is sold to Dwayne Caldwell for $29.99. And I have 3 copies of that left. And then I have 2 copies left of Kiss, Carnival of Souls. We sold a few last night. I got 2 left, $29.99 for Carnival of Souls. Also, $29.99 was Flotsam and Jetsam, Dreams of Death. Flotsam and Jetsam, Dreams of Death. And I think this one got claimed. Flotsam and Jetsam, Dreams of Death, $29.99. Let's go over here and make sure. Flotsam and Jetsam. I could have swore I seen that comment. I could be wrong. There's a really good chance I am. $29.99. So yeah, this is still available. Flotsam and Jetsam still available. Yep, that one's still available. Okay, let's go over here to Quiet Riot and see what happened. Quiet Riot is got a new bump from Bob Riger for $20, and I want to make sure we're done. Bob Riger has this for $20. Just want to make sure y'all are done. And then over here, Bob Marley's at $27. Bob Marley's at $27 with Michelle Clements. Next was Grateful Dead Blues for Allah. This was also $5 off because it's still relatively new. It just was my last copy, and this did get claimed. $29.99. This is sold to Cynthia Herdren. $29.99 for Cynthia. Thank you on that. Also, $10 off on Warbringer. That's a limited edition blue and green vinyl. That's still available for $29. And so is Serathon Gold. Fog colored vinyl, Dark Parade, $29 on that. And then Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young, $24.99. That's on clear vinyl. That is still available. Also, Jimi Hendrix, the best of Jimi Hendrix, that's $24.99. And then all the Cryptic Slaughters are gone at $24.99. So Danny Thomason wants both, so he gets Convicted and Money Talks. Those are $24 and $24 each. And that leaves 1 copy of Convicted. And this one here is going to be sold Cryptic Slaughter, Convicted. Thrasher, you're only going to get 1, which is Convicted, okay? That is sold to Thrasher at $24.99, and all those are gone. Okay, so let's update the auctions right quick. Quiet Riot 3 is a 1986 Euro OG. Euro OG, VG Plus condition. It does have the original inner sleeve. VG Plus condition. The most recent bid is Bob Riger at $23. Bob Marley is called Bob Marley and the Wailers Natty Dread, a 1975 U.S. Terre Haute original pressing, VG Plus condition. Bob Marley has a high bid right now with Michelle Clements at $27. We're about to sell it. Okay, the next thing I have is the leftovers in this crate. A 2 LP Best of Jimi Hendrix for $24.99. Hope everybody has that, or you should be buying it. Crosby, Stills, and Nash on clear vinyl, $24.99. I hope you already have it, or you should be buying it. And then I've got a few metal LPs marked down from Metal Week about 3 weeks ago. Serathon Gold, $29. Warbringer, $29. Flotsam and Jetsam, $29. Also, same price for Kiss, Carnival of Souls. The newest Between the Buried and Me. The Metallica set is still on sale. I find that highly bizarre. And then Division Bell is $39.99. And, of course, the 2 acid baths. are 34 and 34. Brian Stern on Jimi Hendrix for $24.99. And let me go grab the last crate, which has a whole crate that was shown late last night, and about that will be the last one. Then we're going to go through our newest new stuff, okay? Our newest. And then also, I know for sure up front, some stuff is on the racks that people claim that maybe they thought I was out of, but I, in fact, still have copies, and I will go pull those after all that. Let me go get that last crate, and as soon as I walk back here, I'll grab another auction. There is a couple new pre-orders again in tonight. That's always fun. And we're on the last crate. The reason they're all the way up front is because you may see where I do the videos from. I usually film the videos on the counter up here. It's the only clear spot in the entire store. So if you walk through our building, 10,000 square feet or more, however much this is, there's no flat surfaces that don't have anything on it. So it's just like a constant struggle to find a flat surface around here. That doesn't have stuff piled on top of it. So I usually use the front counter because it has to stay cleared off. All right, Chad, you know if I got the Jane's Addiction album from the Flipio this morning? You're about to find out in the next 15 minutes. We're about to go through all these in order, and that's what I'm working on right now. Quite right, Bob Riger has that for $26. Nico, you're out. Let me know if you want back in. Bob Marley's at 31. Scott Arnold, you're out. This is 20% off. Leonard Skinnard, pronounced Leonard Skinnard, unbelievably didn't get claimed. Analog Productions at 20% off. Makes that $47.99. It's that time of the month. The end of the month, on sale new vinyl. That's what we're doing right now. Also, we have Gorgira. Gorgira is right here. 20% off of Gorgira makes this $43.99. $43.99. So sell one to Thrasher Morales, Morales. He gets that one at $43, and there's one left from Mars to Sirius. That was $54.99. Iron Maiden Dance of Death. Iron Maiden was sold to Brian Studdard, and he gets that for $43.99. That was 20% off. And then over here, unbelievably, Marvin Gaye Collected didn't get claimed, which is 20% off. That is $39.99. $39.99. David Doyle wants to Leonard Skinnard. That goes to him for $47.99. Bob Marley is sold to Michelle Clements for $31, and Nico Capellanes gets Quiet Right for $27. Any deal at the store for locals this week? We're going to have a dollar sale here at the store. Probably not this weekend, not the next, but the next weekend after that. I can't do it this weekend because we're just not ready for it yet. The next weekend is the big, what they call roller coaster sale and mile long at Watertown. So there'll be people traveling and out and about for that. And then the next weekend, we're probably going to have a dollar sale here and a dollar book sale. All the very lower tier books that I filter through like I was last night. And all of our dollar records. Next thing is Van Halen 5150, a 1986 USOG specialty press, VG Plus condition. This is an OG Van Halen, $25 start. Of course, our vintage pre-owned vinyl is always 40% off. Every record in the store, except for the new sealed stuff, it's always 20% off. Any time of the day, any day of the week. All the pre-owned vintage LPs in the store is always on sale. So there's always a sale here every day. If we show something here and it doesn't sell, and it doesn't sell in a flip video, and it doesn't sell in the half off crate, and I can't get anybody to make an offer on it, then it goes up front in the store. So if you look through our bins, there's a lot of leftover goodies. There's also a lot of the like New Orleans stuff and bizarre records. We got probably 5,000, 7,000 LPs out in the front part of our store. It's the stuff that's been shown here, and we just haven't been able to sell it. It's automatically 40% off up there. That is, that's everything that's up front. And of course, there's Fred Goodwin tables. There's what I call dig piles. There's piles of posters, lobby cards, magazines. Of course, I'm adding books this week. And there's thousands of comics. That's what's up front. Mamas and Papas, which is a compilation. This is a $25 start. This is a 2 LP compilation. a $25 start, Marvin Gaye. There's the LP, there's the insert, and there's the cover and Obi. Let's go back to the top here. So we sold Skinner, and then over here, Chad, you have a copy? No, there's that sold out last week. That was a pre-order, sold out, and we're waiting for a restock. Sold out, and we're waiting for a restock. That's a waiting list. No bid on Van Halen, no bid on Mamas and Papas. Unbelievably, Marvin Gaye left behind. Some of these I'm really going to have to put some pressure on y'all. Randy Travis, this is $35.99. That's a MoFi pressing of Randy Travis, and this is sold to Robert Lee Bunch. Thank you, Robert Lee Bunch. That's so to you. Kelly McCauley gets Marvin Gaye for $39.99. That just leaves one Gojira. This is a 20% off MoFi pressing of Hall & Oates. Hall & Oates, greatest hits essentially, at 20% off MoFi. This makes this, of course, $35.99. I know we sold at least one to Eric Fisher. Yep, there's one to Eric Fisher, and it looks like there's one left here. There is, okay? Next thing is Sabaton. Sabaton was $38, marked down to $29.99, and $29.99 is the price on this, and it is sold to R.J. Myers, and I have one left on petrol-colored vinyl. Ryan Eaton wants on the Zach Sabbath list. John Smetzer wants on the Zach Sabbath list. Carcass was marked down to $29.99. That's called Heartwork Ultimate Edition. Carcass is only $29.99. Van Halen has one bid, $25, final call. Mamas and Papas does not have a bid, final call. Next auction is White Wolf, and this is an 84 USOG EX Edition shrink and height. White Wolf is a $15 start. That's now up for bid. Black Label Society was marked down to $29.99. That's the last copy of that. Gray and White Splatter. We have one left at $29. And then the Ministries were $29. Those were originally $38, The Land of Rape and Honey. Mine is A Terrible Thing to Taste and Twitch. 3 different ministries there. Those are all $29. We have Striper here. This was marked down to $29.99. That's so to Dwayne Caldwell. Thank you, Dwayne Caldwell. That's so to you. And then we're officially in the $24.99 stuff. The rest of these are $24.99, including Hannah Montana 3. Gary Newman, The Pleasure Principle. The Black Crows was sold to Brandon Lack. Thank you, Brandon. That's sold to you for $24.99. Michelle Clements gets Black Label Society for $29.99. Rancid still available for $24. Wasp Headless Children. There were several claims for this. First person was Danny Thomason at $24.99. That was the only copy that we had. Sisters of Mercy is $24.99, and that was sold to Jason Fornerat at $24.99. And then I have one more here, Sisters of Mercy, $24.99. Another one is sold to Cynthia Herdron. Thank you, Cynthia. That's sold to you. And then we have Billy Idol, Don't Stop. That's still available for $24. And then there was 2 Jane's Addictions, nothing shocking. I think both are sold. They were marked down to $24.99. The first one was sold to Jason Fornerat, and the other one was sold to Tim Rory. So both Jane's Addictions are sold, and that just leaves Gorgira Fortitude, and that was sold to Thrasher Morales. All right, so Thrasher Morales, thank you. That was sold to you, and that officially fills up this entire first crate here. Let me make sure we had, let's see, Convicted, Money Talks. Okay, so there we go. Let me let everybody know what happened over here in the video. So let me make sure I pulled everything. There's a lot of claims, and my crate over here is absolutely full. That's pretty amazing. Thanks, everybody. I'm going to go pull Eric Fisher or Randy Travis because we have another one that was on the rack. I'm going to let Rachel Cross to know this already sold, which was this. Nico Wasp, you were second, so I'm going to reply to you right now. Already sold. And if I can fix this, there we go. And then I'm going to tell Thrasher, got convicted. Other sold, convicted on Cryptic, Slaughter, other sold, sold already, and that's how you spell Cryptic, Chad. Eric Van Leuven, you're third of Jane's Addiction, so I'm going to say already sold. And then everybody else got what they wanted. All right, so let me show y'all what's left in here. First thing, Van Halen. Wow, only one bid. George Sambares, 25. No. Michael McCarter bid $26. Now George bid 30. That was down here at the bottom. George already bid 30. Nobody bid on Mamas and Papas. Best of, $25 buy it now. And White Wolf has one bid with John Kaiser for $15. That's going once, going twice, okay? I still got to go get Eric Fisher his thing. But first, let me swap out crates because this is full. Right now, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 crates of new arrivals from John over here, Tanner. There's those. I'm going to take this, and I need a new empty crate. Thank you, Tanner. And let me go get that and some other stuff that we sold out of. But first, here's what's left in here. Sabaton was sold for $29.99 to Stephen Lewis Jr. And I'm about to put everything else that's left, except for the acid bass, all in one crate so we can do one big read-through. And then after we get done with the new stuff tonight, I'm going to start working on the leftovers of... or not the leftovers. I'm going to start working on adding more because we hadn't filtered through all the August stuff yet. Okay, California Jam. Nope, that's already sold. That sold last night for the buy it now price. All right, let's put up another Japanese pressing right quick. I would love for somebody to buy this Mamas and Papas. You know, I get more motivated showing Japanese when there's none left over. First time we have a no bid, I'm like, all right, that's it. David Johnson isn't committed tonight. Next, we have Santana Gold Disc. This is Near Mint Minus and Pristine, which is a wonderful, fabulous Santana compilation with Obi. Does have the insert booklet. There's Carlos, and he's a $35 star. So here's what's left. Billy Idol, Rancid, Gary Newman, Hannah Montana. Those are all $24.99. $29 for Ministry, and Carcass. 20% off on Hall & Oates Rock and Soul Part 1. That is now $35.99. And then Gorgira was $43.99, okay? And everything else you've already seen. G.G. Allen, Coldplay, David Axelrod, Top Gun, Phil Lynott, Municipal Waste. I could have swore somebody claimed one of these earlier, and I didn't pull it. Did somebody claim a municipal waste earlier, and I didn't pull it? Maybe. Maybe not. Maybe not. And I still got to go get those 2 Beatles. Maybe not. Okay, I could have swore I pulled that because there shouldn't be 2 left. I thought there should be 1. Well, whoever watches this video, if I miss one, they should still be available. Billy Idol, Napalm Death, Cross Steels and Ash, Surf and Go, Warbringer, Flotsam and Jetsam, Kiss, Between the Buried and Me, Metallica, and Pink Floyd. All right, there we have it. All right, there's the tracks on Santana. And we're good to go. Van Halen 36, Santana 35, White Witch 20. There's where we're at on that. And let me run through the front. And there's some stuff up front that 100% sold that I had a duplicate of. I'm about to go pull those off the racks. And we're about to get started with our first pre-order of the night. Let's see what was up here. Yep, there's Randy Travis. There's old Randy. Let me grab him right quick. Let me put these 2 things here and that there, and there's extra Ministries if I need them. Anything else I sold out of? I mean, there's other stuff up here that's eligible for discount, but I'm just not ready to pull it just yet. I know Randy Travis is sold to Eric Fisher, Megadeth, Tool, Pink Floyd, Guns N' Roses, Highwayman, Metallica. So many great tracks, so many great songs. So many great albums, so many great buying opportunities. All right, this is sold to Eric Fisher, which is Randy Travis, and this was $35.99. Okay, there's that. How much was Metallica? The 20% off price for the set would be $71.89. So it was $89.98. The 20% off price is $71.98, okay? And I would love to sell that to you, Paul. Let's go back to the top. And Van Halen is officially sold to George Sambares for $36. Troy Robinson gets Santana for $35. And White Wolf is at $22 with Stephen Lewis Jr., okay? $22 with Stephen Lewis Jr. And I owe 2 people 2 Charlie Browns, which I'm about to get. Sell Paul Brothers. Make sure these go in. You could just do them at $35.99 and $35.99. It'll add up to the same, 20% off each one. All right, and boy, not much left there. I usually keep all that together because, you know, it's Monday and Tuesday. I try to keep it on sale through the week, but and then I'll compile everything and do one more video like for Saturday morning, everything that's left. All righty. Let's get over here to this stuff. I think the Charlie Browns are over here. This is all new, right? Yep, that's all new. That's leftovers. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. And these are sold to George Jones and Michelle Clements. George Jones and Michelle Clements. Yeah, the Metallicas was some of this is what I call the curse of the single record theory. The single record theory is when we've sold 100 of something and we're down to 1 or 2 copies, and it's like I have to basically sell them at cost to get rid of them. I have sold dozens and dozens of those Metallica sets for $90, and there's the last one, and it took me 3 days, almost 50 attempts to try to get somebody to buy it at 20% off. It's the curse of the single record theory. And I'm like, man, y'all are missing out. If anybody else wants a Charlie Brown, I've got 4 or 5 left. They're $36.99, okay? We're about to sell White Wolf. White Wolf is about to sell to Stephen Lewis Jr. for $22. Time for new auctions. Time for Chick-fil-A Diet Coke. All righty. Let's get started. Let's find a big pre-order over here. Ooh, air fresheners came in. We love air fresheners. 2 pre-orders here. Let's go ahead and get those pulled out righty now. And all new auctions coming up. Nobody on Mamas and Papas. Let me go ahead and get that into a sleeve. Which Metallica? Already sold, sir. That was on sale new vinyl. So if it's in the on sale crate, if it's gone, unfortunately, it's gone. Make sure y'all are watching, if you can, the 6 a.m. videos this week, because that's going to show all of our newest stuff, and it's going to have, if we do have leftover on sale new vinyl, that's what the video essentially was this morning. That's why it had 500 comments. It was all the leftover new vinyl. Okay? So Mamas and Papas, it has everything you would want. Monday, Monday, and California Dreamin'. That's all you need, right? Monday, Monday, and California Dreamin'. That should hook you up from there. Okay, let me make sure there wasn't any more claims on that. All right, and I locked everybody's comments. Now let's pull up this pre-order. Okay. Here we go. This is called Warrant Ultraphobic. Warrant Ultraphobic 30th Anniversary Remaster. Never on vinyl until right now. A big band like Warrant on vinyl right now for the first time. Here is the pre-order at $38.99. We have one for Rick Hall. We got one for Scott Markheim. We have one for Tom Harris. We got one for Scotty Hops and Brooks Valder. We got one for Brad Waits and Stacy Metternich. There's one for Brad Waits. There's one for Stacy Metternich. There's one for Scott Beebe and Danny Czar. There's one for Autumn Betts and Chris Martin. We got one for Tim Holloway and Paul Brothers. Tim Holloway and Paul Brothers. We got one for David Eberly and Sean Druin. We got one for Jerry Stone and Brian Thurman. We got one for Brian Jones and Rick Peabody. And we got one for Robert Matthews and Jamie McCord. And we got one for Fred Cardinale. And I still got Stephen Reeves on a waiting list. And I still got Patty Anderson Williams on a waiting list, okay? So that's 2 people left on the pre-order. Let's make sure we go ahead and write their name down. Does anybody else want one? I have 0 left in stock. Warrant Ultraphobic. 30th anniversary, first time on vinyl. Does anybody else want one? Here's everybody that got one. Rick Hall, Scott Markheim, Tom Harris, Scotty Hobbs, Brooks Vaughter, Brad Waite, Stacy Metternich, Scott Beebe, Danny Czar, Autumn Betts, Chris Martin, Tim Holloway, Paul Brothers, David Eberly, Sean Druin, Jerry Stone, Brian Thurman, Brian Jones, Rick Peabody, Robert Matthews, Jamie McCord, Fred Cardinale, Stephen Reeves, and Patty is still on the waiting list, okay? Still on the waiting list. Let's go ahead and go right over here. White Wolf got a new bid for $24. That means that Stephen Lewis Jr., you got outbid by John Kaiser. I think I've said that once. There's the second time, final call. Dan White got the Mamas and Papas for $25. And then over here, we have Dwayne Worley says he wants one if he wasn't on the pre-order. You was not on the pre-order, so add Dwayne Worley to that. And then add Javi Soto to that too. Pink Floyd Division Bell still available. So does Scott Reimer. That is right over here. What have I done with that leftover stuff? That is right here. So does Scott Reimer at 20% off. Pink Floyd is $39.99. Let's add new auctions. Let's officially get started with the advertised stuff for tonight. We haven't put anything up until right now. The Cure, 17 seconds. The Cure is a 2020 U.S. Record Store Day exclusive, limited to 7,500 picture disc. It's sealed. A Record Store Day, The Cure picture disc, $35 star. John Kaiser, you've been outbid on White Wolf. Our next Japanese pressing is going to go up right now, and that is Don Henley, Building the Perfect Beast, and this is a $35 start. This has the big song, The Boys of Summer. The vinyl's near mint minus. It has the insert. Any Eagles fans, you may know the name Don Henley. The Obi is here, just needs to be put back on the cover. $35 start for Don Henley. Here's the next pre-order. Sleep, a Record Store Day essential on green and transparent merge effect colored vinyl. SLEEP, Sleep's Holy Mountain is what this one's called. Sleep's Holy Mountain. Did you say something, Tanner? Maybe not. I guess not. Okay, Sleep's Holy Mountain, and let me find this. Why am I having trouble finding this? There it is. Okay, these are $34.99. This was posted back on July 8th. It's supposed to come out August 15th. It got pushed back, and it got pushed back again, and then it got pushed back again. So these are available. We only got one last week, and now here's the rest. It's on green and transparent merge effect colored vinyl. We have one for 42 Foxes. Joshua Cross got one last week, so he already got one. One tonight for Brett Bledsoe. That's called 42 Foxes. And then Scott Smith and Michael Reed. And then Mark Stanley and Jason Short. Mark Stanley and Jason Short. Jen Cast and Jason Chainsey. Jen Cast and Jason Chainsey. I don't know Jason Chainsey. We might want to reach out, make sure he's registered. Scott Dwallow and Clifford Umstead. Ken Cohen and Sean Lee Hooker. Now, that means we have these right here. Still available, 2, 4, 6, 7 copies. Sleep's Holy Mountain, $34.99. And these are available. Mark Stanley says he doesn't need one. Okay, we'll put one back. Anytime I post a pre-order, there's about a 50-50 chance that it's going to be pushed back. So if it says whatever, I would just assume that it's being pushed back because I'd say here lately they've gotten really off on projecting these pre-order dates. Luckily, I have extras if anybody wants one here. So just always make sure you ask me because it's a good chance they're just pushed back. Okay, White Wolf is sold for $26. Nobody bid on the Cure. Final call for $35. Craig has it for $35. That's a final call. Don Henley's a $35. No bid on that. Eddie Pasir wants a Sleep. Larry Drish wants a Sleep. And now there is 2, 4, 6 copies left. Thank you, Mark, for letting me know. And then this is new for Marillion. Whoops. This is new for Marillion Misplaced Childhood as a picture disc. Marillion is $33.99. Misplaced Childhood, $33.99 for Marillion. That is available. I have 3 of those. It's a picture disc. And, of course, they sent me a random 1 copy of Megadeth, and we got dozens of these. So if anybody wants a Megadeth Countdown to Extinction, there you go. I'm going to go ahead and take Dimebag off the table. If anybody wants Dimebag Daryl, I have him for $24.99. That's a Reaction Super 7 figure, okay? Reaction Super 7 figure there. If anybody wants Dimebag Daryl, $24.99 on that. First is Marillion, sold to Dwayne Worley, one sold to Jerry Stone. Earth has been pushed back until the end of November. Mark, if you go to the pre-order post, I think I updated it the other day. they push it back every week, essentially. But let's go ahead and sell the Cure for $35 to Craig Thomas, and Don Henley's a buy it now for $35. Yeah, it's November, could be December, could be January, February, and that's not just with me, that's everybody. I think it's a production problem. I think it's a licensing problem. So Mike Quadrini gets Henley, and Saritha Sessions on Megadeth. If you're a first-time buyer, just say, yes, I'm a first-time buyer. We're going to sell you a Megadeth at $39.99, and I'm going to go ahead and just pull one from over here. Let me restack all this, and I have plenty of them over here at $39.99 if anybody else wants a Megadeth, okay? There's that. That's so to Saritha Sessions. Thank you. And Chad, did you get my sleep? I pulled a sleep for, no, I didn't. Chad Smith wants a sleep. I didn't see that. There was 3 live claims, right? Yep, Eddie Basir, Larry Drich, Chad Smith, 2 Marillions, a Megadeth, and we sold those 2 auctions. So the only thing left in here is sleep and Marillion, and we got a waiting list going for Warrant. Okay, 2 people left on the pre-order and 2 people that got on the waiting list now. We still have Sleep and Marillion left, and I've got plenty of Megadeths, okay? That was really the only few titles that was in there. First-time buyer, thank you. Just make sure you message our page. We'll be on the lookout for that tonight. I need your email address, mailing address. Looks like Tanner's looking for something. Tonight's price sheets. I should be asking you that. I'm not for sure. Can't help you, Tanner. Next auction is Billy Joel, An Innocent Man. This is a Japanese pressing in shrink with obi, and this is going to go up for a $35 start. Beautiful Japanese vinyl. There's the inserts. There's the cover and obi and shrink, $35 on that. The next auction is Miles Davis Bitches Brew. Miles Davis is an OG pressing too. Look at that. A Columbia 2i, a 1970 Pittman press. The vinyl's in EX condition. Not bad whatsoever for this album. Wow. EX, Miles Davis Bitches Brew. VG Plus cover too. Nice. An OG Columbia 2i, $35 start on that. $35 start on that. So, yeah, I'm sorry about Earth. It's like that with every pre-order. There's, like I said, there's a chance. I would say any pre-order now, there's a, what is the true odds? 50-50 that it doesn't come in when they originally project it. So, all right, and then I've got a short sweet crate here I'm going to do, and then we're going to go ahead and do some vintage on sale, and then I'll knock out these last 2 crates of new vinyl. But first of all, I had a waiting list for Frog Stomp, and I was worried we wasn't going to get these again, but luckily we did. And here's Frog Stomp by Silverchair, a 30th anniversary. Now, Music on Vinyl has probably pressed this a dozen different times, but they always need more, so that shows you how popular it is, because I think OGs either A, don't exist, or they're very difficult to come by. This is on colored vinyl, and the waiting list for Silverchair was the following people: Shannon Lee, Buddy Cordova, Matt Nichols, and Ken Granger. Shannon Lee, Buddy Cordova, Matt Nichols, and Ken Granger. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 people got one on a waiting list, and there is should be several left, okay? So let's see here. Silverchair at $54.99. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, and I got, yep, 3 extras. 3 extra Silverchairs, $54.99. 30th anniversary, numbered on yellow and green marble vinyl, $54.99. 3 left. Pink Floyd, Momentary Lapse of Reason, just a restock here because we always need them. Learning to Fly, one of my favorite Pink Floyd songs. Oh man, Gilmore, Into the Distance, of Ribbon of Black. What an amazing vocal performance from Gilmore there. Larry Drish gets a Frog Stomp. Miles Davis has hit $40. Nobody bid on Billy Joel. That's a $35 buy it now. $35 buy it now on that. And Motley Crue box sets. Yes, that will be posted. The colored vinyl's already posted. I usually wait and do them one and do another one later. Otherwise, it gets really confusing. But yes, along with the Motley Crue colored vinyl pressing, they are releasing a box set as well. Okay, any silver tonight? Maybe I can maybe price you out some of these quarter sets if you want them, because they're about to be sent to the Schmelter Literally, we've got them over here. I've got a whole shelf over here of stuff that's about to go to the smelter. We sold our gold 1 ounce last night, and all the other silver. I talked to a big silver dealer. It's amazing what they are melting. The demand for gold, they are literally melting and schmelting. $20 gold pieces from the 1800s, just literally melting them, and just that's the price is so high, and industry needs it so bad. They are literally, they're melting and busting out of slabs, numismatic coins, and melting them. That's how high the price of gold has got here lately. He told me he has literally busted $20 gold pieces out of slabs that are graded in the MS and just having them melted just because of the demand and prices right now. They far surpassed, the gold value has surpassed the value of the coin. James Bullock gets the silver chair. There's now 1 silver chair left. 1 silver chair left. I do need to adjust my camera, don't I? It's a little off, isn't it? That looks a little bit better. David Doyle wants a Pink Floyd. David Doyle wants a Pink Floyd. And the last bid on Miles Davis was Brent Robley at $55, going once, going twice. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. Next auction is going to be another Bob Marley. The last one was popular. Bob Marley Confrontation. Bob Marley's an 83 Euro OG, a $25 start. 83 Euro OG, Bob Marley, $25 start. Lynch Mob, Wicked Sensation. These are $79.99. They're pricey. They come from Friday Music. Don't ask me why. They've just always been pricey like this. I think it's a licensing thing. It's a 2 LP. There was a request for me to order this for somebody, and that was Lynch Mob. And let me pull that up right quick. Lynch Mob was for Calvin Ward. I got 1 extra copy if anybody wants it. Lynch Mob, $79.99. It's a double LP from Friday Music. Jay Barnes wants the last silver chair, but with that, my crate's full, so let me go ahead and swap out crates. This one has gotten full. Big night for vintage. First, we'll do some on sale, and then we'll do all the new arrivals. John Smart from yesterday and today. He had 3 crates I didn't even get to yesterday. That's going to be exciting. And over here, we sold Jay Barnes silver chair. Bob Marley's now up for bid. And then here's the other silver chair. So they just reissued 3 of their biggest albums. Neon Ballroom, also numbered and colored vinyl. 4,000 numbered on the back. And these are they're numbered on the hop sticker. $39.99. $39.99. The Miles Davis is sold to Brent Robley for $55. Thank you, Brent, there on the OG Bitches Brew, Miles Davis. Thank you, and just a few LPs left in there. There's the other silver chair. It's also numbered. It's also colored vinyl. Bob Marley's a $25 start. Did I put that Billy Joel? I did it again. I have a bad habit about putting these Japanese no bids in the sold crate. Yep. Nobody got Billy Joel, did they? Nope. And I put it over here in the sold crate. There it is. I have it if anybody wants it. Billy Joel, Innocent Man. $35 buy it now. The only thing left in here is Pink Floyd, Momentary Lapse of Reason, $33.99. Lynch Mob is $79. Wicked Sensation. Silver Chair, Neon Ballroom, $39.99. That is crate number 2 of new vinyl tonight. Crate number 2 of new vinyl tonight. Where was the first batch of leftovers? I'll just lay those right there. Okay, here's what I want to do. I have, for us right now, some flip crate stuff that did not get claimed. The flip crate is probably some of the best deals on vintage that we offer here. It's better than when we do half off. And those are posted in the mornings in our group at 9 a.m. Literally, the best deals that I offer on vintage comes from the flip crates. So this is stuff from Monday's video that didn't get claimed. Neon Ballroom is pink. Lynch Mob is $79. We had somebody want me to order one. There's one left. So yeah, we got 6, 14, and some 9s. Let's see here. What was these? Those are 14s. These are 19s. Okay, let's do this, and then I've got more. Just a short little batch here for $19.99. in VG condition and a VG cover. A little bit of wear and tear up here. Led Zeppelin's The Song Remains the Same. I listened to this on the way here. The live cut, A Song Remains the Same. It's so good. He's going back and forth on that 12-inch and 6-inch or 12-string and 6-string, not 12-inch, not 6-inch and 12-inch. Led Zeppelin's $19.99. That's sold to Matt Nichols. And then Fleetwood Mac Tusk is $19.99. That's a half off price. No condition notes on Fleetwood Mac Tusk. That's the only $19.99 record left was Fleetwood Mac Tusk. Next auction is going to go up right now. Oh boy, we have Ziggy Stardust, David Bowie. Ziggy Stardust is a 1983 USOG, no condition notes, a $35 start. And our next auction is going to go up right now, and that's from the Japanese bin. And the Japanese bin is Johnny Winter, captured live. I don't recall having this one before. $35 start for Johnny Winter, captured live. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. It has the insert, it has another insert, and it's a $35 start. Saritha Sessions on Fleetwood Mac, that's sold for $19.99. Thank you. There's two $14.99 records left. How many, Chad? Two. What are the price, Chad? $14.99. Thank you, Chad. Bob Dylan is a 2 LP, Greatest Hits Volume 2, $14.99. No condition notes, also $14.99 is Neil Young On the Beach in VG condition. A classic, $14.99. And yeah, these are the leftovers. Imagine what got grabbed out of the video. Make sure you're watching every morning at 9 a.m. if you can. Bob Marley, Mike Moore has it for $30. Brent Robley, it's up to you. Ziggy Stardust is also for bid, and Johnny Winter's a $35 start. That's the two $14.99ers. There was 0 $9.99ers left. Chad Smith gets Dylan for $14.99. I love on sale vintage because we're going to be selling a bunch when I break them over. I always know that. Now, here's what's left for $6.99. Marian Faithful, technically self-titled. It is in mono, red London mono label. That's pretty. As Tears Go By, Come Stay With Me. Marian is $6.99. Carly Simon also $6.99. No condition notes. $6.99 for Linda Ronstadt. Carly Simon, Linda Ronstadt back to back there. Art Garfunkel is $6.99. Chad Smith on Neil Young for $14.99. And Dean Martin, I take a lot of pride in what I am, $6.99. How much is Ziggy Stardust? Ziggy Stardust is an 83 USOG. It is a $35 start, no condition notes. No condition notes, okay? Over here, Brent Robley on Marian Faithful for $6.99. These are all $6.99 discounted records. Fresh out of Borstal, $6.99. The name of the artist is Fresh, $6.99. Also, we have Bobby V Meets the Crickets, VG Plus $6.99. Grand Funk Railroad, good singing, good playing. Shrink, it does have a punch-o, produced by Frank Zappa. That's only $6.99. And Joe Cocker, VG Plus, $6.99. That was the leftovers from that flip video from Monday morning. $6.99 is the only thing left there. I'm going to make sure everybody gets what they want. Then I'm going to try to bundle those last few really, really cheap. So Bob Marley has a new bid for $35. Brent, you're out. Only one bid on Razman for $35. Ziggy Stardust soundtrack does not have a bid yet. Here's what's left for $6.99. Brian C. gets Grand Funk for $6.99. That leaves Joe Cocker for $6.99. Bobby V for $6.99. Fresh out of Borstal, $6.99. Dean Martin, Art Garfunkel, Linda Ronstadt, and Carly Simon. Those are what's left for $6.99. Ziggy's a $35. Mike Quadrini wants the Billy Joel for a $35 buy it now. Thank you, Mike Quadrini. There's Megadeth. Maybe if I put that right there, everybody can see it. It's having a hard time wanting to stay up in the back. Oh, yeah. Does anybody need a Chevy Chase autograph? I've got two different patterns left. I forgot about these. Hadn't looked at them in a couple weeks or a week. Chevy Chase, $125. I've got Santa Hat Chevy, and I've got Chevy Goes Crazy when he finds out he was enrolled in the Jelly of the Month Club. Finds out he got enrolled in Jelly of the Month, and this is when his Christmas tree burned up. His Christmas tree burned up. Bob Marley is what's up for bid. Make sure, Matt, you put Ziggy $35, okay? And it looks like you're going to be the only bidder. Let's go ahead and sell Johnny Winter to Razman for $35. Let's get that in a new sleeve. Thank you, Razman. That is so due. All right, now I got another crate like that coming up in just a second, but let's go ahead and knock out a crate of new stuff right quick. Bob Marley is called Confrontation, and it's OG. It's an 83 Euro OG gatefold, and it's clean. No condition notes. No condition notes. If anybody wants a Chevy Chase, I have a feeling I'll sell the rest of them a little bit closer to Christmas. So there's that if anybody decides you want them. And then Ziggy now has bids for 35 and now 36. Okay, the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 records in here. The last 7 records I'll do for $25 if anybody wants a bundle deal on those. So the last 7 records, that's 25, and that would make those as 350, about 350 each, okay? 357 to be exact. Those last 7 records, $25, and we can close out that crate and retire them. We can close out that crate and retire them officially. Who wants the bundle deal? Right now, I'm going to go ahead and be grabbing the next crate of new vinyl. We'll knock out another leftover flip crate. I got today's leftovers, and I've got Sunday's leftovers to do, and then I've got last week's. I've got the stuff when I was out of town, like the Friday video I did, the Saturday, the Sunday. I've got those. And these are sold to Razman for $25, okay? Razman gets the bundle for $25. Thank you. Let me put sticky notes around those officially. And we sold a Chevy Chase autograph with a Santa hat. Thank you on that. You know, I had the guy reach out to me that we got the deal with that the last time, and I could have got more different designs or any photos we wanted signed. He reached out to me. He said, hey, I got another opportunity. He's like, you can get anything you want printed, and Chevy will sign it. Caddyshack, just any kind of photo. Fletch, more Christmas Vacation. And I just didn't have time to get it done. I didn't have time to get them, pick out the photos and download them, and I missed the deadline. So shame on me. We could have had pretty much anything we wanted signed, but there could be an opportunity again by the end of the year, because I want some Caddyshack, and that I hope I can get with some other people too. I know we're wearing out Mr. Chevy, but he's a legend. But I'm hoping we can get in. My contacts are spreading, and hopefully we can get into some other celebrity signings like that. Maybe exclusive for Collecco. Like we can have a customer submit stuff, like if you have a poster or you want your Christmas sweater signed or something like that. So this is sold to Paul Brothers for $125, CH59398. It's matching, and it's good. Thank you, Paul. That's OD for $125. I'm going to lay that right here in the miscellaneous pile. Bob Marley's about done at $39, and then over here, Ziggy is at $40. $40 on that. Foul Play. Yeah, there's so many movies. I pulled up some Google images on Caddyshack because I was going to get the movie poster printed like on 11 by 14. Actually, they were going to do the printing. I just had to submit what I wanted, and of course, you gotta do a bunch. You know, it's kind of expensive. Obviously, I mean, he's not cheap to sign something. That's of course, I'm pretty sure. You know, a lot of these actors have made plenty of money in their career, but you know, one of the things that later in life, if they don't want to act, their name recognition, they can make a lot of money signing, so they don't have to do movies. You know. Because I'm sure they have high cost of living. They've bought big houses and big travel expenses and entourages and security. So they have to sign a lot of stuff to probably pay bills. All right. Here we go. Yeah, Larry Drish needs to put back Silverchair. I was catching my breath to do that. So there actually is one Silverchair Frog Stomp left if anybody wants it. I have pulled this from the last crate. There's one Silverchair Frog Stomp left, numbered on yellow and green marble vinyl. Yellow and green marble, numbered to 7,500, $54.99 on that. Okay, yeah, Ziggy Stardust does not have any condition notes. We're about to go through some new stuff. An 83 OG, super clean, super clean. Bob Marley is still getting bids, $41. So Bob Marley's at $41. That's still getting bids. Ziggy Stardust is still getting bids. And now, let's put up another Japanese pressing. Next Japanese pressing I have for you is going to be Jeff Beck Flash. And Mr. Jeff Beck is going to go up for a $35 start. He is near mint minus and pristine. It's beautiful. It has the insert booklet, cover, Obi, $35. That last Silverchair is stomp. I'm going to go put that back whoever's watching, I'm going to go put it back in the second crate. That way it's with the other silver chairs. Okay? So, because this crate fills up a lot better that way. There we have it. All right. Now, thanks everybody for that. Let's go right over here. Hello, Carol Puckett. And let's get started with more new stuff here. We just did a vintage discount crate. I have the other silver chair, Freak Show. So we had Neon Ballroom. We had Frog Stomp. Here is Freak Show. $39.99. Also on red and black marbled. New pressing, $39.99. What is the Ziggy Stardust at? The Ziggy Stardust is at 40 with Matt Nichols. I don't think I said that. 40 with Matt Nichols. Bob Marley is at 41 with Useless Eaters. Bob Marley was a new bid, and that means Mike Moore, you got outbid. And that also means that Jeff Beck has got one bid. Also, Ozzy, Bark at the Moon. And Ozzy was blue vinyl. This was from the rack video Sunday morning. And we ran out. I think I had 2 up there in the rack, and we sold out, and somebody needed one. And that somebody on blue vinyl for Bark at the Moon was, boy, I got a lot of wait lists for Ozzy stuff. Kevin Reitz, Kevin J. Reitz. So, Kevin, I got you an Ozzy Bark at the Moon for this week. Blue vinyl, $29.99, so did Kevin. Jeff Beck's at $37, Ziggy's at $41, and I got more meat puppets in. These are $38.99. There was one person on a waiting list from last night. That's been taken care of, and meat puppets is $38.99. Meat puppets is $38.99. Too High to Die, neon jazzberry colored vinyl. One of my favorites, of course. Zeppelin is $29.99. Greg Smith wants an Aussie. Saritha Sessions wants an Aussie. Anybody want on a waiting list? If not, whoever's watching, go ahead and make a note for me to go ahead and order more. There was a waiting list for this. This is called Whitesnake Forevermore, which is a new album. Excuse me, it's a new reissue of an album that's been long out of print from 2011. Whitesnake came out last week, so this is a restock, and there was 2 people on a waiting list, Brad Waits and Rick Peabody. Thank you, Brad Waits, and thank you, Rick Peabody. I think that leaves me with 1 extra, Whitesnake Forevermore, if anybody wants it. Okay, there's 2 sold, and now there's 1 left on Whitesnake. We also have 2 copies. I went ahead and stocked up on some more Now Playings because they're at great prices for a new LP, and they're great compilations. They make them for dozens of different people. Dozens of different people. One of the best sellers here is KC and the Sunshine Band. Get Down Tonight, That's the Way I Like It, $24.99. Saritha Sessions also on Led Zeppelin, that was $29.99. Thank you on that. And that is $29.99. I've got 1 left of those. 3 copies of Mariah Carey. Folks, there she is. She has almost unthawed. There it is. She is, she's about to start singing. Read it whether you like it or not. All I Want for Christmas Is You. And it's on red vinyl. Mariah is $29.99. Brand on both silver chairs. So you want Freak Show and Neon Ballroom, right? There's actually been 3 tonight. Frog Stomp, Neon Ballroom, and Freak Show. Freak Show, Neon Ballroom, and Frog Stomp. So let me know exactly, Brett, okay? We're sold out of Frog Stomp. We got a waiting list going for that. Also, 2 copies of Peter Gabriel's So back in stock. In Your Eyes. A great album there. Also, Kate Bush is on here doing Don't Give Up. Don't forget about Sledgehammer. Red Rain is an amazing song, and I like Big Time. That is $33.99. So Brent wants Frog Stomp. He doesn't need Frog Stomp. He needs Freak Show and Neon Ballroom. There's a waiting list going for Frog Stomp if anybody wants those. It's such a pricey record, I try not to order too many of something like that. And of course, as soon as I don't, I need dozens of them. It always happens to me. So Brent gets a Neon. He also gets a Freak Show. There's that. And let me show one more record, which is Avril Lavigne's Greatest Hits. That's a 2 LP, $38.99. And let's update these auctions. Man, these are just still getting bids every time I look up. Bob Marley, the last bid on that, though, I think we're done. Useless Eaters, Mike Moore went out. This is sold to Useless Eaters for $41. Sorry, kind of lost on some of these, but every time I look up, there's still bids coming in. So I really hadn't been saying much because it looks like y'all have got it under control. Now the Ziggy Chaos or Ziggy Stardust is at $45 with the useless eaters. Make sure you go ahead and bid $45 because if you just say plus $1, we got to make sure you know what the bid is, and we got to make sure the other person knows what the bid is. And then Jeff Beck is at 45 with Tim Grandstaff. Next thing, David Doyle on Peter Gabriel. That's so to David Doyle. That means we have one left. And over here, I feel like, yeah, okay. And then there was a big waiting list for this. It's from the Now Playing series. Folks, also, did I pull out one of the KCs? I don't think I did. Kelly McCauley on KC and the Sunshine Band. I almost forgot about you, Kelly. Kelly on that right there. So let's go ahead and put up the waiting list for Spooky Rock. Folks, don't make me go into a long dissertation here. Y'all know the story on the Halloween parties. Don't be left out at your Halloween party. Your friends are going to be over and they're going to be like, hey, Jim, why don't you put on some cool Halloween tunes? And you're going to be like, I actually don't have any Halloween records. And then all of your friends are going to be like, what? What? What kind of party is this? You don't have any cool, spooky Halloween music for us to listen to while we play Twister? Jack-o'-lantern orange vinyl. Spooky Rock now playing. A great track listing. A lot of these are already sold, and I have extras. $24.99. Okay? Here was the waiting list. Fred W. And boy, Fred's name, I don't know how to say it. I just call him Fred W. It is WOLCZOWSKI. It's one of those like Vloddercheck type names. So Fred W., Brad Waits, Kathy Hodge, Todd Cohen, Red Cave Collections. 2, 4, 5 people. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then I've got extras. Folks, don't disappoint your friends, okay? Halloween party and it's time to play Twister or Pin the Tail on the Donkey. You're going to want to be playing cool, spooky music at your party when it's ready to hit the pinata time. You know, just don't be left behind. Please make sure you buy one and just go ahead and take care of it. Faith No More is on deck. Peter G. Peter Gabriel, so to Kelly McCauley. Jeff Beck, 46. Ziggy's at $45. George Jones on a Spooky Rock. Brent Robley on a Spooky Rock. Michael Rudolph on a Spooky Rock. X-Wing on a Spooky Rock. Michelle Clements on a Spooky Rock. Spooky Rock track listing. Craig just posted it right ahead of you, Dan. You can take my word for it. It's a good one. Okay, so Ziggy Stardust is at 45 with the useless eaters. Tim Nichols, you've been outbid. Jeff Beck is at 45 with Tim Grindstaff. 47 with Tim. That means over here, David Johnson, you've been outbid, okay? Give me 1 second over here. Is at 45. Okay. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Next thing is the following. We have about 10,000 requests for Faith No More. Of course, here it is. The real thing. A 1989 USOG, original inner sleeve, super clean. Near mint mine is Faith No More, a $95 start. Kelly wanted Peter Gabriel. I've already pulled it. Spooky Rock is on Spooky Orange vinyl. Talking Heads, NXS, Ramones, Television, Electric Prunes, Warren Zevon, Dusty Springfield, Fleetwood Mac, Alice Cooper, Norma Tanega. Wow, I've still got them in stock, $24.99. 3 copies of The Highwayman 2. That is $39.99. The Highwayman 2. And this is a wait list for James Davidson. Thank you, James Davidson. I've got 2 extra copies. That's a music on vinyl. That is $39.99. Matt Nichols, it's up to you on the David Bowie, but we are about to sell it to Useless Eaters for $45. Jeff Beck's at 48 with David Johnson. 2 copies of Highwayman left. Rat, that's another one. It's called Now Playing, which is a Rat Greatest Hits. Gordon Lightfoot's Greatest Hits are Now Playing, and Dawkins Now Playing. Great compilations there. $24.99. I didn't hear was on the wait list. I don't have you on the waiting list, but now we had those, of course, last week. You might have got one live last week. If it's on your invoice from last week, then yes, of course, but if not, then no. No, the waiting list was Fred W., Brad Waits, Kathy, Todd Coe, Red Cave, and then we sold 10 copies last week. All right, David Johnson wants a Highwayman 2. Useless Eaters gets Ziggy Stardust here, and that is sold to $45 to the Useless Eaters. And then over here, Jeff Beck, we got to make sure if you're done bidding for our new buyer that's watching out of Nashville, David Johnson has this for 48. If you're done bidding, let me know. And then over here, we got Faith No More. Just one bid for $95, and we're about to sell it. Wow. Just one bid for $95. This album is highly desirable. The Real Thing, Faith No More. We're about to sell it. Dawkins, that is this right here. It's called Now Playing. Breaking the Chains, Tooth and Nail, Alone Again, Just Got Lucky, Unchained the Night, It's Not Love, The Hunter, Burning Like a Flame, Dream Warriors is on here. Dream Warriors is on here. Wow. Walk Away, $24.99. There we go. I've got 2 of those. The Gordon Lightfoot's really good. If You Could Read My Mind, Summer Side of Life, Beautiful Sundown, Carefree Highway, Rainy Day People, The Wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald, Daylight Katie, Circle Small, and Baby Step Back. That's a good one, too, for $24.99. Rat's only $24.99. Round and Round, Wanted Man, Lack of Communication, Back for More, Lay It Down, You're in Love, Slip of the Lip, Way Cool Jr., I Want a Woman, and Giving Yourself Away. And then the Highwayman 2, Chris, Willie, Waylon, Johnny, $39.99. Still got Spooky Rock. It's technically a Now Playing series, $24.99. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of those. Avril Lavigne's Greatest Hits. That's a 2 LP, 20 track. 20 tracks, $38.99 on Avril Lavigne. Mariah Carey, Merry Christmas on red vinyl. All I Want for Christmas Is You, $29.99. Now Playing Casey and the Sunshine Band, $24.99. Get Down Tonight. That's the Way, I Like It. Shake, 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 shake your booty. Queen of Clubs, I Like to Do It. I'm Your Boogie Man. Keep It Coming, Love. Boogie Shoes. Oh, man, that's a good one. Do You Want to Go Party? And Please Don't Go. Whitesnake Forevermore, a 2025 remix from 2011, $39.99. Zeppelin's Debut is $29. Meat Puppets is $38. And that one's called Too High to Die. First time on vinyl since 1994. That was a big pre-order last week. We have a few extras. First time on vinyl since 1984. I still got Silver Cherry Freak Show, and that's a limited edition numbered on 4,000 red and black, $39.99. All right, Jeff Beck is sold to a new buyer, Tim Grindstaff, for $50. Tim, if I could get you to go ahead and register through our website, I got to just verify everything. We've had several new buyers tonight. Just make sure you message me with or fill out that first-time buyer form. And whenever you have that done, just let me know. I'll go check everything. And thank you. This is sold to you, okay? Next thing is all the Now Playings, which are all the greatest hits I just read off. Dawkins, Gordon Lightfoot and Rat, and KC and Spooky Rock. Those are all $24.99. So that's $20, and it's on glitter ball colored vinyl. It's on disco ball colored vinyl. Faith No More is at $120. I knew this was going to be a war. I knew we was nowhere none done on that one. I knew that was, it said at $95 for about 3 minutes, and I was like, wait a minute, what's going on? REM is our next auction. Here we go, right into another one. An 84 US Indianapolis OG. It is on the translucent purple vinyl, but you got to hold it up to high octane light, and you'll see that it is purple vinyl, $45 on that. Next thing over here is Catherine wants KC. That's sold to Catherine for $24.99. And then here is a few things left from the other crates. We got one Marillion left, which is back in print as a picture disc. Misplaced Childhood, Marillion's 33. And don't forget, the Sleep's Holy Mountains are in stock. The name of the band is Sleep. Name of the album is Sleep's Holy Mountain. Stoner Rock Essential here. And it's a new Record Store Day Essential. Green and transparent merge effect. It's on really cool colored looking vinyl. $34.99 on that. And then there's one more crate of new vinyl, but before I do that, we're going to mix in a few more vintage discounts, and then we're going to have basically new stuff to go through for the rest of the night. It's going to be fun. There's like 7 pre-owned crates of John stuff over here. There's a good chance I might not be here Saturday, even though Tennessee's not having a game. So I think Laura is going to go ahead and get auctions ready in advance, and that means tomorrow she might be able to price a lot more. So there's plenty of stuff for us to go through tonight. Vintage and pre-owned and discount crates, and I might even go through the crate she marked yesterday, best offer, because it was shown late and there was some great stuff still left. There's the other silver chair, Neon Ballroom. That silver chair is $39.99. I still got Lynch Mob for $79 and Pink Floyd for $33. So far, that's all the new vinyl left out of those 4 crates. One more to go, but I've got a few more vintage LPs here to mix in and show y'all, okay? Which was some leftover flip crate stuff from, I think, today and yesterday. And then I've got the stuff from like Friday, Saturday, and Sunday I hadn't shown. Here we go. Laura's gonna do the show on Saturday. No, we gotta get her worked into those some, right? I think last night when I took a food break, but I think she'd already left. Yeah, she was leaving. We gotta get Laura, maybe for the shows that Paul's not used to going as long, maybe she can sub in for Paul on some nights. All right, this was the leftovers from this morning. Yep. All right, let's do that. Dishere's the leftovers from this morning. And then the other stuff is in various places around me. All right, quick discount crate recap. There's only a handful of things in here. There is only one 1999 record left, the Essential Jimi Hendrix. It's half off. It was $39.99. It's a 2 LP compilation. The price is now $19.99. $19.99. We have the Who Hooligans. This is only $14.99. A great 2 LP compilation. Right now, you're in a vintage discount crate. These are already discounted prices. Like I said, in some cases, they're better than half-off deals. It is surprising what's left over sometimes. $14.99 on the Who. Kelly McCauley gets Hendrix for $19.99. Next thing is Faith No More is at $150. Faith No More is at $150. We sold Case in the Sunshine Band. REM does not have a bid yet for $45. How much is Silverchair Freak Show? Is there any left? There's some left. They're $39.99. Steve Mason wants a Buckingham Nicks Rhino High Fidelity. Those aren't due back in until November, but I can put you on a waiting list. I think you're already on there, Steve. Those won't be back in until that. Are you going to do any pins tonight? No. $9.99 for John Lennon Double Fantasy. This is EX edition. John Lennon is $9.99. We got the Who at $14.99 with Bill Sammis. And that was the only $9.99 record. John Lennon Double Fantasy, $9.99. Iron Maiden Puzzles. I've got 2 over here. I've got Iron Maiden Killers for $24.99. I've got Iron Maiden Live After Death for $24.99. Grant, these are $24.99. We do $8 in limited shipping. And I got to make sure our new buyer over on YouTube registered that won the Jeff Beck auction. Are you still watching? I want to make sure you registered and you're signed up and ready to go. So what we do here is $8 in limited shipping. That is as much as you want to buy all week, okay? $8 in limited shipping, as much as you want to buy all week, $8 in limited shipping, okay? That's how that works. We invoice on Mondays. So right now, this is Tuesday night. I'll be here Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. There's a good chance I'll be here Saturday, but if I'm not, usually I'm at a Tennessee football game. They're off this week, but it's like my only possible day maybe to do anything else that I've been trying to do for months, okay? So I had some other stuff as like maybe family time, dinner, anything like that, and there's a good chance I could come in later, like 8, 9, 10 o'clock and take over for Paul or something. So, because there's not really any games I want to watch if Tennessee's not playing. I'm not too interested in anybody else, right, Tanner? Although watching college football is very fun. So, sorry, I'm on my Diet Coke break. Yeah, next week, the Vols have Arkansas for the revenge game, which I'll definitely be at that. Then it's at Tuscaloosa, and I'll be going to that one too. So I'll be busy after that. Y'all won't see me for, might not see me for a Saturday for the next 2 or 3 months. I might not be here on a Saturday for the next 2 or 3 months. Just saying. All right, Live After Death. This is sold, and this is sold to Grant Toynton, a new buyer. He gets the Iron Maiden puzzle for $24.99. Thank you, okay? The Freak Show is $39.99. $39.99. I have plenty left. Well, I've got 2 left. Faith No More is at $170. I can't believe I'm about to utter these words, but I am. Are y'all ready for this? There was no bid on this OG REM blue vinyl audio file near mint with the original inner sleeve. It can be bought for $45. Okay? Now here's the $6.99 stuff that's left. The Cleopatra soundtrack. That's $6.99. Also $6.99, Blood, Sweat, and Tears. $6.99 for Blood, Sweat, and Tears. Jefferson Starship Spitfire. These were the leftover $6.99 records. John Mayall USA Union and REO Speedwagon Good Trouble. REM sold to Mike Quadrini for $45. Can't believe it. I was like, at some moment, somebody's bound to bid on this. Surely. Never did happen, though. Next auction is an OG copy of Tears for Fears, Songs from the Big Chair. It does have a clip corner, but the vinyl's nice. EX or better, a $25 start. Mando Jeff on John Mayall for $6.99. So that's all that's left from that flip video, $6.99. And that was Blood, Sweat, and Tears, REO Speedwagon, Jefferson Starship, Cleopatra, and then John Lennon was $9.99, Double Fantasy. I'm just sitting here watching the wheels go round and round. Anybody else? Guy Shard wants the Cleopatra soundtrack. That is sold to Guy for $6.99. Let me get this off the cover. This is an old pressing. I can tell you why. This is back when they stapled price tags. They used to staple price tags into the jackets on these like earlier 60s records. Don't want that to bump up and damage any other LPs. All right, that's sold to him for $6.99. David F. over on YouTube on REO Speedwagon. David F., have we sold to you before? I'm assuming we have. And then Tears for Fears, Michelle, make sure you put a number. $25 if you want to bid. And Mike Quadrini on Jefferson Starship for $6.99. Michelle Clements on John Lennon, make sure that one goes in for $9.99. And that just leaves Blood, Sweat, and Tears. Spinning Wheel, You Make Me So Very Happy, and it's on the original label. That's the first label. Okay, over here, Faith No More. Wow. Travis Woods, $175. Brent, you're out. Tears for Fears just has one bid with Jeff Topping for $25. Final call, even though it just got a bid. Might have to move through some of these faster than others. The Best of Leon Russell, A Song for You. I don't think I've had this too many times. It's a Japanese pressing. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. It is going to go up for a $35 start. It is now up for bid. Okay. Let's go right over here. I'm going to look up a few people, make sure I have their information. Over here. Tanner, are you still here? Plus, I need you to check on, make sure a few people have paid invoices. I think Tanner is still here in the building. Good. Give me 1 second. All right, let's go through the last crate of new vinyl. All right, Blood, this $6.99. This is already sold. Everything in there sold. That's sold to Tim Grindstaff. Okay. Thank you on that. Let's go update all these over here. Let's move this and let's get this crate in position before I do anything else. And then Tanner, if you're in the building, I've got to ask you about 5 questions. Where's Tanner at? Is he in the building, Otis? I could have swore I just seen Otis walk by. All right, here we go. We're about to start putting up the Iron Maiden stuff right now. Iron Maidens are about to hit the lights in about 3 seconds. We got to go down the line here and update all the information. We're going to have more vintage discount stuff like that all night. This is the last crate of the newest new vinyl. Faith No More. Super clean. This is, if it was in shrink wrap, I would call it a top copy. Yeah, it is near mint minus. It's an 89 USOG. Nothing wrong with the cover, and it has the original inner sleeve. This album is out of print. Travis Woods has it for $180. Tears for Fears. Tears for Fears is an 85 US PRC, a Richmond OG pressing. The vinyls EX are better. It does have a clip corner. The high bid on this is Michelle Clements at $26. $26 with Michelle. The Best of Leon Russell, A Song for You, Japanese pressing, $35 start, going once, going twice. Going once, going twice. Faith No More is at $195. Okay, here's another crate of new vinyl. We had a waiting list for this. Vincent Price, Witchcraft Magic, $54.99. Clear with orange pumpkin pigment pressing. OGs of this exist. It's very tough to find. An Adventure in Demonology by Vincent Price. And there was a waiting list for this. Perfect for Halloween time. Right now is the time to buy Halloween. By the time you buy them, pay on Monday, we get them shipped out, and you get them open. It'll be, what, halfway through October, maybe, and you're going to be wishing you had your spooky Halloween records. Let's look up Vincent Price. There's Tanner. Now I can ask him about 3 or 4 questions. I need you to check on some stuff for me when you got a chance. And Christina Curtis on Vincent Price. So one is sold right now to Christina Curtis. And I have 2 extras left of Vincent Price, $54.99. That was thanks to Laura. She ordered that in her order, I think, last week. And I have 2 extra copies. I've got 1 copy of Monster Mash. Now, that already came in yesterday from another distributor. And I went ahead and had more ordered from somewhere else. And Monster Mash was already fulfilled. Monster Mash was already fulfilled is what I'm trying to say. And so this one's still available. That is a reissue of the original LP, and that is $38.99. $38.99. Faith No More is at $205. George Jones wants Monster Mash. And then Tears for Fears. Westfield has it for $30. Leon Russell is a buy now for $35. Now, Catherine Lutz did ask the tracks. I'll make sure I read these out for her first. Roll Away the Stone, Delta Lady, Tightrope, Out in the Woods, Shoot Down on the Plantation, Stranger in a Strange Land, Hummingbird, A Song for You, Lady Blue, This Masquerade, Bluebird, and Back to the Island. And Catherine, if you want that, I'll give you first dibs. If not, it's up for anybody's else. Vincent Price is $54.99. Okay, Iron Maiden. Laura's got a whole crate down here at my feet. Let's run the first one here. Brave New World. Iron Maiden is a 2000 UK Euro OG limited edition picture disc. Wow. OG limited edition picture disc from the year 2000. And this is going to go up for $150 start. David, now did you put Vincent Price? Or no, that's a claim. He wasn't asking the price. He was wanting a Vincent Price, okay? I answered it out like he was asking. Vincent Price? But it's Vincent Price. Wow, that could get complicated. Give me 1 second. Okay, so David F. gets one. There's one left. Faith No More is at $210. And next is Live Air. Will be reissued on 4-color L or black. Yes. As soon as they make that available to me, hopefully by tomorrow, that will be up for pre-order. David F. wants a Vincent Price, okay? And then the Offspring Americana's back in, $34.99. Chris Meisner was on a waiting list. 2 extra remain. The Offspring Americana, I've got 2 extra copies there. Okay, Iron Maiden's $150 start. And Tears for Fears is sold for $30. And that is sold to Westfield for $30. Shout. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. Okay, so let me go ahead and put up our next auction. Our next auction is going to be this right here from the Japanese bin. I have a country album, which we don't get too often in the Japanese department. Alabama, and Alabama is called 40-Hour Week, $25 start on Alabama. Also got 3 copies of Albert King, Born Under a Bad Sign, all analog. All analog, a classic blues album. Blaine Zapnick was on a waiting list. Thank you, Blaine Zapnick. That's so to you. $34.99. I've got 1 copy, which was a special request for Troy Robinson. Troy Robinson, A Muse and Her Feelings, narrated by DVSN. A special request for Troy. That was $33.99. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Also, we have DVSN, and this is $36.99. And if anybody else wants one, let me know. And I was really surprised to see this come available. It actually came out a couple weeks ago, and it was back ordered. This is John and Paul, A Toot and a Snore in '74, which when it came out back in the day, it was pretty much a bootleg. $29.99. A classical example of tune in, turn on, and drop out. This mystified session was recorded in 1974 and is basically a drug-infused meeting of John Lennon and Paul McCartney after the Beatles breakup. At that time, Lennon was producing Harry Nilsson's album Pussycats. When Paul and Linda McCartney dropped in after the first night of the sessions at Burbank Studios, March 28th, they were joined by Nilsson, Stevie Wonder, Jesse Ed Davis, May Pang, Mal Evans, Bobby Keys, and producer Ed Freeman for impromptu jam session. The result is as stoned as FUCK Manifest as you need to hear to believe it. Wow, what a hop sticker. So yeah, basically Paul McCartney dropped by to see John Lennon, and they all got messed up and they recorded this album. And it was always bootlegged. We had Dale's Pittsburgh collection had one. I don't think it was ever obviously officially released. It was just always bootlegged. And when I saw there was a pre-order for that, I was like, holy crap. I never think anything like that would be reissued. A Toot and a Snore, John and Paul. I love how the hop sticker is straight to the point. They met up, they were messed up, and they recorded this album. That is sold. And that is sold to Brent Robley, John and Paul, and I've got 4 extra copies there. Let me go back to the top. Chad, what's the correct process? Alan, you need to send us an email through the store page, through the store email, shop or contact at shopcollectco.com. Or if you're on Facebook, you can send us a message. Grant Toynton wants a copy of The Offspring. He's a new buyer tonight. Faith No More is at $225 with Brent Robley. And then Iron Maiden's A Final Call. It's a Brave New World. It's an original pressing, a double picture disc from the year 2000, now 25 years old. Limited edition picture disc. It's a $150 start. No one's bid. We're about to make it a buy it now. John and Paul is sold to Paul Brothers. They're $29.99. $29.99. Patrick Lear wants one. And let me save the last 2 because next is Ryan Eaton and Matt Nichols. And if one of them pass, then Wes, one goes to you. If they both claim it, then Wes, you'll be first on a waiting list. A Toot and a Snore, $29.99 for John and Paul. Here is, well, let me show those last. And then here is Love, I think, L-A-U-V, How I'm Feeling. This had to be a special request for somebody. Let me check my invoice here. Yeah, this was for Troy Robinson. This also goes to Troy Robinson, okay? Troy Robinson, thank you on that. And then, okay, so Ron Eaton wants one, and Matt Nichols gets one. So the waiting list will now begin first with Wes Wilt, if that's okay, Wes. I got to order them again anyways because I need one. Stevie Wonder plays on here too. Jesse Ed Davis, that's the guy that Clapton worked with. Mal Evans he was like a personal assistant to the Beatles. Mal Evans, he was the guy, when you hear Maxwell Silver Hammer, the clink, clink, you know that sound, Tanner? That's Mal Evans in the studio. He's literally hitting a hammer on an anvil. He was the personal assistant of the Beatles. What a job. He was one of the most closest outsiders to ever hang out with the Beatles, Mal Evans. All right, let's get a wait list going for that. This last record is going to take a lengthy explanation, but let's go ahead and sell, well, let's make sure we're done. There might have been some people making sure their battle was over. Brand has Faith No More at $225. We got to sell it really quickly. It's at $225. Alabama's a $25 buy it now, and I hadn't pulled this yet. Catherine Lutz did get the Leon Russell earlier for $35. Alabama's a no bid for a $25 buy it now. Wow, busy night tonight. I love it. Very, very busy night. So we got a wait list going for John and Paul, a toot and a snore. Wes Wilt does not want on the waiting list, but 2 other people do. Chris Bachek and Michelle Clements. Anybody else, just let me know. Now, 2 people put Iron Maiden and Iron Maiden. James Bullock. I should have already had 2 other Iron Maiden records up. A couple people keep just putting Iron Maiden. Make sure if you're bidding, you got to put a number. Number 1 auction rule. If you're bidding, you got to put a number. Otherwise, it's not really a bid, right? Because I don't know what bid you're placing. This is a $150 minimum bid, okay? You got to make sure you put not only I Am or Iron Maiden, but you also have to put a number. Otherwise, no action has been taken. And you got to get that in first to be the high bidder. Faith No More is sold to Brent Robley for $225, and David F. gets Alabama for $25, Tanner. Thank you on that. Is that more leftover vintage? Good. And there's some over here, I'm assuming, because we've sold every leftover so far. Okay? Now, Jason, Faith No More is already sold. It was near mint. It's already sold to Brent for $225. And then over here, James Bullock is in at $150. Now, here's the good and bad news about Mother Love Bone. Here's the good and bad news about Mother Love Bone, because guess what I have? Mother Love Bone. That's what's coming up next right here, Mother Love Bone. Now, here's the good and bad news. Let's do this one first, which I think is the first one. Apple, $34.99. These were supposed to come out it was supposed to come out last Saturday. It's supposed to come out last Saturday. It's supposed to come out last Saturday. They're in for this Saturday. And Craig just told everybody the news. They're heavily allocated, but they are making them again. Okay? They are making them again. So it's just like Buckingham Nicks. No guarantee when they come in. The post for the pre-order has 60 comments. Okay, that was posted back on August 12th. Right now, we just are waiting for more to come in. But I'm going to give the first to whoever got them. This is Apple. I've got 3 copies of Apple. I think I ordered 100. I think I ordered 100 copies of Apple. This has been out of print for years. Super, super desirable. And guess what they did? They didn't make enough of them. How crazy is that, right? They need to call me. They need to be like, hey, Chad, how many Mother Love Bones should we make? And I'm going to be like, a crap ton. Probably as many as you can fit into your warehouse. So, Brandon Lack gets this one. Aaron Jolly gets this one. And Matt Lawson gets this one. Brandon Lack gets this one. Aaron Jolly gets this one. And Matt Lawson gets this one. That's it. Everybody else is on pre-order. And if you know for sure you're not on the Facebook post and you want to get added, let me know. We still got Chris Johnson, Fred Cardinale, Glenn Kesey, Brent Robley, Paul Beal, Sean Holford, John LeBady, Mike Massey, Tony Swanson, Joshua Cross, Jim Sedal, Scott Dwallow, Kelly Cook, Autumn Betts, Scott Beebe, Steve Hale, Paul Peterson, Ben Digert, T-Base, Paul Conway, Paul Cruz, Richard David, Eric Fisher, Eddie McKenna, George Ellis, Jay Condi, Chris Gardner, John Smetzer, Jim Davis, Blaine Zapnick, Chris Kirkley, Jerry Stone, Dwayne Worley, Josh Brown, Joy Fino, Michael Carpenter, Randy Klein, Lily McCurry, Rob Fordham, Brian Mallard, Chris Maggie, Chase Arnold, Ryan Kirkland, Patrick Lear, Ken Cohen, Josh Brown, Elizabeth Diaz, Aaron Andrews, Tom Harris, Janet Gray, Paul Conway, Mike Andretta, and Monica Malley. That's it. Evidently, I was told they could be repressing. They are repressing. That's what I was told. If something changes, I'll post on my pre-order. And then if they are done making colored vinyl, we'll just completely repost it and offer it again for black vinyl, which never makes any sense to me. I don't know why they just don't keep making them on colored vinyl. It makes no sense to me. I've thought about it. It's like, why just not continue to make them on colored vinyl? Every business sense I could think of, every entrepreneurship in me being, I'm like, why not just continue making them on colored vinyl? You'll probably sell more. All right. So, there's that. Iron Maiden has a high bid with John Kaiser for $155. If you're not John Kaiser, then you do not have the high bid. We're about to sell it to him. Next auction's going up right now, and this is the Beatles Help. It is a sealed copy. Now, Laura says the catalog number on the spine is impossible to read and is not listed on the jacket anywhere else. So this is a sealed copy of the Beatles Help. The problem is we don't know when or where. Now, I'm pretty good with X-ray vision on these. This is probably a purple or green capital. It's not OG. I can tell you by the font, the weight, and the jacket style. This isn't OG. This is not OG. It is probably a mid or late 70s pressing, pre-barcoded. It's a sealed copy of the Beatles Help, a $45 start. It is sealed, $45 start. Will someone contact me about my purchases? If you're a new buyer, I was going to make sure you were registered. The problem is, Tim, let me see if I asked Tanner if we had your information. Okay? Right over here, Tim, you are not registered. Okay? I need you to fill out this form. There's nobody that can reply to you tonight other than me right here, right now, live. I'm going to send you the first-time buyer form in the chat. It's in the description of the video, and we got to make sure you're registered. Right now, you're not registered, so your purchases are pretty much invisible until we get you registered. If you did register, one or two things. It didn't come through, or you used a different name than your actual name. So what I'm going to do right now, I'm going to share this link in the chat. It's already in the description of the video. And here we go. When you fill out that form, that means you're registered. That is for anybody on YouTube. Also on Twitch if you don't have a Facebook. If you're on Facebook, then the only thing you got to do is send us a direct message, a DM. And then you're officially registered. You will not hear from us until Monday, unless you specifically message us and ask us a question. You won't hear from Ed. You won't hear from anybody. Okay? If you click on that form, everything will be there right in front of you. Here's exactly, I just clicked on it. Here's what it looks like. First-time buyer, name, YouTube handle, email, and your mailing address. If you click on that, that's exactly what you're going to see. Select reason, first-time buyer, name, YouTube handle, your email address, and your mailing address. You submit that to us, you're registered. If you hadn't filled out that form, then come Monday, you're not going to get an invoice, and we're going to have to resell everything you've bought. Usually, I keep track of it, and if we don't get it registered by the end of the night, I go ahead and resell everything anyway. There's already 2 people. I got to go back and try to, hopefully that other name pops up too. You got to get registered. By the end of the week, sometimes there's names that pop up, and Ed's like, I haven't heard from this person. I was like, I remember them bidding. They bought some stuff, and I asked 2 or 3 times. I never did hear back from them. So make sure you're on that. Kaiser has Iron Maiden at $165. James Bullock, you've been outbid again. Now, James, you can't see his bids. They're going to pop up over here on the screen. They're not going to show up on your Facebook feed. Kaiser's watching on a completely different website. He's on Twitch right now, okay? The Beatles is a $45 start. Final call. Final call on the Beatles for $45. No one's bid yet. And James Bullock, you're out on Iron Maiden. The only thing that was left in here was Albert King, Born Under a Bad Sign. All analog from Kraft, $34.99. Offspring Americanas, $34.99. And there's only one copy left of Vincent Price, Witchcraft Magic, $54.99 for Vincent Price. Cool record there. Okay. He's back in at 170. John Kaiser, you're out. Next auction's going to go up right now. Make sure after you're done registering, you say, I have completed form. If you hadn't completed it, I will track you down like Liam Neeson in Taken. I will find you, whatever it takes. Here is the Great Chicago. It's another compilation from Chicago, unique to Japan only with this cover. It's textured. It has the obi on the side. Really good compilation. $35 start. Let's move this right over here. Vincent Price had a record. Yes, that is a reissue of an OG record that's actually pretty rare and pretty pricey. Next thing, we got another vintage discount crate over here. Fred Cardinale wants Vincent Price. And then we're going to run through all the new vinyl that's left. I want to make sure everybody got all the stuff they wanted. I apologize about the Mother Love Bones. Out of my control. You better email the label and type in all caps, why didn't y'all make more of these? What is wrong with you? And then that will be the best thing. Maybe next time they reissue a rare out-of-print grunge record, they'll make more. Okay. Here was the leftovers of a flip crate from the other night. And we have two combined together here, okay? So let's get these together. More vintage discount. We got plenty of new vintage. We have not sold anything by Hatebreed yet. Here's the agenda for tonight. The agenda for tonight is the following. We have incredible auctions, including an Iron Maiden collection, which is going to get a lot of activity. We've got new vintage, which is going to be best offer on everything, even the new check condition stuff. I have a whole crate of bonus auctions, and I still got about 5 Japanese pressings left, and we're going to try to knock all those out, okay? Here we go. First thing is this. Now, Vincent Price probably has a big discography because he's on Thriller. The best-selling album of all time, Vincent Price is on. So if he gets credited for Thriller, he's probably going to appear in a lot of discographies because that's the biggest selling album of all time. Okay, over here, first thing we have. John Kaiser has Iron Maiden at 175, Sealed Beatles 45, Sealed Beatles 50, Sealed Beatles 52, and Sealed Beatles 53, and now 56 over here. And we have Chicago 35. Add Gerald Whitworth to the Mother Love Bone, okay? Iron Maiden is at $175 with John Kaiser. This record here was $14.99. The only $14.99 record that was left from this crate. Look at this, really nice, deep purple. Who do they think we are? Different colors on the font than the U.S. That's because this is a Netherlands press. A gatefold jacket, a 73 Netherlands press, deep purple's $14.99, VG Plus condition. This was $9.99, a nice copy of the Allman Brothers Enlightened Rogues. That's in shrink wrap. $9.99. The Allman Brothers Enlightened Rogues, that's only $9.99. And the only other $9.99 record was Jeff Beck, Tim Bogart, and Carmina Peace. That's also $9.99, okay? So 14 on Deep Purple, those two were $9.99. The Beatles is sold to Josh M.F. Jones for $56. No bid on Chicago yet. And then Iron Maiden, one more time, a 2000 UK original, which they did as a limited edition double picture disc. It's at $180 of James Bullock. Final call to get a bid on the Chicago. And let's try to find that Hatebreed record right quick. Let's see here. I've got Allman Brothers, Chris Cornell, Leonard Skinner, Bob Marley, The Beatles, Talking Heads, Violent Femmes, The Decline of Western Civilization, Pink Floyd, Alice Cooper, Halloween, Portishead, The Cure, The Smiths, The Cure, Abbey Road, Mo-Fi, and Hatebreed. Hatebreed is a 2006 OG Supremacy, super clean, which is near mint, Widgeon sleeve, $75 start. Tim, are you registered? I got to make sure you're registered over here. Let me make sure you filled out the form, okay? And before I pull another single record, let's see over here, messages. Tim, I've got your name, your email, and I have your address. You're good to go. Thank you. This is Jeff Beck, sold to you for $9.99. Got it. Next thing over here for $6.99. Here's what was left for $6.99. Frank Sinatra, That's Life. No condition notes. This is some leftover flip crate stuff, which if you can imagine what was left over here, great titles. Imagine what got claimed. Make sure you're in our group and you check out these videos every morning at 9 a.m. I was up the other day when the 9 a.m. video got posted. I had fun. I was watching. Y'all didn't even know I was there. I was like ghost watching. I was just in the chat watching everybody claim records live. I was like, wow, so this is what it's like. Deep Purple, that's sold to Robbie Woods for $14.99. Also, Blood, Sweat, and Tears, Child is Father to the Man. Their debut album, that is their first album on the original label. Sinatra is sold to Chuck Ortolano for $6.99. And then National Lampoon's Lemmings, that is a gatefold jacket. National Lampoon's is $6.99. Over here, we got Tim Grindstaff. Deep Purple's already sold. Iron Maiden is at $185. James Bullock, you've been outbid. As usual, Iron Maiden, we've been bidding on it for about a half hour. They're still fighting over it. $185. Nobody bid on Chicago. This is a buy it now for $35. We'll just call it Chicago. It's a Japanese compilation. $35. Now, I shouldn't have been awake at 9 a.m. Last couple nights, I've went to bed way too late. My goal tonight is to be asleep when it's still dark. That's going to be hard to do as much as I have to do after the sale tonight. Oh, my gosh. Plus, I made a mess last night with books. I had books everywhere. I went through books for about an hour last night. It took me 3 hours to clean them up. That's how many I went through that we had to tub up and get out of the way. I had them laying on the floor. I had them stacked up over here. I had to retub them. And I stayed here way too late. I was still awake when Publix was open. Like at 8 and 9 o'clock, I was like, oh my gosh, I got to get some sleep. Okay, so over here, Hatebreed has one bid for $75. Michael Freiberger on National Lampoons for $6.99. Mando Jeff on BST for $6.99. Brian C. next on Lampoon, Iron Maiden 200. John Kaiser, you're out. Now, once again, I put Chicago in the bin, but guess what? No one had bought it yet. Now it's sold to Fred Cardinale for $35. $35 on that. The only thing left right now is the Allman Brothers for $9.99. Also $6.99 is 10cc, How Dare You. Gatefold jacket, VG condition. That is $6.99. Also $6.99 is Diana Ross and the Supremes in shrink wrap. Original price tag, a nice Motown record for $6.99. Also $6.99 is Tom Jones, Help Yourself. And this is a Spain, no, it's a West German pressing. Tom Jones, very heavy vinyl, very well made. Hatebreed is sold to Ryan Eaton for $75. Now Iron Maiden's at $200. John Kaiser, you've been outbid. Next auction is Chris Cornell. This is a 2LP. The first pressing they made of this in 2018. And this is sealed for a $30 start. Tim Grindstaff on 10cc for $6.99. Now, one more thing, Tim. You're welcome to buy as much as you want. I see that you're local, but always with new buyers, whether you're right down the road or if you're in California, after you get to a certain threshold of purchases, we may ask you to go ahead and prepay, okay? Now, you hadn't bought a whole lot, but you are buying a lot. So when you get to a certain threshold, I may go ahead and have somebody here at Collectco go ahead and send you a prepaid invoice, okay? That way we can get some cash on the table. I left my heart in San Francisco. Tony Bennett is a Columbia 2i clean record for $6.99. Rosington Collins Band, this is anytime, anyplace, anywhere. VG Plus condition, gold stamp promo, $6.99. John Kaiser, you've been outbid on Iron Maiden. The high bid's $200. I'll put up another Iron Maiden when this one sells. Over here, we have Chris Cornell, and this is going once, going twice for a $30 start. We made Matt Nichols prepay. He's turned about to be a fantastic customer. He's watching every night now. We made him prepay. He's back every night. He's like, I'm waiting for more. Show me the vintage. I want to see the vintage. Next thing I have in the Japanese bin is going to be the Beatles, actually. The Beatles at the Hollywood Bowl. This is a UK Flag Series number 30. UK Flag Series number 30. It is in the original anti-static sleeve. Very nice vinyl. Has the Japanese inner sleeve and the booklet. Gatefold jacket. Just a couple spots of discoloration. The Beatles is a $35 start over here. Next thing is this. Iron Maiden has a new bid for $205. James Bullock, you're outbid. Matt Nichols on Rosalind Collins Band, Chris Cornell 30, Chris Cornell 30, Chris Cornell 35. Is Diana Ross OG? Yes, it is. Now we have, that was all one crate, leftovers. $6.99, $6.99, $6.99, and the Allman Brothers was $9.99. Now we're restarting another crate. Here's where don't forget, we're going to be doing new vinyl on sale tonight too. I still got to pull some August stuff. I see a whole crate of August here. There's a whole crate of August over there. We got more new vinyl due on sale. First thing I have, though, is the Beatles for just $19.99. A purple capital label, beautiful reissue, mid-70s of the Beatles story, $19.99. Am I cut off for tonight? No, we don't cut off anybody. No buying limits. There is no buying limits. You can buy as much as you want to. The Beatles is $19.99. These are marked down to $9.99. Wow, Fleetwood Mac and OG Mirage. Moog synthesizer, the Electrics of Dick Hyman, and Rick Ocasek from the Cars, This Side of Paradise. Those are all $9.99. The Beatles was $19. Iron Maiden is officially sold to John Kaiser for $205. That is sold. Chris Cornell has a high bid at $40 with Craig. Nobody's bid on the Beatles yet. That's a $35 start. Melanie Jennings wants Diana Ross. I'm assuming that's if the other person's passing. I'll make sure they say yes or no. This is $6.99. That's sold to Melanie Jennings. And then these are left over for $6.99. Fresh Air 4, $6.99. Peter Frampton, I'm in you, Shrink and Hop, $6.99. Nashville with Love, Chet Atkins, $6.99. Lilies of the Field soundtrack, that's $6.99. And Charles Lloyd is $6.99. Garrett Seifert on Fleetwood Mac Mirage for just $9.99. Thank you on that one. And Chris Cornell and the Beatles. Details on Chris Cornell. High bid right now is $40 with Craig Sweden. It is a 2018 USOG sealed, which is the first print run of that they did of that in 2018. It's at $40 and we're about to sell it. We're also about to make the Beatles a buy it now, and it's time for the next Iron Maiden. Boy, we got some interesting ones in here. I don't recognize. Let's do this one right here. Here is the picture disc, Iron Maiden. A 2012 limited edition. I think y'all remember the other night we had all these. I think we had all of them except this one. And there it is. It's going to go up for a $55 start. That's now up for bid. And Matt Nichols gets Peter Frampton for $6.99. Okay, so here's the leftover of these. Let's get them sorted by price, okay? Those are $9.9, $19. These are $6.6, and that's $9, okay? So very simply, if not, we're going to bundle everything that's left. We got the Beatles story for $19.99. Moog synthesizer, Electrics of Dick Hyman. Rick Ocasek, those are $9, and so is the Allman Brothers and Shrink. Those are all $9.99. The $6.99 records are Tom Jones, Help Yourself. Tony Bennett, I Left My Heart in San Francisco. Fresh Air 4. From Nashville of Love, Chet Atkins, Lilies at the Field, and Charles Lloyd. Final chance to claim something out of there before I offer them as a bundle, and then poof, they're all going to be gone. And then you're going to be like, hot diggity dang, why didn't I just go ahead and buy those when they were right there in front of me? I had a chance, and I just let them slip through my fingers, just like that. It's about time for me to go get my first Monster Energy drink of the night. About time to get some Monster in me. We have Iron Maiden 55, Iron Maiden 55, Chris Cornell $50. Steve Riley on Fresh Air. There you go, Steve. I was waiting for that. Sell that to Steve for $6.99. Matt Nichols on Rick Ocasek for $9.99. Okay, so Chris Cornell still getting bids. Now it's at $50. The Beatles is a buy it now for $35. One of the few official live albums ever released by the Beatles. Why? Two reasons. One, they didn't tour all that long. If you count the United States, they played hundreds and hundreds of shows over in Germany. Oh my gosh, at the Cavern Club and then the Star Club. They played hundreds and thousands of shows, really. I mean, I think literally thousands of shows. But over here in America, they did very few touring for a couple years, and very few of it was recorded. Not much of it was recorded high quality. So there's not a lot of great recordings of the Beatles playing live. $35 on that. That's one of the few. David F. wants the Chet Atkins for $6.99. Iron Maiden's at $75. Iron Maiden's at $56. And Chris Cornell. The Iron Maiden picture disc looks like the singles. So what they do is they make them look like the singles from the that era of the albums. So it's the full album. The music is their full debut album. The picture disc looks like the singles. Okay? And yeah, I guess you could say the third reason, it was really hard for them to get out in public. Probably more than any other band ever, because the security wasn't in place like it is now for people to tour and stuff like back then. They didn't have the sound system. It was just crazy. So there's very few recordings of the Beatles that's high quality enough for them to release, and this is one of them. Yeah, the German stuff was, I mean, a lot of this is like a tape recorder they had next to the stage or something. So, yep, one of those lost things that there's no way to ever recover it. So you had to have been there. And even if you were there, it probably didn't sound all that great. So they retired in 1966. There it is. Thank you, Craig. Candlestick Park, and they never did play another show. And that's before they released Sgt. Pepper's, Magical Mystery Tour, the White Album, Abbey Road, all that stuff, Revolver. Well, Revolver was kind of out. I guess some of those, they were in the process. I don't think it was actually out though, when they played that last show in Candlestick Park. So they did a lot better just not touring. They didn't have to, so. Iron Maiden's at $70, and Chris Cornell's about to sell for $50. Okay? And I think we're done. And let's bundle these, okay? We have this right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Even including the Beatles. So let's make those last 7 records $20, and I'll make that just $15 if you're buying everything. So $35 for everything. $35 for everything in there. So that's making those about less than $3 a piece, and marking that back down to $15. It was already marked down to $20. Bundle deal for that, $35. If you want them, just say bundle. They're still bidding on Iron Maiden. Let's go ahead and put up another auction, and that next auction is Talking Heads, remaining light. Talking Heads. This is a 1980 US Winchester OG. With insert VG++ minus EX, and let's put this up for a $30 start. And we have Eric Van Leuven says, I asked for Charles Lloyd earlier. You talking about here live? Oh, he did. This is sold to Eric Van Leuven for $6.99. Okay, so let's make the bundle price instead. Let's sell what's left to Tim Grandstaff. What did I say, 35? Let's sell him everything that's left for... we'll do those for $17 and $15. So we'll knock off another $3. So sell those to him for $32. Okay. So how about $32 now for everything that's left? Those are sold to Tim Grandstaff. I keep wanting to say grand. It's grind. Okay. Those are sold to him. Okay. There's that. And McCartney. Yeah, Santa Barbara. We had a customer there. I can't believe it. Jeff Brent RTO. I don't know if he's watching, but he was at that show, which was a crazy show because tickets were free. They were given away in a lottery system. And I checked on prices for the people that were selling them. It cost, I think, to get into the door at that McCartney show last night was like $5,000 or $7,000. I've never seen a show that expensive for him. Incredible. And yeah, he opened with Help, which he hadn't played in decades. So, man, that was crazy though. But yeah, we had a customer that was there. All right, let's go ahead and sell this. Chris Cornell, time for more new stuff. Let's go through some new stuff like never shown before. Chris Cornell sold a 007 Platinum for $50. Iron Maiden is still getting bids. This is a final call to John Kaiser for $75. The bidder before him was James Bullock, and Talking Heads is now up for a $30 start. $30 start on that. It was just insane prices to get in that McCartney show, I guess, last night. Small arena. That's how it's going to be in Nashville. So I'm fortunate I've already locked in a ticket. Otherwise, I think it's going to get more and more expensive. What else did he played? Something else he hadn't played in a while. Coming up. Yeah, coming up. All right, here we go. The Beatles. Don't get me down a rabbit hole. I'll be here talking about them all night. Let's go ahead and find our first crate of new vintage stuff. We're going to go through new check condition stuff, and rarely, I don't do this, we're going to make, because the rest of the night's probably going to be discount stuff, including all the newest stuff over here John's marked. Let's go ahead and make all these best offer, okay? Oh my gosh, he even put a, we need to put that up for auction. Let me see what else he's putting here. Oh my gosh. Let's see what he's got there. We'll put that up for auction too. All right, I've only pulled 2 records out, and I even left some Black Sabbath in here, so here we go. First thing we have is how much is the Megadeth with Def Leppard to the right of it. These are 500-piece jigsaw puzzles. All this right here, these are 500-piece puzzle, 500-piece puzzle, 500-piece puzzle, and 500-piece puzzle. $24.99. Okay? Santa Barbara, 4,500. Yeah, that's a small venue. I think that's what does the Pinnacle in Nashville hold? I think that's about what the Pinnacle in Nashville is going to hold, it looks like. Iron Maiden is an official 2012 limited edition picture disc. John Kaiser had it for $75. It's a final call. Talking Heads is a no bid. It's a buy now for $30. Let's get some other auctions going, okay? Next thing is this. We have Gojira, the Way of All Flesh. Gojira is a limited edition 500 on blue and white split colored vinyl, sealed, and this is a $50 start. Dan McCauley bid $75 on Iron Maiden way before everybody else. Dan McCauley bid $75 on Iron Maiden almost 7 minutes ago. Now, Dan, you hadn't said anything, but yeah, Dan McCauley's the high bidder at $75. $75 on that. Okay, and over here, Chad, you're definitely are responsible for the Mount Enjoy Led Zeppelin Day, but I can't get on the Beatles train. Maybe I hadn't showed you the right stuff yet. Now, if I tell somebody Led Zeppelin, in my opinion, everything, I'd be like, you can listen to everything, you're going to enjoy it. Now, a lot of people don't like the early Beatles stuff, like I Want to Hold Your Hand, and I Saw Her Standing There. That's what some people like, and they don't like the tripped out stuff, you know, or they don't like the more defined sound. But you know, some people's like, I can't listen to She Loves You, Chad. That's just not my thing. So maybe I have to get you on the right stuff. Okay, Iron Maiden's at $80. That's still getting bids. And Gojira's now up for bid. Gojira is a 2013 limited 500. So that's on colored vinyl, which is now out of print. And it's sealed. It's a $15 start. Talking Heads was a 1980 U.S. Winchester OG with the original insert and the original inner sleeve. It's nice. VG, or a nicer copy, VG++ EX. It's only a $30 buy it now. Okay? Most people like the Beatles' drug days. Yeah, they like it when they stopped touring. They got in the studio, started experimenting with drugs, and from everything Revolver and on. So, but yeah, some people don't like the Yesterday, you know. That just like, whoa, what's going on here? Okay, we have Duran Duran. This is a Japanese pressing of of Arena, which is live Duran Duran, and this is going to go up for a $35 start. Gojira is a $50 start, Cindy, not $15. $50 start. Everything in here is best offer. These are new arrivals that have never been shown before. ZZ Top VG Plus condition, $22.99. $22.99. ZZ Top El Loco. Also, Fame is VG Plus $14.99. That is the soundtrack for Fame. Also, we have Black Sabbath, Heaven and Hell. VG Plus $39.99. That is an OG pressing of Black Sabbath's Heaven and Hell. Straight price, $39.99. Some of these should just be grabbed. I may not be too negotiable on some of them, but it doesn't always hurt to ask, right? A lot of these, I hope, just get claimed immediately because normally I don't take offers on the new check condition stuff. I am tonight because we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 new vinyl crates that have never been gone through before. Black Sabbath is sold to Eric Van Leuven, then Ryan Mustaine, then Brian Stern. Wow, Scorpions, Fly to the Rainbow. EX condition on this, $27.99. Iron Maiden is at 100 with James Bullock. Everybody else is out. Gorgira is about to be a bot now. James Allen did get Talking Heads for $30. That's sold to James Allen. The Cars, their self-titled debut, VG condition, $14.99. A great one for the Beatles, if you actually don't like the early stuff, is the Blue album. The compilation, the Blue album, that hits on about the Drug Days onwards. That's like with Revolver onwards. I guess they include a little bit of, yeah, I think Help and everything before. But see, you got that stuff like, I know, I like all of it. Yeah, I'm just a fan. I like all of it. Help is one of my favorites. The Night Before and You're Gonna Lose That Girl and Hide Your Love Away. That's some of my favorite Beatles songs right there. How much was Steely Dan? Well, 3 people have asked about Steely Dan. The first person was Trevor Langford. How much was Steely? That's not Steely. It was a black cover. I thought it was. The cover's VG with considerable shelf wear, and it's in VG Plus condition. The Matrix is AA VG Plus on Steely Dan, $14.99. It's in a dreaded cut sleeve like this. I hate this. It's got the original inner sleeve in here, though. Let me just put it back in that. There we go. It's got the original inner sleeve. This is the original inner sleeve. Peg. I've seen your picture. Your name in lights above it. That's a good one. Trevor, then Hessen, and then Stephen Freyu. Okay, now over here, we have S for Scorpions. I'm assuming, Brent, you offered 22, and then Cindy Yarborough claimed it. Okay? Cindy Yarborough claimed it. That is $22, Brent, but somebody claimed it. So, Brent, it's yours, but it would be full price. Iron Maiden has a new bid for $105. Nobody bid on Gorgira, so this is a $35 bot now, and nobody bid on Duran Duran, and this was a $35 bot now. $35 bot now. Duran Duran Arena. So there you have it. Those are bot nows. Gorgira's a $50 bot now, and Duran Duran is a $35 bot now. He's going to pass on the Scorpions at $27.99. So Cindy, this is sold to you at sticker price. Ryan Mustaine says, no, I claim Scorpions. Who was first on this? It was Ryan, Brent, and Cindy. Okay, Ryan was first either way. My bad. Yeah, it was Ryan, Brent, and there was all of a sudden a flurry of activity there. Ryan Mustaine got the Scorpions. He was first, then Brent, then Cindy Yarborough, then Iron Maiden at 105, Buddy Cordova on ZZ Top, BMK 918 wants Steely Dan. Well, there's 3 people before you that's got to say yay or nay. And then we have a pass, and then Iron Maiden 110. Okay, so nobody on Duran Duran for $35. Nobody on Gorgira for $50. Those are no bids. Now, here's the lineup for Steely Dan. The first person was Trevor Langford. I need a sold or pass, please. Hessen, I need a sold or pass. Stephen Freyu, I need a sold or pass. And then it goes to BMK 918. So we'll have to get a lot of sold and pass on those first. And now Iron Maiden over here is... Iron Maiden is at 110 with James Bullock's, okay? Do you have a way to pay with card on Asia? If you make a purchase from us live tonight, you will get an invoice on Monday to your email, $8 unlimited shipping. You won't get a bill from us until Monday. If you have a credit card, a debit card, or a bank account, we can take your money. I hope everybody on earth would have at least a bank account, a credit card, or a debit card. You can pay us. It's through Square. You'll get an invoice. You'll get an invoice on Monday, okay? You'll get an invoice on Monday. Iron Maiden, the most recent bid was James Bullock at $110. $110. It's up to John Kaiser. What did I do with those no bids? I used to lay them here, but then people would ask what the no bids were, and I realized we were probably spending an hour showing no bids every night. So I've started hiding no bids where you can't see them on the camera. There we have it. Back to the check condition stuff. Aerosmith, Night in the Ruts. This is going to be a busy bin. Busy bees here. Aerosmith, VG, $14.99. Neil Young Harvest. There's about 2 that pop up every night. EX Condition. This is $32.99. Steely Dan is VG Plus, $19.99. And then it will be $8 shipping, and it will be sales tax if you're in a state where we have to charge sales tax. You'll get an invoice on Monday. We have Aerosmith, and then we had Neil Young. We have the Police, VG Plus $17.99. I got to make sure we're done on Iron Maiden. I don't think Kaiser set out he did. This is sold to James Bullock for $110. So now we're ready for more new auctions. Next is the Dead Kennedys box set. This is called Dead Kennedys 40. Dead Kennedys 40th anniversary release. This is a 2019 4 LP set with 3 full live shows, sealed, $65 start. Ed Riviera. So there's 2 claims on Aerosmith. There was Aerosmith at 10 and then an Aerosmith claim. Michael, if you want it, it'll be sticker price. Next thing is this. Pat Travers Band. This is EX Edition, $17.99. And Huey Lewis and the News Sports, VG Condition, $9.99. Vintage Collector Series Music, VG Plus, $12.99. Chuck Berry, Donnie and the Juniors, the Monglows, Dale Hawkins, etc. So over here, Michael Freiberger does want Aerosmith at sticker. Ed Riviera was second. Matt Nichols on the Police at $15. Sell that to Matt Nichols for $15. And next thing is this. So I am going to sell Steely Dan to Trevor Langford. So Trevor, make sure you go right now and send our Facebook page. I need a message with your email address and your mailing address. I need an email address and a mailing address. We will invoice you on Monday, $8 in limited shipping. After you pay, give us 24 to 72 hours and we'll ship your order. Michelle Clements wants Huey Lewis in the News Sports. That's sold. Decline is going up right now. Dead Kennedys has 1 bid for $65. Final call. But we also have a big selection of Iron Maiden stuff tonight. Here's Iron Maiden Virtual 11. And this is OG. Wow. 1998 UK Euro OG. Y'all know we bought an incredible Iron Maiden collection. We had all the bootlegs. We had all of this. We had all that. That's what happened with this. We have a lot of OGs here. That's going up for $175 start. And next thing is this. The Del Fuegos, Boston, Mass, EX Edition, $17.99. Marshall Tucker, VG Plus, $9.99. And Sharon Jones and the Dap King, 100 Days, 100 Nights, a 2007 press. 2007 VG Plus, $19.99. And Grape Jam, Moby Grape, EX Edition, $17.99. Iron Maiden is OG, $175 start. And here's another popular one. The Decline of Western Civilization. The Decline of Western Civilization. This is an 83 U.S. reissue, and there's a note from Laura. One of the best soundtracks a documentary ever has ever had. VG Condition, just a $20 start on The Decline. Good luck bidding on that. Also, we have Pink Floyd's Uma Guma, an original Jacksonville press, VG Plus, $29.99 for Pink Floyd Uma Guma, and Traffic Shootout at the Fantasy Factory. Traffic is VG Plus, $14.99. Dead Kennedys is at $80. Iron Maiden's $175 start. Decline's already at $25. Okay, next thing over here is ZZ Top Eliminator. She's got legs. She knows how to use them. VG $14.99. Billy Gibbons can make that sound a lot better. We have Stories at VG Plus $14.99 and Klaatu. This is the Beatles in disguise. I'm just joking. That was the rumor for years. This was secretly a Beatles album. VG Plus $14.99 for Klaatu. And we have Journey. Journey's in VG Plus. This is their debut album, pre-Steve Perry era, $24.99. As you can see, a big demand for The Decline of Western Civilization. This is over here, and this is, let's go to Top Cam, okay? This album's in print. It's never been reissued, okay? Never been reissued. First thing I have is Decline is still getting bids. Iron Maiden, no bid yet. Let me tell you the details on that again. It is OG. It's a 1998 Let me get back to the right camera. 1998 OG with the original inner sleeves, $175 start. First thing is Mortgage Guy Rob on Sharon Jones. That sold to Mortgage Guy Rob for $15. Over here, Darren Chrisman on ZZ Top. Sold to Darren Chrisman. That is sold to him. And then next thing is David F. was next on ZZ Top. Grant Toynton got Journey for $20. Grant, that's sold to you. How do you spell your name so you don't mess it up? It is this page you're watching this show on. It's Collecco. Right over here. When you get to this page, it's called Collecco. All you got to do is click that button that says message. You're watching right here on this feed right here. Make sure you've hit the like button. If y'all haven't done that, you need to. Right here's the live feed. This is what you're watching. Now you can see this infinite loop here. See? Now we're going to show you again through another screen. There's this. And then there's another phone showing you how to do it again. See, it's going to be an infinite loop now. Then that other screen's going to click on it and show you how to do it again. Okay? But when you go back up to the top, right there, you click message, and that's how you send us a message. That's all you got to do. The page you're watching this on right now is where you got to send your information. Collecco. That is the name of our business here in Lebanon. That's what you're watching the feed on. Just send our Facebook page. I need your name. I need your name. I need your mailing address. And even more importantly, I need your email address. Dead Kennedys is at $100. Iron Maiden does have a bid for $175, and Decline is at $45 with Michael Snared. Yep, Fred Cardinal, you're out. All right, let's keep going through this crate. The Who's next? On the Decca label, We Won't Get Fooled Again. No one knows what it's like to be That is Behind Blue Eyes. Klaatu is sold to the Useless Eaters for $10. The Doors, 13 tracks, EX $27.99, Decline $46.47, Spirit is VG Plus $14.99, Styx Paradise Theater, EX Condition $17.99, Too Much Time on My Hands, EX $17.99 on that. War, The World is a Ghetto, VG $12.99. The Who Face Dances with poster, that's EX $22.99. Buddy Cordova on The Who, Bob O'Reilly, Out Here in the Fields. That's my best Roger Daltrey impression. The Police, Ghost in the Machine, VG Plus $17.99. Huey Lewis is VG Plus $14.99. And Outside Inside the Tubes, EX $19.99. Next thing, Chris Frazier wants Styx for $15, but Chad's already claimed it at full price. Good thing is, though, you're first. So, Chris, if you want this, it will be $17.99. If not, I'll give it to Chad Smith. Dan Moran, you were second on The Who. The Decline's at $50. We have an offer on War for $10. War for $10. And that is sold to Eric Van Leuven for $10. Matt Nichols got The Police. That is sold. Chris Frazier got Styx at full price. And we got 10 Years After, VG Plus, $14.99. My crate's full. Let me go ahead and swap out because we're about to start working on filling up another. Boy, we got some great vintage LPs to go through tonight. Holy guacamole, Batman. Holy New Year's Eve. About time for a monster, too. It is time for a monster. I've been saying that. Wow, John's got an NXS over here in the crate. I bet there's some wonderful stuff coming up tonight. We got all these sealed albums still to run. Holy moly. Okay, first thing we have, goodness gracious, Travis Wood, wow, on the tubes. That's sold to Travis for $15. Dead Kennedys, I hope we were done. The last thing I remember is sold to Kelly Vlodarchek for $100. Iron Maiden, one bid, sold $175 to John Kaiser. Decline, though, is at $55 of Michael Snare. That's still getting bids. What is the next auction? The next auction is Clutch. Robot Hive Exodus with bonus 7-inch and 2 additional tracks, remastered, limited edition colored vinyl, and an autographed insert. Wow, a lot of stuff with that one. $50 start. That was all new check condition. Wow, we obliterated almost all that. First, let's put up another Japanese pressing. And don't forget, we got on sale new vinyl tonight, too. I'm about to sort a whole crate. And just like we did last night, and just like we start the show, it's that time of the month to reduce inventory. We're going to do a quick low start auction on this. ABBA, the album, is a $15 start. Japanese pressing on that. Decline still getting bids. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. Make sure you've messaged our page. I need your email address, mailing address, phone number, social security number, date of birth, how many tattoos you have, if you have any body piercings, favorite ice cream, dog's name, mother's maiden name, best friend's pet's name, street of where you grew up on. Yeah, I need all that. I also need your bank account, your routing number, your father's, mother's maiden name, which would be your grandma, grandmother. The first video game system you had, first concert you've been to, last concert you've been to, name of your first girlfriend, name of your first boyfriend, the name of the person, the worst relationship you've ever been in. I need all your personal information. Your favorite Led Zeppelin song. Your political party. Who you voted for in the last presidential election. No, please don't share that. I don't want any wars breaking out, okay? Okay, here we go. First thing is this. The Klein was at $60, now $62. The Klein $65. And here we have over here is this. First thing we have is, yeah, I think probably everybody would have shared about everything except that last couple questions. Neil Young over here is sold. Neil Young over here is sold to this. This is EX, and this is sold to, we had an offer on this. Chad Smith got Neil Young for $27. There we go, okay? Here we go. The last bid on the Klein is $66. Clutch, let's look at this one more time. Clutch is a 2020 US Euro reissue, limited to 7,500 on silver and gold vinyl with signed insert and a bonus 7-inch. That is a $50 start. No bid yet on Clutch. ABBA's a $15 start, and Fred Carnell has bid, and they're still bidding on the Klein. Quick recap on the check condition stuff. We have the Cars, their self-titled debut, VG Condition, $14.99. Moving in Stereo, the Fame soundtrack, VG Plus, $14.99. Pat Travers, EX, $17.99. Vintage Collectors Music Comp, VG Plus, $12.99. The Del Fuegos was EX, $17.99. Marshall Tucker, VG Plus, $9.99. Grape Jam, Moby Grape, EX, $17.99. Pink Floyd, VG Plus. Now, John just put Jacksonville Press. One of the most complex Pink Floyd records to look up is this one. It's a headache. It probably is an OG from '69. Most of them are, but they did repress them in like early 70s. But it's still a vintage copy of Pink Floyd Uma Guma. Next is Traffic, VG Plus, $14.99. The Clutch is Robot Hive Exodus. Robot Hive Exodus on that one. And Stories is VG Plus, $14.99. The Doors is EX, $27.99. Spirit is VG Plus, $14.99. And then The Who, EX, $22.99. Huey Lewis is VG Plus, $14.99. And 10 Years After, VG Plus, $14.99. The Decline over here. The Decline, Michael, $67. Fred Cardinal, you're out. Craig's in on Clutch at $50, or excuse me, Fred's in on Clutch at $50. ABBA's at $17. Pink Floyd was VG Plus, $29.99. Let's get into another crate. These are going to be right here behind me, so if you change your mind, don't worry about it, okay? Because I have them right here, and you can claim them at any time, any place. Anytime, any place. I think this is a crate of new vinyl here. Is this August stuff? There's some August stuff in here. Let me do a little bit of sorting around. Give me 1 second. There's all of a sudden just stuff absolutely everywhere. Let me move this stuff here. We got so many. I was just looking through all of John's stuff here. So many things here. Vintage Friday crate. I want to do some on sale new vinyl. That's all $6.99 stuff there. But we need to try to knock out as much new vinyl on sale as we can. That's tonight's newest stuff. What's the dates on these? Early September. Okay. August. Yeah, here's an August crate. This is all going to be on sale. Okay, here we go. And yeah, y'all are going to like this one. I'll probably just mark them as I get to them, and then I'll sort them in the end. All on sale new vinyl. Mostly early September, and August in here. So yeah, all this is eligible for discounts. Yeah, let's just do this whole crate. Man, there's great titles in here too. Great titles in here too. Let's do it. First thing we have is we had a question about Pink Floyd. Grant, if you decide you want it, let me know. David F. wants Marshall Tucker. You got it. I've got all those right here next to me. Marshall Tucker. That was a long, hard ride. Don't forget, I got a new Ozzy Funko. I still got them in stock. They're $29.99. They're flocked. He's flocked. See? Flocked. He even has like hair on them. Bark at the Moon Funko is $29.99. $29.99. I have David F. on Marshall Tucker. And then What's Decline? Paul Peterson wants to know what decline. Grant offer $24 for Pink Floyd. Sold for Uma Guma. $24. Whoops. Ozzy just fell. He's had a little bit too much something. Also, this one's a little dusty. What is this right here on it? That's going to come off. Something. I need to clean. Whatever that is will come off. I got 2 more, though. Okay. Sell this one here. Let me actually go get one of the other ones for Greg Smith. So, Greg, I got you down for an Ozzy Funko. Now I've got 2 left. Yeah. I got 2 left. Sell one to Greg Smith. $29.99. Okay, Greg Smith got one. Now, let's go back up to the top. Oh, man. So, Dan McCauley wants Huey, and Duran Duran is still available. You're talking about Duran Duran Arena, right? That was a Japanese pressing for $35, and Huey Lewis is still available. We sold Sports, but we do have the album left called Picture This. I've got you down for Picture This, if that's what you're talking about. We're down at the bottom. Okay, so let's run this down because I think we can definitely sell Clutch, though. No, it did get another bid, too. All right, let's just update everything. Everything's getting updated then. First thing we have here is the decline of Western civilization. This is a 1983 U.S. reissue. The Decline of Western Civilization, Part 1. The vinyl's in VG condition, and the most recent high bid on the decline. The most recent bid on decline was the following. I'm showing Michael Snared at $67. $67. Fred Cardinale. Michael has it for $67. Next over here is Clutch. Fred, you was outbid. Farmer Redman has Clutch at $52. And Fred Cardinale has ABBA at $25. David just bid $26. Everything in this crate's going to be on sale. And I don't really have them sorted. I'll try my best to just do it on the fly. There's going to be a couple different price points. It's either going to be $29, $24, or probably 20% off. And 20% off is anything I do on usually stuff 39 or higher, especially stuff 44 and higher. All right, so the first thing is Fleetwood Mac, the Rhino all analog high fidelity. These were $38.99, so let's do these for $29. That's $9 off, and as y'all know, we rarely discount new vinyl. I do it once a month, and that's at the end of the month or the first of the month, depending on when I need to do it based on flow of inventory. We need to do it right now because I have a ton of stuff, and it's going to take us yesterday, today, and probably we'll be doing some new stuff again tomorrow. Fleetwood Mac is $29.99. There's 2 copies. an amazing sounding record. Also $29.99. That's crazy to have Jimmy Page and the Black Crowes marked down, but I only have one copy. Jimmy Page and the Black Crowes, $29.99 for that. And I've only got one copy of Motorhead. Let's do that for $29. That's $7 off. $29.99. $29.99 for Motorhead. And this one is No Sleep Till Hammersmith. $29.99 on that one, okay? So next thing is this. Clutch got a new bid for $55. Farmer Redman's out. Fred Cardinale wants a Rhino Reserve. Sold to Fred for $29.99. Donna also wants a Fleetwood Mac for $29.99. Did I call this Hi-Fi? Not Hi-Fi, Rhino Reserve, sorry. They're doing Rhino Reserves and they're doing Rhino Hi-Fi. That's Rhino Reserve. They're still all analog. Now Clutch has a new bid for $56. Ed Riviera gets Jimmy Page. So Fleetwoods were $29. This is $29. Edwin was first, then Chad Smith, then Dwayne Worley, and Fred Cardinale gets Motorhead for $29.99. Mark Lent next on Page and Crows. Let's mark these down to $24.99. Brand new sealed Van Halen 2 remasters, $24.99. How about sealed brand new David Lee Roth OG Skyscrapers? These I've been selling for $28. Let's make them $22.99. $22.99 for OG copies of Skyscraper. I've only got one that I know of. I've sold most of them, $22.99. Okay, decline. Wow, these are still getting bids. The last bid, Mortgage Guy Rob went out. Fred Cardinale, I don't think you ever bid, Fred. I want to make sure, and I don't think you said done either. This has been a confusing one. The last bid on the decline was Michael Snared at $67. Michael Snared, $67. Fred went out. This is sold to Michael Snared for $67. He did say out. Clutch, Farmer has this for $56. Fred bid $60. ABBA is sold to David Johnson for $26. Fred gets a Van Halen for $24.99. David F. gets a Van Halen for $24.99. David Lee Roth is sold to Mike Quadrini for $22.99. The Darkness, Permission to Land. Gatefold jacket, $24.99. I Believe in a Thing Called Love. I've got two of them. Those were $33.99. They're still bidding on Clutch. Don't forget, we're selling Iron Maiden records tonight. We got some rare ones like Iron Maiden, the best of the B-sides, an unofficial 4 LP set. Wow, 4 LPs, Iron Maiden with poster. Let's take a look at that. With poster. Wow, how cool is that? It's got all their singles because it's called B-Sides Collection. Wow, that's a really cool poster. And that's going to go up for an $85 start. We've been selling a lot of great Iron Maiden stuff. That's up for bid. Iron Maiden Killers puzzle is $24.99. Darkness sold to Eric Van Leuven for $24.99. There's one left. Let's see. Let's do these 20% off. These were $44.99. Let me get my other phone over here for a calculator. Should be 33. Give me 1 second. $44.99. This is going to be $35.99. So Metallica Death Magnetic is now $35.99. Excuse me. It's a Gatefold 2 LP. That's the 20% off price. Clutch is still getting bids. Iron Maiden already has bids for $85 and $86. Next auction, let's visit the Japanese crate. We're chipping away at these. We should get through them all tonight. Next is going to go up right now. This is Beach Boys 15 Big Ones. This is going to go up for a $25 start. Near Mint Minus, clean. $25 start on that. Metallicas are sold out. $35.99. And the first one goes to Fred Cardinale. The second one goes to Dwayne Worley. Then JetBlue, then Buddy Cordova. The next album's a Metallica, so let me skip over that so there's no confusion. Let's do another Darkness. Motorheart. We'll do that one for $29. That one was originally $37. So $29 for the Darkness. And let's go ahead and reduce Black Sabbath, wow, to just $24.99. $24.99 for Black Sabbath's debut. And I'm pretty sure there's two more up front on the racks. I'll go ahead and do two. There's two more up front on the racks. $24.99 for Black Sabbath. And for the first time since they came in, I'm down to the last 4 copies of Spinal Tap. Let's make these $29.99. That's called This Is Spinal Tap. $7 off. That's my last 4 copies, $29.99 on those, okay? Right now, here's the deal with the auctions. Clutch. The last bid was Farmer Redman at $61. Fred Cardinale, you're outbid on Clutch, okay? JetBlue gets a Black Sabbath for $24. 007 gets a Black Sabbath for $24. There are 4 Spinal Taps left for $29. Here's the other Metallica. It was originally $46. This is Reload. The 20% off price on this would be $37.59. $37.59. This is Gimme Fuel, Gimme Fire. The Memory Remains. Fortune Fame. Bill Samus wants a Black Sabbath. Let me go get the last 2 off the rack up front. Yeah, we got so much. Yeah, because we're going to be going through stuff tonight, and then I have the stuff up here on the racks, and then we have more crates back here behind me. So yeah, we've all of a sudden just got a lot of stuff. Bill, I got you a Black Sabbath, and I went ahead and pulled the last one off the shelf. So if anybody's out on that, here's the last one, $24.99. That's so to Bill Samus, there's 1 left, okay? Great stuff here. Next thing is Clutch has a new bid for $65. Farmer Redman's out. Chad Sauls wants an Aussie Funko. There's now 1 Aussie Funko left. Bark at the Moon. 1 Aussie Funko left. Bark at the Moon. I have 1 left, okay? I'm going to go ahead and set these in here on the table, along with the Chevy Chase autograph we sold tonight. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in on this Tuesday. Tomorrow, another great plethora of auctions. A little bit later tonight, after we go through all of our vinyl, and I think everybody's done buying records, we're going to try to go through some more books again tonight. That should be fun. Both Metallicas are sold, $37.59. These are sold and sold, $37.59. The Beatles, how about $29.99 for a Revolver? So $7. We sold out of Rubber Souls earlier today. That was on sale, $29.99 for a Revolver. And Prince, a bootleg, Rock Over Germany. Let's do that just for $24.99, yellow vinyl. Clutch is officially sold to Fred Cardinale for $65. Iron Maiden's at $105 of Danny Thomason. A 4LP unofficial, it's called The Best of B-Sides. Now it's at $110. Beach Boys is a buy it now for $25. No bid on Beach Boys 15 big ones. You can pick that up for a $25 buy it now if anybody wants it. $25 buy it now for that. We have just a few no bids over here. I'll show those in just a second. First is Prince, is sold to Donna for $24.99. And then Danny wants to see the Aussie Funko. He said Aussie question mark. I guess that means he wants to see it. Well, there's 1 left. And now there's 0 left. Hiram's claimed it, but you asked first. Aussie Bark at the Moon. This is a new Funko. Flocked. $29.99. Danny, you can say sold or pass. Did Pickle get reload? Pickle did get reload, yes. Beach Boys sold to Eddie Bruce for $25. Thank you on that one. And do you need the new vinyl from up front crated up? No, I don't think I'm going to get to that tonight. I got plenty back here. Plus, I need it for up front for when the store opens tomorrow. So I'm going to wait and just do that probably tomorrow. The Clash, let's do this 20% off. $49.99 at 20% off. So the Clash is now just $39.99, remastered 3LP. Danny on Bark at the Moon. Hiram Aponte, do you want to go on a waiting list? It's all up to you, sir. Hiram Aponte, do you want to go on a waiting list? That would be totally up to Mr. Hiram. Just let me know. Hiram Aponte, if you want to go on a waiting list. Okay? Next thing over here is who got the other reload? Reload, nobody. Oh, yeah, Dwayne Worley. Pickle got 1 and Dwayne Worley. Okay, Fred Cardinale got the Clash. That's $39.99. We need new auctions. Iron Maiden is a final call to Caleb Howe for $110. Danny Thomason, it's up to you. We have a request for the details. We can do that, but let's go ahead and put up another auction. The Cure. This is The Cure Blood Flowers. First official reissue of this album. There was a vinyl pressing of the OG in 2000, and then this. So this was pressed in 2000 on vinyl, rare. very tough to get. And then this pressing in 2020, which they did a limited edition of picture disc, and that's a $95 start on the Cure. This is called Iron Maiden Best of B-Sides. It is a 4 LP unofficial, made in Europe. It has a poster with it, and everything is EX or better. It's called Best of B-Sides. Danny has it for $115 right now. The Cure's a $95 start. We're also going through a crate of on-sale new vinyl. This is criminal that this next album's on sale. Absolutely criminal. That means if you buy it, there's a good chance you could get arrested, so be careful. This is Metallica Garage Day. A triple LP, 20% off, makes this $47.99. $47.99. Metallica Garage Inc. $47.99. Wow. Turn the page. Whiskey in the Jar. Garrett Cypher gets one. There's one left. Also, let's mark down Kiss to $24.99. Dynasty remastered for just $24.99. The last and only other Metallica I have is So to Mike Quadrini. So to Mike Quadrini. That means, James Bullock, you're third, and unfortunately I only have 2 of those. The Cure's a final call for a $95 start. Iron Maiden's at $120 with Caleb Howe. Is this numbered? It is numbered 196 of 500. It is numbered 196 of 500. Scott Dwallow got Dynasty for $24.99. Over here, we have How Do I Pay the Pre-Order, Now or Later. If you bought something tonight, you will get invoiced on Monday. Not tomorrow, not Thursday, not Friday, Saturday, or Sunday. You won't get an email from us until Monday. Till Monday. One second. Okay, so first thing I have is this. We sold Dynasty, and then Iron Maiden's at $125. 20% off on this. Alice Cooper, wow. And I think this was a special request, and then I ordered one extra, and I've had it literally for about a month now. So there it is, Alice Cooper. That's also 20% off of $59.99. So $47.99 on that. Unbelievable. Van Morrison at $29.99. We'll do $5 off on those. Those should not be discounted. $29.99. Van Morrison Moondance, $29.99. And then we have Jane's Addiction, 20% off on this. 20% off on this is $35.99. That is $44.99, 20% off, which makes Jane's Addiction $35.99. X-Wing wants a Van Morrison for $29. And we have 9 Inch Nails. Wow, 9 Inch Nails at $46.99. 20% off makes this $37.49. Iron Maiden's a final call. I got to make sure Caleb Howe and Danny Thomason's done. I haven't heard back from them. David Saunders is about to get it for $125. Nobody been on the Cure. The Cure is a $95 buy it now. $95 buy it now on the Cure. No bid on that. Mike Quadrini gets 9 Inch Nails for $37.59. Jay Nutri gets 9 Inch Nails for $37.59. That leaves Jane's Addiction. Craig Thomas gets the Cure for $95. Great price on that. And Queens of the Stone Age is now $35.99. That is 20% off. Wow, not much left in there. Holy moly. Let's go ahead and put up another auction right quick. And this is Portishead Third, a 2008 US OG pressing of Portishead. A $25 start on that. $25 start on that. What albums is the Beatles Drugs albums? Well, when they were recording Revolver, they had started using acid. So everything Revolver on. So Revolver, Sgt. Pepper's, Madrigal Mystery Tour, the White Album. They were all on drugs from there on. I think everybody was, though. The Cure's at $95. And that was sold to Craig, then Thomas, then Fred. Paul Peterson on Queens of the Stone Age. That was sold to him for $37.59. And then Ryan Mustaine needs the revolver. Wow, you got to have revolver. That's sold to him for $29.99. Alice Cooper is sold to Brian C. for $47.99. Analog Productions. And wow, 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 not much left in here. So let's go to the top and show you what's left. First was Spinal Taps. I have just 4 copies left at $29.99. 1, 2, 3, 4. Spinal Tap, and that hadn't been out of print for a long time. Those were $36.99. 4 left for $29.99. The Darkness, Permission to Land, was $24. The Other Darkness was $29. Also, Black Sabbath was $24. Van Morrison was $29. And Jane's Addiction was $35.99, which it was originally $44. And it's on colored vinyl. It is on 30th anniversary double LP pearl vinyl, which has been in print for about, man, that 30th anniversary has been in print for, when was 30th anniversary of this? 2020. This is now 40 years old. No. 30th, no, 1990. Yeah, 1990. Yeah, that's right. Right? Am I crazy? What is this, 35 years. Yeah, this has been in print for 30, the 30th anniversary was 1990, which would have been 2020. So the 30th anniversary has been in print for 5 years. Sorry, I'm having trouble mathing right now. So yeah, this is now a 35th anniversary. This is now a 35th anniversary. Sorry, I forgot what year it was. Am I the only one that still thinks the 90s is 20 years ago? And I still think it's 2020 or something. I feel like we're still stuck in 2020 for some reason. So I'm like, oh my gosh, it's already 2025. And it's about to be 2026 and a couple more blinks of the eyes. A few more Collecco shows and it's about to be 2026. Okay, over here. We got Jared Inc. on Black Sabbath for $24. Brian Hickson says, I'll buy the Jane's Addiction. I'll buy the Jane's Addiction just so Chad can feel better about his math. And that's sold to Brian for $35.99. All right, let's get into another new crate of new arrivals. Best offer. Portishead is a 2008 USOG, a $25 start, no bid. Danny has Iron Maiden for $150. Now Portishead is at $35. There's already a bid for $35, my bid. Yeah, I was about to say, I have said 30th anniversary on that Jane's Addiction for like 5 years. They've kept a, quote, 30th anniversary in print on colored vinyl for 5 years. I wish other people would do that. What they need to do now is just say that it's in print and it's not a 30th anniversary, because now it's gotten 35. They could change the hype sticker. All they got to do is change the hype sticker. 35 years now. Okay, this is a great crate. We're going to do everything in here. Buy it now, best offer. Hope everybody's ready. This is a crate of new vintage. More new vinyl on sale coming up next. But we got to keep it balanced out a little bit more tonight with some vintage, okay? Let's do this right here. Portishead's about to sell, and Iron Maiden's about to sell to Danny. I don't think Fred Cardinell had set out. Fred, if you're out, then I need to know on Iron Maiden. I think you were the only other bidder. And then if not, we're going to go ahead and sell it. Let's grab another Japanese pressing over here and see what's going on. I don't remember any of the 90s. No, not at all. No. But let's see. Vaguely, let's see. Some of my earliest memories, we still lived in Cookville before we moved to where I grew up, essentially. I was less than 5 years old. I kind of could remember that first house we lived in. So that was technically the 90s, but that's about it. Okay, we have Pablo Cruz. Let's not do this one right now. Wrong record. Ha! That was a tease. We have Hall & Oates, Big Bam Boom. Hall & Oates is going to go up for a $15 start. Here we go. The Best of Spirit, $19.99. I got a line on you. Orange Label, $19.99. These are all best offer. Bruce Springsteen, Tunnel of Love. Bruce is $19.99. Eddie Money, Nothing to Lose. Eddie Money's $14.99. John Cougar in shrink and hype, 24. Right off the bat, everything in here is remarkably nice. Super, super nice records. Iron Maiden is sold to Danny Thomason for $150. Danny, the Iron Maiden is sold to you for $150. Let's put that away. And guess what? There's more where that came from. Can you get me a Metallica Reload? A Reload? A Metallica Reload? Well, I can, but it would be $46.99, not for the on-sale price. The on-sale new vinyl is a one and done. Portishead is sold for $35, and that's sold to James Bullock. He gets Portishead for $35. Hall & Oates is a $15 start. Next Iron Maiden is going up right now, and this is Rock in Rio, limited edition triple picture disc, and original from 2002. The top seam does have some splits. The top seam right there, make sure you can see that. See some splits. That's a $95 start, but everything else is nice, okay? Everything in here is buy it now best offer. And so far, everything in here is really clean and really nice, okay? We have John Cougar, Eddie Money, Bruce Springsteen, and Spirit. Next is Then and Now, The Best of the Monkees, $24.99. It also has some cool inserts with it. Next is America, and this one's $9.99. And this one's called Silent Letter. Eddie Money is sold to Travis Woods for $10. Sell that to Travis for $10. Next is Angel Pavement, Maybe Tomorrow, a 2003 UK. Looks like a 60s group. $24.99 on that. Four Tops Live, Reach Out, I'll Be There, $19.99. And Argent all together now. This has their hit song, Hold Your Head Up, $19.99 for Argent. Loverboy Wildside is $19.99. And Leonard Skinner, pronounced Leonard Skinner. It's on the first MCA label, $34.99. Nobody bid on Hall & Oates. That's a $15 buy it now. Full album there, Japanese pressing. Iron Maiden's at $90 with Grant Toynton. Going once, going twice. Next auction is going to go up right now. This is Violent Femmes, and this is The Blind Leading the Naked, an 86 US Allied OG EX edition, $25 start. Moth the Hoople's Greatest Hits. This is $19.99. Moth the Hoople's Greatest Hits with David Bowie's All the Young Dudes. Over here, Mike Quadrini got Hall & Oates for $15. Iron Maiden has a new bid for $100, and Violent Femmes has a bid for $25. Christina third on Hall & Oates, Terry Gerhart fourth. And then we have the Marshall Tucker Band Searching for a Rainbow, $14.99. And Jefferson Airplane, 2400 Fulton Street, a Gatefold 2 LP, $44.99. So everything in here is best offer. Everything in here is best offer. Let me stack this crate right over here. We are just filled up our fifth full crate tonight. A couple of big pre-orders showed up, so we definitely expedited some big sales tonight with some of these big pre-orders showing up. Love to see it. Let's start filling up some more stuff over here. Next thing we have is Kelly Vladicek on Mont the Hoople. Everything in here is really clean and nice too. Right now, Marshall Tucker is sold to Calvin for $10. And we also have Michael Jackson Thriller, $34.99. It has the original on her sleeve. Paul McCartney, Eddie Van Halen, Vincent Price. We were just talking about that, right? Over here, Iron Maiden has a new bid for $100. The first bidder, you're out. And now Violent Femmes is at $31. Next auction is going to go up right now. This is the Allman Brothers, and this is a quad pressing. A quadraphonic pressing, a 74 US and VG Plus condition, a $25 start on that. $25 start on that. Some of the pre-orders that came in for tonight was the following. We had, hold on one second, we had Warrant came in, and Sleep's Holy Mountain. Mother Love Bone on colored vinyl is allocated. They told me they're repressing more for November. They're repressing more for November. So I've liked the first few commenters on that. I'm going to mute my mic right quick. Hope everybody's hit the like button for me on Facebook and YouTube. Busy night tonight. I love it. Our Allman Brothers is a $25 start. David Saunders backing on Iron Maiden. Robert Plant, The Principle of Moments. I'm in the mood for a melody. I'm in the mood. $19.99 for Robert Plant. Rush Hemispheres. Wow, look at this. $99.99. Why? An original Canadian press on red vinyl. That's very cool. Hemispheres on red vinyl. $99.99. Santana Abraxas in shrink wrap with poster. Unbelievable there, too. $34.99 in shrink with poster. And then Cat Stevens, Teaser and the Fire Cat. What a clean-looking copy of that. $14.99. And then Moth the Hoople, Mad Shadows. That's EX edition, $17.99. John Kaiser on Rush. That sold. Final call on Violent Films. The last bid was Mortgage Guy Rob at $31. Scott Dwallow, it's up to you. Robert Plant, two people's offered $15. The first person was Pickle, $23.69. That sold for $15. Christina Curtis was second. Terry Gearhart on Cat Stevens. The Allman Brothers does have a bid for $25. And then Iron Maiden is at $115 with Grant. So 007 and David Saunders, y'all are both out, FYI. We have Todd by Todd Rundgren. That's in shrink wrap, a 2LP, $29.99. And Eddie Money, live for the taking. Eddie Money is $14.99. And then we got John Cougar Mellencamp, Scarecrow. Scarecrow is $19.99. And Kansas, Song for America, shrink wrapped, hop stickered, beautiful top copy, $22.99. Loverboy, Get Lucky, $19.99. Everybody's working for the weekend. The Loverboy album's $19.99. Man, there's some great titles in there. A lot of classic rock essentials, and they're in high grade. Very nice copies. Terry Gearhart gets Kansas. Iron Maiden's at $120. Mortgage Guy Rob, you get Violent Femmes for $31. And the Allman Brothers has one bid with Jay Nutra for $25, and we're about to sell that. Okay, next record in here is NXS. This is Listen Like Thieves, an OG copy with the original inner sleeve, $34.99 for NXS. Listen Like Thieves. David F. on Santana. I was about to say, if no one immediately gets Santana and Rush, those may have to have a second look by me. I may be looking at those going, Next auction's The Cure, and this is Just Like Heaven. Wow. That's like their best song. The Cure, Just Like Heaven. That is an original 1987 UK 12-inch single, super clean, a $35 start. Nice. That's really cool. Just Like Heaven, The Cure, a $35 start on that. Next is Marshall Tucker, Long Hard Ride and Shrink Wrap, $14.99. Ted Nugent, Double Live Gonzo. That's a Gatefold 2LP, $24.99 for live Ted Nugent there. Next thing is Zappa, Ship Arriving Too Late to Save a Drowning Witch, $24.99 on Zappa. And Loverboy, their self-titled album, Gold Stamp promo, $19.99 for Loverboy. Calvin Ward got Marshall Tucker for $10. Moth the Hoople Live is $19.99. And Blackfoot Marauder, Gold Stamp promo strip, Blackfoot is $19.99. Michael Wood on Cougar, and that was probably for this really nice copy here of John Cougar Mellencamp Scarecrow. But also back here earlier, we also had a really nice copy of in Shrink and Hop. But I'm assuming you want Scarecrow. If you want both or the other, let me know. The Allman Brothers is a quadraphonic mix. It's a quadraphonic press, a 1974 VG Plus, and the most recent bid on this was the first bid at $25. The Allman Brothers is at Iron Maiden has a new bid with Grant Toynton at $125. Grant has that at $125. We're about to sell it to him. Next is Fleetwood Mac Live, another Gold Stamp promo, $34.99. Michael did want Scarecrow. Bob Dylan, Slow Train Coming, that's $29.99. And then here's the Allman Brothers' first album. It is a Polydor single LP reissue, or I should say a single pocket jacket. The OG would be on Atco. It would be a gatefold jacket, $34.99 on that. And the Genesis Trick of the Tail, Genesis is $19.99. Over here, The Cure, Just Like Heaven, and I think it's Snow. Let's just go to the label. Boy, it's hard to read. What is the other songs on here? Just Like Heaven, Snow and Summer. I can't read it. I don't really know, honestly. It's so artistic looking, it's kind of hard to even see. It's kind of so, I think right here, Snow and Summer and Sugar Girl. I think that's the other ones. Leonard Skinner is not on Sounds of the South. Allman Brothers has a new bid for $30. Somebody else must have bid. Or was that an offer? That might have been an offer. Jay Nutra offered $30 on this. Slow Train label, Columbia. Terry Gearhart gets Genesis. And then Bruce Springsteen, a 5 LP, live 75 to 85 box set, $49.99. Greg and Dwayne Allman, that's $19.99. This Iron Maiden is sold to Grant Toyton for $125. And Grant, I want to make sure you are registered with us, right? We do have your information. Let me look over here, Grant. Okay, we got your information. Welcome, Grant, to Collecco. Okay, so this Almond Brothers is also sold to Jay Nutria for $25. The Cure has three $35 bids. The first person who bid was Fred Cardinale for $35. Now back here is somebody asked about John Cougar. In Shrink and Hop, $24.99. Slade, Nobody's Fools. Slade was $19.99. The Partridge Family Sound magazine, that's $19.99. And a nice looking copy of Ted Nugent's Cat Scratch Fever. Very little cover wear on that one. Ted Nugent is $14.99. Cat Scratch Fever. Next Iron Maiden. Let's run another one. Here is Iron Maiden, The X Factor. And this is a 1995, a UK original. I don't think I've ever had this come through. A 95 UK original, limited edition clear vinyl with giant, long poster, a giant long poster. Iron Maiden's $195 start. Terry Gearhart on Ted Nugent. So Unbots at $45 on the Cure. This was a spectacular crate of new vintage stuff. Buy it now, best offer. Cougar is sold to Melanie for $20, Melanie Clausen, and Ted Nugent's already sold. I can't go through all these in detail again. You know why? There's 1, 2, 3. There's still 5 more crates like this for me to go through tonight. 5 more like this, and I think I can come up with some more vintage flip crate leftovers for us to go through. So essentially, there's a lot for us to do. I got to start talking faster. That's why I've already cracked open one energy drink. More's on the way. Fred Cardinale gets Slade for $15. Fred, you're also outbid on the Cure. Iron Maiden's $195 start. Might be one of the rarest ones we have tonight. Let's try to finish up these Japanese pressings. I've got Peter Frampton. I'm in you. Peter Frampton's going to go up for a $15 start. This is really cool because it even has a fan club insert with it. He cordially invites you to be in his NU fan club. You can buy a Peter Frampton watch. Look at those watches, folks. You can buy Peter Frampton necklaces, Peter Frampton posters, Peter Frampton t-shirts. Peter Frampton's a $15 start. $15 start. Now, Samantha, there was 2 Lover Boys in here. There was Lover Boy, which is Get Lucky. Everybody's working for the weekend. And then there's Lover Boy, their self-titled debut. So let me know on those. And I'm going to read these titles. Some of these I am going to say the price on because it's like, whoa. Can't believe these hadn't sold over here. And, man, I wanted to show some of these books, too. I got books that I couldn't take pictures of the spines last night that I think are really cool. We might try to show some of those right quick, okay? But before I do anything else, let's get started right here. She wants a self-titled album. I will accept your offer. I will accept your offer for $12, and let's keep going. So we also have The Best of Spirit. Bruce Springsteen, Tunnel of Love is $19. If for some reason I don't say the price on one you're looking for, just ask me. We'll take care of it. Fred, you're outbid on the Cure. It's at $45 now. Next thing is Then and Now, The Best of the Monkees, America. Also, we have Angel Pavement, The Four Tops, Argent all together now. And I forgot about this Lover Boy. We also got Wild Side. It's also $19.99. We have Leonard Skinner, pronounced Leonard Skinner. The first label is a yellow Sounds of the South. This is the first MCA label, which is a black rainbow, $34.99. The Iron Maiden is called The X Factor. Probably one of the rarest ones we're going to have tonight. It's a 95 UK original, near mint minus, double LP clear vinyl with gigantic poster. 195. Peter Frampton is a Japanese pressing, a $15 start. Jefferson Airplane was 44. Michael Jackson 34. Mott the Hoople was actually check condition, EX 17.99. Todd is in shrink wrap, nice copy. Eddie Money, NXS is 34.99. Ted Nugent, Zappa, Mott the Hoople, Blackfoot, Fleetwood Mac Live, Bob Dylan, Bruce Springsteen, and the last two was Partridge Family. And this Greg and Dwayne Allman is actually not a solo album by them two. It's not just Dwayne and Greg Allman. It's actually pre-Allman Brothers recordings. Pre-Allman Brothers recordings. It's from Springboard. This is, Silently, Changing the Guard, Still Want Your Love, I Can't Stand Alone. Yeah, this is like that, that might even be like Almond Joy's recordings. Okay, Skinner at 25. You know what? I'm going to sell it to you. Don't hesitate to make offers. 25 sold to Christina Curtis, and Jeffrey Sapia said Monkeys 15 sold to Jeff Sapia for 15. Fred's Out on the Cure sold to Unbought for $45. Just Like Heaven. Wow. I love that Cure song, Magical. So, John, as soon as you bid 195, Mike Strauss had already locked in his bid, and unbelievably, a nice Peter Frampton Japanese pressing. You can pick it up for just a $15 buy now. I got to go through some of these kind of fast because there's all kinds of other stuff I could be putting up for auction too. We're just trying to chip away at some of these so somebody can get this for a rock-solid price of $15, okay? Hey, I'm here to sell records. Don't ever hesitate to make offers. Of course, I love it when you just go ahead and claim them. That's great. Everything in here is nice and clean. You won't be disappointed. But if you're a person that likes making offers, I'm either going to say yes, no, pass, or counter. Okay? Wild Side is sold to Bob Riger for $12. Sell that to Mr. Riger. Maiden's at $200. Matthew Sherritt gets Peter Frampton for $15. Peter Frampton was a studio album. Jay Neutral was next, and then Ryan Mustaine. Let's go ahead and throw up something else. Hey, guess what? You ask and you shall receive. Leonard Skinner, pronounced Leonard Skinner, on the original Sounds of the South label, a 74 Pinckneyville OG with the company inner sleeve, which is MCA. There is no sound. I've never seen a Sounds of the South inner sleeve. If that exists, it's rare. I've been looking for one because I'm sure that would match very well, but I have never seen a Sounds of the South inner sleeve for an LP. I have seen them for 7-inch singles, but not for the LP. So that is the true first pressing of a defining, important album in music history, Leonard Skinner's debut, a $20 start. It is VG. Rush is already sold. Danny, this gets Dwayne and Greg for 15. And if not, we're going to move right into another crate. Some great stuff still left there. Let me show you the I Can't Believe These Didn't Sell first. Let me show you those first. The I Can't Believe These Didn't Sell, or get an offer at least. The first one would probably be the NXS, just an 80s album there that doesn't come through as often. Probably Michael Jackson, because it always seems like he gets grabbed. That would be the probably top two in there. All right, and now Maiden's at 200. So Mike Strauss, you are outbid. We got plenty more where that came from, okay? First thing is this, though. I have a 1977 U.S. specialty press of Leonard Skinner, of Led Zeppelin 2. It looks like down here on the bottom, it might have got a little wet, and I think Paul tried selling this the other night when I wasn't here. So let's go ahead and reduce this for just a $20 start. Led Zeppelin 2 is a $20 start, okay? Let's do that. Fleetwood Mac was live, $34.99. No, that wasn't a lower crate, but that's her handwriting on that sticker. I'm using that for a divider, trying to keep up with all the new stuff tonight. And Led Zeppelin's just a $20 start. You Need Coolin', Woman I Ain't Foolin', I'm Gonna Send Ya, Back to Schoolin'. Leonard Skinner has a high bid of $25. Zeppelin's a $20 start. If Mike Strauss doesn't bid or doesn't say out, Iron Maiden's about to sell for $200. NXS was $34.99. $34.99. Okay, so let's do, we've got, man, well, I don't have the next crate of on sale new vinyl technically ready. Let me take a peek over here. What is in this one right here? We kind of need to keep it balanced. Early September, early September, early September. I mean, some of these early Septembers, I'm going to go ahead and let them slide, especially if it's something like, we're just down to like 1 copies of so many records here. We're just down to like 1 copies. Yeah, this was a leftover Hatchet Ed. Yeah, all this needs to be discounted here. Okay, I've got another on sale new vinyl crate to do. These are always popular, and we still got 6 crates of new vintage, 5 crates of new vintage we can do. 5 crates of new vintage we can do. Wow. I mean, and it's kind of like the stuff y'all just seen. Plus, there's auctions, there's surprise auctions. It's a great night. Okay, here we go. So I don't have these sorted, so I'll tell you the price on the fly. On sale new vinyl. There was almost nothing left in the last crate. Let's do that again. There is so many, like what I call just single theory record. We're down to like 1 copy of something that hadn't sold, or I would have already ordered it again. But we're down to the last copy. We got to discount them, and there's some Hatchet Ed stuff in here, which means it was putbacks and non-payments, and now that stuff definitely gets discounted if it don't get claimed the first night. But before I get started, I lost Mike Straws, so this is sold to John Kaiser for $200. Lynyrd Skynyrd is an OG. The first 2 Lynyrd Skynyrd albums was on a subsidiary label called Sounds of the South from MCA. That is... that's a subsidiary label. It's the first pressing. Right now, the high bid's $35. Led Zeppelin is a 1977 reissue. No, it's not a $2,000 Robert Ludwig mix. I wish it was. We do have a few Robert Ludwig mixes that's going to be coming for sale in the next 30 days. They're going to be very expensive. Start saving now. That is a 77 reissue. It's a nice copy to put on and play if you don't have one. $20 start, a little bit of water damage to the bottom of the jacket. Nobody has bid. We got LS and LZ. LS and LZ. Led Zeppelin's a $20 start. Here we go, on sale new vinyl. A couple records left from a Laura crate from a while back. St. Vincent. Let's mark this one down. It was $33. St. Vincent's now $24.99. All Born Screaming. The other one was Olivia Rodrigo Guts. Also $7 off on that one. We'll make Olivia Rodrigo $29.99. So St. Vincent 24, Olivia Rodrigo 29. The Cranberries to the Faithfully Departed. Also $7 off. The Cranberries $29.99. We have Tool in Lollapalooza, Texas, a bootleg unofficial. Let's do that one, $5 off, $29.99, and that should be on colored vinyl. By the way, we rarely discount new vinyl. That's why most of this gets grabbed up. That's why most of this gets gone. We rarely do new vinyl on sale. $29.99 for Tool. St. Vincent's called All Born Screaming, $24 on that one. We'll have to do Morgan Wallen at a straight percentage. Let's do this at 20% off, $54.99. That makes Morgan Wallen $43.99. So $11 off is the 20% off price, $43.99 on Morgan Wallen. That's for a triple or quadruple LP. That might be 4 LPs, by the way. The Tool Lollapalooza should be 1993. 1993. Intolerance, Undertow, Sober, Prison Sex, Opiate with Lane Staley. Opiate with Lane Staley from Alice in Chains. Bottom, Jerk Off, Maynard James Keenan interview. That's from Parachute Records. Okay, next over here is the other Morgan Wallen, and this one is Dangerous, the double album, which ironically is a triple LP. And this one is $10 off, $39.99. On sale, Morgan Wallen's there. So those are now discounted accordingly, 20% off. The higher price stuff, I just do straight percentage. Next is Ozzy. Wow. A random copy of Blizzard of Oz was $33. Let's do it for $24. The only one I have. The only one I have, $24.99. Cranberries for $29. Sell that to Mike Codrini. I love the Cranberries. Led Zeppelin did not get a bid. $20 buy now. Didn't get a bid for $30. Now didn't get a bid for $20. That's the lowest I'm selling that for. I promise. Y'all are hurting my feelings. I know I've probably sold everybody and their brother a copy watching, but y'all are hurting my feelings not buying Led Zeppelin albums. J Neutron Ozzy for $24. I'm sure most people already have it or they don't want it. $24.99 for that. That's sold to J Neutron. Hiram was second. Next is Pink Floyd, $24.99. Y'all are hurting my feelings not buying Pink Floyd. Momentary Lapse of Reason, $24.99. New Order is $10 off. Technique is $29.99. $29.99. Next thing, Led Zeppelin. What's the story? A 77 U.S. reissue EX edition. It does have a little bit of water damage. It didn't get a bid for $30. Now it didn't get a bid for $20. It's $20. I mean, Ramble On's on there. Leaves are falling all around. Time, I was on my way. A beautiful song. Still and much obliged. Such a pleasant stay. Now it's time for me to go. What a moonlight's my way. Now I smell the rain, and with it pay, and it's heading my way. Sometimes I grow so tired. Okay, that's my best Robert Plant. I know that absolutely stunk, but that's all I got for you. That was my soft acoustic Ramble On, okay? There it is, and this is sold for $20, and that is sold to X-Wing for $20. Edwin was next, then Brent, okay? First of all, J Neutral got Ozzy, Hiram was second. X-Wing got Led Zeppelin for $20. Edwin was second. Jeremy Todd wants Morgan Wallen Dangerous. Sell this to him for $39.99, 20% off. J Neutral got Pink Floyd for $24.99. Danny was second. Next thing is Fred Cardinale on St. Vincent for $24.99. The Leonard Skinner over here, the last bid on LS was John Kaiser for $45. It's an OG first pressing VG, $45 on that one. Hall & Oates is a Japanese pressing, still in shrink, near mint minus and pristine, a $15 start. Chad Unplugged, Chad Plant, Chad Zeppelin. In the darkest depths of Mordor, I met a girl so pale, but Gollum and the evil one crept up and slipped away. Wow, I love Ramble On. It's just like mystical. Sounds like it's something like, I don't know, it's like from a different dimension. Next thing over here is a 1991 UK pressing of Halloween. Wow, look at this. 1991 UK OG Halloween limited edition with all 5 prints that came. This is a 12-inch single from Halloween that came with 5 prints of the band members. It is complete, and it's going to go up for a $25 start. $25 start on that. Guts is sold to Natasha for $29, and we still got Tool for $29. Morgan Wallen for $43, and New Order is $10 off at $29. Here we go. I have Def Leppard at 20% off. This was $44.99, the best of Def Leppard. So that's now just $35.99. $35.99. AC/DC at just $24.99. Everything in here is an on-sale price. $24.99 for AC/DC, and the Birthday Massacre, Pathways. The Birthday Massacre is the name of the band. That's $7 off at $29.99. Leonard Skinner, we have an out, so this is sold, and this is sold to John Kaiser for $45. That is done. Nobody bid on Hall & Oates. That's a $15 buy it now. Let's put that right over here. And then the Halloween Kids of the Century is called Halloween Kids of the Century, a limited edition 12-inch single with all 5 art prints near mint for a $25 start. $25 start. Fred Cardinale's in. First thing is title on Morgan Wallen. We sold Dangerous. The other one we have is One Thing at a Time. One Thing at a Time. It was $54.99. $54.99. Now that's 20% off, which makes it $43.99. Samantha Harrison's going to get the on-sale Def Leppard, and that makes that $35.99 for Samantha. Halloween has a bid for $25. Michael Freiberger gets the Hall & Oates for $15. Let's put that in a brand new sleeve for him. Thank you. That's being sleeved up right now. Thank you on that one. Next comment is we have, which is Tool. Tool is right here, and this is $29.99. Live, Lollapalooza, Dallas, $29.99. Massacre is sold to Fred Cardinal for $29.99. Next Iron Maiden auction is going up right now. Iron Maiden, a real live one. Wow, look at that one. Holy moly. A 1993 Brazil OG. Whoa. An OG pressing too. Brazil 1993 with the original inner sleeve EX condition. A $65 start. Gatefold jacket, $65 start on Iron Maiden. Pronged, $29.99. Everything in here is on sale. No more, no less. These are the discounted prices. $29.99. Morgan Wallen at 20% off is sold to Donna for $43.99. $43.99. Next thing is Halloween at 30, Iron Maiden at 65, Prongs 29. Wow, just new order, AC/DC, Tool, and Prong left over. I don't say those kind of titles too often. Now Powerage is sold to Pickle for $24.99. Fred Cardinal gets Tool for $29.99, and there he is. Now there's only 2 left. Let's do Van Halen, $24.99. Van Halen's debut. Some of these I've recently restocked. Probably the reason they're on sale with the old stickers is because they're probably from Hatchet Ed crates. They're victim of just being restocked because they're in the back and then they get recirculated back out. Van Halen's $24.99. Aaron Civic gets Prong for $29. Sell that to Aaron Civic. I have Static X. I'm going to do this one. $35.99, 20% off for Static X. Yep, 20% off. That was a first time that's been reissued essentially since 2003. Van Halen is sold to Joe DeGatto for $24. Now, Halloween, the last bid was Fred Cardinal at $30. Fred Cardinal at $30. Iron Maiden is at $80. Jeremy Todd gets Static X. 20% off makes that $35.99. Unfortunately, only had one Van Halen. It's gone. The newest album by Tyler Childers, $10 off on that. Last copy, $29.99 for Snipe Hunter. Last copy. $29.99. I think I'm into some leftover Hatchet Ed stuff. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. Bob Marley and the Wailers, Uprising. I still got Bob Marley. We started the show with Bob Marley. 3 hours and 45 minutes later, we're still selling Bob Marley. A 1980 Jacksonville OG with the company inner sleeve. Bob Marley's a $25 start. Ooh, how about La Bamba for just $19.99? That's Richie Valens now playing. It has the track La Bamba on it. It's a greatest hits of his, 10 tracks, just $19.99. And it's on red vinyl. Nice. Red Hot Chili Peppers. This is dated back in July. Let's do it 20% off, $35.99. $35.99 for the double LP Red Hot Chili Peppers greatest hits. Give it away, give it away, give it away now. Tyler Childers is on the indie exclusive. Boy, this is one of the hardest words in the world for me to pronounce. I can't say it. It just won't come out. Oh, it's got too many O's. I'm not good with the letter O. O-R-I-O-L-E. It's like me trying to say oil. Oil. I can't do it. It's one of the hardest vowel sounds for me to pronounce. It is on, how about I just say indie exclusive orange and black colored vinyl. I can't spit that word out. Megadeth. How about $29.99? $29.99. It was $36.99. Neil Young, Harvest Moon, 20% off. 20% off, $35.99. It's like the Baltimore Oilers. Oh, Oreos. The Baltimore Oreos. Yeah, I can't say it. Oreo. It's impossible. It's not going to happen. Now, some things I just don't know how to pronounce. This one I just can't say. I kind of like, it's like, I feel like Jim Carrey on Liar Liar. It's like I can't, he tries to tell a lie and he just can't spit it out. That's a hilarious movie. Oh my gosh, yeah, I can't say it. Oriole. Danny Thomason, you've got to buy this, okay? You've got to buy this. Yeah. Chad, I'm cooked. I'm cooked. Okay, we have 7 Mary 3, $10 off for $29.99. $29.99 for 7 Mary 3. And I have Johnny Cash and Jerry Lewis, $24.99. Johnny Cash and Jerry Lee Lewis, $24.99. Okay, let me get back on track there. Danny just completely derailed the show. He didn't even realize it either. Halloween, the last bid on Halloween, I think, was Fred Cardinal. Halloween, the last bid. Yee. This is sold to Fred Cardinal for $30. This is sold to Fred Cardinal for $30. 007 takes Tyler Childers for $29. Thank you. Thank you. Now on, I'm going to order black vinyl. Red Hot Chili Peppers is discounted to $35.99 to James Young. Iron Maiden is still getting bids. It's at $85. That's a Brazil OG pressing of a real live one. And then over here, Bob Marley and the Wailers is a 1980 US OG Jacksonville press. Bob Marley, McEwen Photo was the first bidder at $25. That was actually the first bidder at $25. Fred Cardinal got Halloween for $30. Yes. You've sold 100 copies of 7 Mary 3. Yep, that's the last copy. The Curse of the Last Record Theory. The Curse of the Last Record Theory. It's like that with a lot of these. 7 Mary 3, Harvest Moon, Megadeth. I mean, how many dozens or hundreds of these have I sold? We're down to one copy from almost a month ago, and that's it. Iron Maiden is at $90, somebody said. And that is with who? David Saunders has it for $90. Yep. Cash and Jerry Lee Lewis is $24.99. Mike Straws gets 7 Mary 3. Make sure that goes in for $29.99. We're right in the middle of an on-sale new vinyl crate. Mr. Big, let's do these for $29.99. That's $5 off. A 30th anniversary, $29.99. Blacksmith says he was in first at $90. And that means David Saunders, you're out. Okay, he is. Yeah, Blacksmith has it first at $90. David's out. Now there's a bid for $91. Now X-Wing gets Mr. Big for $29. How much is Megadeth? $29 on Megadeth. We also have Pink Floyd. How about $24.99 for this mono remaster of Piper at the Gates of Dawn? Also $24.99. Motley Crue Theater Pain. I just posted a pre-order for the new colored vinyl anniversary. I probably won't have that version in stock for a while. Danny said take, and that was on Johnny Cash and Jerry Lee Lewis, $24.99. Eric Van Leuven on Pink Floyd for $24.99. Mark Stanley on Motley Crue for $24.99. We're on a roll. Deftones, Around the Fur, $24.99. Iron Maiden, Somewhere in Time, $29.99. And Gojira, also $10 off on that, $29.99. Bob Marley has been at $25 with McEwen Photo, I feel like, for a long time. He's had this for 6 minutes at $25. We got to sell it really, really quick. Iron Maiden. So now Blacksmith has it for $100. Jay Barnes Music gets Deftones for $24.99. Then X-Wing, then DJ. Also, we got Motley Crue. That's just $24.99. And look, we got 2 of those. And we have Jefferson Airplane, or excuse me, this is the new Friday Music colored vinyl of this. I had a special request, and I ordered 1 extra, and that's the extra. I never did sell it, so now it's $10 off, $29.99. Unbelievable. Jerry Cantrell, let's mark that down to $24.99. $10 off for that double LP, and Neil Young is going to be a straight percentage. That was $54.99. So this triple LP is now $43.99. Now Bob Marley 27, now Bob Marley 28, now Jerry Cantrell sold to Jay Barnes for 24. Bradley was next. So Iron Maiden, who else was bidding? Chris Gardner. Chris Gardner, do you want back in on Iron Maiden? Okay. Next is Christina Curtis. Motley Crue is $24.99. Sell that to Christina. Mike Straw's on GC, but he meant JC. That's already sold. Now Bob Marley's at $30. Go back to the beginning of the show. How much for Albert King? $34.99. Next auction is the Beatles, Hard Day's Night. This is a sealed copy, a U.S. reissue, somewhere between 80 and 83. It's never been opened. Sealed Beatles, $35 start. Wow. Once again, not much left in here. Let me get them sorted by price, okay? Motley Crue was $24. That's the only 24, right? Yeah. Okay. And then this was percentage. That was 29.29, 29.29. That was percentage. This was actually 19, and that's 24. Okay. So Iron Maiden has a new bid for 101. Blacksmith says he's out. Bob Marley's at 31. Sealed Beatles 30. So here's what's left. Not much left in here. New Order Technique, $29.99, $10 off. Megadeth, Rust in Peace, $7 off, $29.99. Iron Maiden, Somewhere in Time, $5 off, $29. Gorgiera's, $10 off, $29. Jefferson Starships, $10 off, $29. The only $19.99er, Richie Valens' La Bamba, or now playing, I call it La Bamba though. And then two Neil Youngs, Harvest Moon on clear vinyl, 20% off makes it $35.99. Ragged Glory, 20% off makes it $43.99. And the only $24.99 is the remaster of Girls, Girls, Girls. We're about to sell Maiden for $101. Bob Marley's at $31, and the Beatles is a $30 start. If you want to bet on Bob Marley, now's the time. I'm pretty sure I'm going to have more on sale new vinyl. We need to do another vintage bin, though, best offer, okay? Albert King, $34.99. Is the Beatles, is there any Beatles up? The Beatles, A Hard Day's Night. A 1980-83 U.S. reissue, sealed, $35 start. Which Megadeth? Rust in Peace, $29.99. The Albert King was the reissue of Born Under a Bad Sign. Born Under a Bad Sign. Okay, now also from the first crate of new vinyl tonight, we still got left Van Morrison Moondance for $29, The Darkness Motorheart for $29, The Darkness Permission to Land $24, and Spinal Taps were marked down to $29. So far, that's the only thing left there. Where's the Iron Maiden from? Brazil. Motley Crue is $24.99. The Beatles has a bid for $35. Bob Marley is sold to McEwen Photo for $31. Joe DeGaldo got Richie Valens, La Bamba. Make sure he gets that for $19.99. Thank you, that's sold to you. We've almost filled up a whole nother crate. How about we do new vintage pre-owned stuff, buy it now, best offer. Yes, this is a Brazil OG pressing. It has the original inner sleeves. It's EX, it's a gatefold jacket. Okay? And it's about to sell to Chris Gardner for $101. The Beatles is about to sell to Karen for $35. Can I get a neon ballroom before I call tonight? The newest new vinyl for tonight is right here behind me. I had Albert King, I had The Offspring, Dawkins, Gordon Lightfoot, Rat, Highwayman, Spooky, Avril Lavigne, Mariah Carey, Whitesnake, Zeppelin, Meat Puppets, Silverchair, Pink Floyd, Lynch Mob, and Neon Ballroom. There's one left now. This is new for tonight, so it's sticker price, of course. Numbered to pink vinyl. That's sold to X-Wing 81. We still got more new vinyl coming up on sale later. That's what's left from there. Awesome. Wow, we've emptied a lot of crates too. By tonight, after I get done condensing and packing and stacking, and we go through all these leftovers, and of course, I'm going to still try to sort through new vinyl. Laura's getting a day ahead on auctions. So we got, I had leftover John crates from yesterday anyway. And then, of course, we got a backlog of all this over here, which looks like some pretty good titles. I mean, I see some cool stuff coming up. I see some great sellers. I see some stuff I don't know what it is. That's always good. And then, yeah, let's go through this crate right here. We're going to make everything in here buy it now or best offer really quickly. And then I'm going to try to find the next victim crate for on sale new vinyl. Okay, next is right here, the Beatles' Hard Day's Night. That's sold to Karen for $35. Also, we're done on Iron Maiden, but let me swap out crates right quick. I don't want to try to fit anything else in here. They're already pretty packed. And I need to move all these. Oh, man, so much stuff. I was going to try to show some silver quarters tonight. See if anybody wanted any silver quarters before the market goes up even more. Because I'm about to mail them off to the smelter anyway. So that's sold to Karen for $35. And then Iron Maiden here is sold to Chris Gardner for $101. This is sold to Chris Gardner. Jeff Brinley just asked. Jeff, you was about 3 seconds too late on that one. That is sold. And then next thing over here is we have a request for Darkness Motorheart. That was right here, and that's $29.99. DJ, your B comment was for what record? And now we still got a couple Iron Maidens left. Here's another one. Another vintage made of Iron Maiden. Wow, this looks really cool. It's an unofficial Czechoslovakia 1984. Demos from side A, 1981, and side B is that Nijmegen Holland concert. That's that well-known bootleg. Y'all probably even seen me sell new copies of that. So this is a vintage Iron Maiden bootleg, a $30 start on that. Let's go ahead and put up some other stuff. How about Pink Floyd, Dark Side of the Moon? This is a 1973 repress. It does not have any posters or stickers. EX, a $30 start. EX, a $30 start. Also, we have Time. Wow. Also, it's like adding, it's like it was a bonus track or something. Ticking away the moments that make up a dull day. There's that. Yeah, Laura's already sent the pictures for tomorrow's auctions. Laura's already sent me the pictures for tomorrow's auctions. Let me pull this up. Wow, look at tomorrow's auctions for Wednesday from Laura here. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. Ozzy, Black Sabbath, Ozzy, Ozzy, Black Sabbath, Ozzy, Ozzy, Black Sabbath, Ozzy, Black Sabbath, 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 Zakk Wylde, Dio, Heaven and Hell, Zakk Wylde, Heaven and Hell, Dio, Black Label Society, Black Sabbath, Charge, GBH, Misfits, Sonic Youth, Big Boys, Minutemen, Hickoid, Circle Jerks, Ramones, Social Distortion. Goodness gracious. Jeff Brinley, I'm so sorry to hear about your father passing. So sorry to hear about that. When my father passed away, a really close friend of him who had lost his father, he told me very simply, it just sucks, and there's no other way around it. It just sucks, especially if you were close to him. There's no other way to look at it. It just sucks. Sorry to hear that. Iron Maiden's at 30, Iron Maiden's at 32. Pink Floyd is a $30 start. We listened to Time on our way to the Mississippi State game. My friend Austin Clay, shout out to Austin. I hope he's watching right now. We had an experience listening to Time. I said, what's your favorite Pink Floyd song? He said, Time. I was like, buddy, you got it. Of course, I'm always in control of the music on the trips. Golly, what a song. And this is a guy that's not really into music too much, but he's like, there's just something about that song. The first time I heard it, I was like, yeah, it's Pink Floyd. It's Time. It sounds like it's hard to explain it to people. Okay. So over here is some air fresheners. I got a restock of air fresheners for $7.99. And look, Pink Floyd. I haven't had this one in a while. Pink Floyd, Pink Floyd, Pink Floyd. These are $7.99. Ozzy, 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 and Pink Floyd, Pink Floyd, Pink Floyd, Pink Floyd, Pink Floyd, Pink Floyd. So air fresheners, they smell wonderful. I got an Ozzy one hanging up in my Tahoe right now. I recommend them. My car, I should say Tahoe, smells wonderful every day. $7.99. Okay, that's my air freshener stock for tonight. Our next auction is the Smiths. I hadn't put any of these up yet. The Smiths is the Old Guard BBC tapes, Volume 1. This is an unofficial compilation of BBC sessions, VG condition. The Smiths is a $25 start. Let's go back up the top and figure out what happened. Okay, first thing is this. Samantha Harrison wants to know what Whitesnake. It was a reissue from 2011, back in print now, of this album that's called Forevermore. Samantha, it's $39.99, remastered, supervised by no other than David Coverdale, $39.99 on that one. Iron Maiden opened up at $30, and then Iron Maiden 32, and then we have Iron Maiden 35, and we have next Iron Maiden 36, Iron Maiden 45, Iron Maiden 38, Iron Maiden 47, Ozzy, 2 sold to Chris Gardner for $7.99 each. Matthew Sherrick wants an Ozzy. Iron Maiden's at 40. And here we go. New vintage stuff, best offer. Fats Domino Stompin'. That's on the Sunset label. $9.99. Fats Domino Stompin'. $9.99. Pat Travers Black Pearl. Pat Travers is $19.99. Pat Travers is on the red Polydor label. $19.99 on Pat Travers. Robin Trower Live. Robin Trower is $19.99. Original green chrysalis label. Frank Sinatra, Strangers in the Night, in shrink wrap, in mono, $14.99 for Sinatra. Nice copy. Steppenwolf Live is a double LP, $34.99. Iron Maiden is called Made of Iron Maiden. It's a bootleg. Side 1 is demo. Side 2 is Nijmegen Holland. VG condition. And the first bid over here on the most recent bid was $51. Nobody's bid on the 73 repress of Pink Floyd. I'm looking for a $30 start. I'm looking for a $30 start, and the Smiths has one bid with Neil Rigler for $25. He has that for $25. Ryan Mustaine on PT for Pat Travers. That was Black Pearl. Thank you, Ryan Mustaine. And then we have Slade Rogues Gallery, $19.99, and Johnny Winter Captured Live. We actually sold that Japanese pressing earlier. Johnny Winter is $19.99. Iron Maiden still getting bids. Patti Smith Group Wave. Patti Smith Group is $24. Yes, Relayer. This one doesn't come through as often. I mean, I don't know why. I mean, it didn't sell as much as the other albums, of course, but Relayer. I love the Roger Dean artwork on that. Look at that. Awesome. Amazing artwork. $19.99. Yes, Relayer. Scandal. Love's Got a Line on You. $16.99. Benatar. Live from Earth. $14.99. Hey, I'm here to sell albums, so if you want to make an offer, don't hesitate. Let's go ahead and make Pink Floyd a buy it now for $30. Time is getting... Wow. I want to listen to it right now. Home. Home again. The cover's about VG with wear, no inserts. Nice vintage copy if you don't have one. They're always kind of worn. If you find a beautiful, complete... If this was beautiful, OG, and complete, I wouldn't want to sell it for any less than $100. If it had the posters, the stickers, the cover was glossy, and the vinyl was near mint, I think $100 would be a bargain. So this is a repress from 73. No inserts. You can pick it up for $30, okay? Let's jump right over here first. Iron Maiden's at $54. The Smiths has one bid for $25. We're about to sell that to Neil Rigler. John Kaiser on Slade for $10. Rogues Gallery, that was $19. John, let's do that one for $14 if you're okay with that one. Edwin Riviera is offering $14 for Yes. Let's sell that to Edwin for $14. Scandal is going to be sold for $12 to Robin Glenn. Christina Curtis on Benatar for $10. I love these offers coming in. How about Peter Green? Wow. Don't get that too often. The End of the Game. 1970, $39.99. Now, that is on that early Fleetwood Mac label, Reprise, or I guess Everything Until Rumors. The cover does have some wear, though. I would grade the cover VG or VG minus, $39.99 on that. John Kaiser gets Slade for $14. And we got the Smiths at 31. Brent's in first on Peter Gabriel, or excuse me, on Peter Green at 32. What happened over here? Japanese. Topographic gets Sinatra for $9. Brent, I may be shooting myself in the foot, but I'm going to go ahead and sell it to you. Even if a higher offer already comes in, I'm going to go ahead and say yes, $32. Lightning Beatman and the never heard of EMS. 1998 Switzerland Garage. Wow, how bizarre. Lightning Beatman, $19.99. We got Gone Fishing, Matt Pachui and Tim Lee. I don't think I'm saying his last name right, but $9.99. Smith's is sold to Neil Reigler for $31. Jerry Torres tried, but he went out. Iron Maiden still getting bids. Japanese crate. I have one record left. I forgot your name, David. I didn't forget your name. The Monkeys Gold album. Definitely an older copy, I can tell you that, from the RCA Obi. It's a Monkeys compilation, which is not in the best of condition. It's probably VG Plus by Japanese standards. Any of the 60s, the real 60s Japanese pressings are really tough to find in high grade. But this does have a poster with it. How cool is that? Wow, that's actually really cool. Hey, hey, we're the Monkeys. People say we monkey around. VG Plus with Obi, textured cover, gatefold. What's the track listing, though? Does it have an insert with it? Can we get a track listing? Here we go. Words. Little Bit Me, Little Bit Me. One of my favorites. I Want to Be Free. The Girl I Knew Somewhere. Let's Dance. Tomorrow's going to be another day. Pleasant Valley Sunday. The theme from the Monkeys, Last Train, Take a Giant Step, Stepping Stone, Saturday's Child. That's a good one. She, and of course, I'm a Believer. I couldn't leave her if I tried. Let's start that one for just $15 because it is in VG Plus condition. We got Lightning, so the DJ Not So Good. Let's keep this crate rolling. Big Joe Williams, Walking Blues, a double LP compilation. That is $24.99. The Traveling Wilburys. This is a 2016, $39.99 for that. And Led Zeppelin, $64.99. An original club copy. An original club copy of Led Zeppelin. And Kool and the Gang, Ladies Night. Kool and the Gang is $14.99. Tonight, there's only 3 no bids so far. Let's go over those. The 3 no bids was Pink Floyd, a 73 repress, $30. Gojira, The Way of All Flesh, limited edition 500 blue and white split. Blue and white split, $50 for Gojira. And the Beatles at the Hollywood Bowl, $35 for the Beatles at the Hollywood Bowl. Okay, now the Monkeys over here. The Monkeys already has bids from Kaiser, 15, Brent, 15. The Smiths is up for auction. It was already sold. Monkeys, 15. Monkeys, 15. Big Joe has an offer for 20 with Jay Nutra. Sold for $20. Monkey 16. Monkey 16. Danny was second on Big Joe Williams. Monkey 17. Monkey 17. So my big question is Iron Maiden. Grant's out. Chris Gardner has it for 60. We're about to sell it. Kool and the Gang is sold to Christina for $10. Monkeys is now at 20s. The Commodore's Live, $19.99. Is Davy Jones' name spelled correctly inside? Davy Jones' name spelled correctly inside. David Jones. It has his real first name, David Jones, in here. Mike Nesbitt, Mickey Dolans, and Peter Tork. I'm a Believer. I couldn't leave her if I tried. And then he saw her face. Billy Hancock and the Tennessee Rockets, an 81 Rockabilly album, $14.99 for Billy Hancock. Vanna, Pick Me a Letter. Dr. Dave, as in like Vanna White. Vanna, Pick Me a Letter. These guys, it's like a biker gang, but they're playing a Wheel of Fortune board game. $9.99. Root Boy Slim and the Sex Change Band from 1978, $14.99. And Kid Stuff, Babe Ruth, $19.99. Monkeys, 21. Monkeys, 22. Monkeys, 22. The Unsold Beatles for $30. That was Hollywood Bowl, right? $30 on that, Hollywood Bowl. Traveling is in shrink, near mint minus. Monkeys, 25. And Monkeys, 25. Kelly Vlodarchek wants Vanna, Pick Me a Letter. Bradley Smith gets Gojira for $45. That just leaves Pink Floyd. I keep on grabbing. I go to pick up the no bids, and it feels really heavy because there's a book over here I found last night. Lamar Alexander, who was governor of Tennessee and then went on to be a senator. I found this in Fred's books last night, and it's made out to Fred's dad, Sheriff Robert Goodwin, who was sheriff of Murfreesboro. It says, best wishes to you, Lamar Alexander, 1986. So for anybody local, this is a pretty cool book. Lamar Alexander, of course, you know, he was known for his flannel, and he walked across the state. He walked across the state of Tennessee when he was running for governor. I thought that was pretty cool. I'm thinking about keeping that, but it's, I guess, for sale for the right price. Next is, what does that say? El Encontré Harvest Time, a 2004 German. Let me go see if I can find something right quick that y'all may be interested in when I was sorting through these books last night after the sale. So, yeah, here's a really cool thing here. So, Fred, I wish I had the full story. It's amazing what I still find in Fred's collection. These are pretty cool here. So, this is a photo. There's Fred Goodwin's dad as sheriff. And this is a real photograph. It looks like it's something out of a movie. That's where they busted a moonshine still. And Fred got his dad to sign something. At first, I thought they were printed, but they're all live ink signatures from his dad, who was sheriff here. And I guess I've only got 3. How many do I have left? 4? I've got 4, but they're pretty cool because his dad signed them. Yeah. What a photograph, though. Look at that. I was like, how did you get that so clear? And of course, they had the original negative. So I think that's really cool, though. I would say these that's signed by his dad, because I know I've got stacks of just prints, but probably $25 on these if anybody wants one. I think they're really cool because I only got 4 that his dad signed there. That was the sheriff of Rutherford County, sheriff of Rutherford County, Robert Goodwin. $25 if anybody wants one. I only found those 4 that his dad actually signed. That's live ink. So, okay, first thing we have is this. We sold Gojira Traveling Wilburys. That was marked 39. James, I'll do it for $30 if you want it. $30. The Monkeys 26. The Ellen Kandruru price was $49.99. $49.99 on that. We got Pianosaurus. Groovy Neighborhood. Pianosaurus is $14.99. Let's go ahead and sell this Iron Maiden. Maid of Maiden is sold. Iron Maiden is sold up here. Sorry this took so long, Chad or Chris Gardner. Sold to Chris Gardner for $60. $60, and all 4 of those pictures are sold. We sold 1 to Chad Sauls, 1 to Brent Robley, 1 to Guy Shard, and 1 to James Young. Those are all sold, $25 each. I only had those 4. No, wait a minute. James Young on Traveling Wilburys. My bad, right? Yeah, James Young on Traveling Wilburys. Okay, he didn't want a photo. He just wanted this for $30. So there's 1 photo left. Guy Shard got 1. Brent and Chad Sauls. There's 1 left. Yeah, really cool there. Moonshine photo. That's in the wooded parts of Rutherford County, Tennessee, I'm sure somewhere. Bootleggers. A different kind of bootleg in there. Usually I'm talking about Iron Maiden bootlegs. A little bit different bootlegging going on there. Boy, I bet somebody was mad. That's they lost some money there. Okay, Kelly Vladorchek got the last one. Pretty cool. I found those last night going through books, and we're going to go through a lot more books tonight. We found documents from, oh yeah, I need to go through those books. I found some space stuff. I'll do that in just a second. Okay, let me get back on track here. Sorry. What made me think of that? Oh, the Lamar Alexander book. That's what made me think about that. the Lamar Alexander book, and then I got sidetracked. Okay, the last bit on the monkeys was John Kaiser at $26. We sold out the Fred Goodwin dad photos, that is. That was his father. Eric Van Leuven on the Pianosaurus for 10. That's sold. And here we go. I have Brimstone Howl, We Came in Peace, 2018 purple vinyl garage, $19.99. And then Kiss Boots. Yeah, that's what I have the most of. And then, yes, this is an offer crate. Who asked first about this record? This was first asked about by Neil Reigler. He offered $35, sold. We're about to sell the monkeys to John Kaiser for $26. Japanese pressing, VG Plus condition. And now we have another Iron Maiden record. And this is Iron Maiden. This is a 2016 Record Store Day Essential, sealed. Record Store Day Essential, Iron Maiden. And that is a $50 start. $50 start. That photo would have been taken, oh man, I bet I can get an exact, I probably can text his daughter and find out exactly, but that's definitely from the 50s. That might be before then. I mean, just based on a tire, let me see if I can. Yeah, it very well could be. Based on their uniforms and everything else. I wonder if there's an image of it on Google somewhere. You pull this up. No, I don't think this is 20s like during Prohibition. I think this is more so yeah, it's not 20s Prohibition era. Late 40s, 50s, just, I mean, you can kind of usually tell by uniforms, the way people look. I was going to see if I can get a Google search on it. Why is it my, over here? Usually pretty good about dating these type. Let me search it. Let me see if there's anything on, I was going to see if he had it uploaded anywhere to Google, or somebody's uploaded it to Google at some point. All right, I'll work on that off to the side then. And let me click on that. And now it's being searched, reversed image. There we go. AI. The image depicts a moonshine bust in Murfreesboro, Tennessee. Shows 5 law enforcement officers. Deputy Sheriff Robert Goodwin of Rutherford County. Moonshine was often produced to avoid taxes on alcohol. So yeah, wow, that's amazing. Even AI can identify that. It even knows Fred's dad's name there. 1950 it says. 1950. So yeah, they still bootleg stuff like that, you know, in the woods, even past Prohibition when it was legal, because they didn't want to pay tax on it. You know, you just can't make, you know, you just can't make stuff like that for sale. Obviously, you can't do it today either. You got to pay, you got to have licenses and tax and all kinds of stuff. What is this right here? Is there a Wikipedia article? With some stuff here. I'll have to look at that later. Okay, let's go back to the top. And it says 1950 to be exactly, but that give or take. The monkeys is sold to John Kaiser over here. This is sold to John Kaiser for $26. Sold to John Kaiser for $26. See, I think right in that era, they still tax that stuff pretty dang heavily, even post-Prohibition. And so people was out, you know, bootlegging it because they didn't want to pay any taxes on it, and which was highly illegal. And that's when they were busting a lot of that stuff in the 40s, the 50s. And I think they eventually just gave in and said, all right, you can drink as much as you want to. Good gracious. Y'all go ahead and drink it up. Pink Floyd is a 1973 repress. No stickers, no photos. A $30 buy it now if you want it, okay? $30 buy it now. Let's get back to this crate. First thing we have is Mardi Gras parade music from New Orleans. Mardi Gras parade music is $9.99. Fats Domino is also $9.99. Iron Maiden's at $75. Elton John Honky Chateau. It is an MCA mid-70s reissue. I'm a Rocket Man, $19.99. And we have Heirs of the Dog. Wow, tribute to Nazareth. Heirs of the Dog, a tribute to Nazareth on purple vinyl, $19.99. John Bergenstorm gets Pink Floyd for $30. Now there's no leftover auctions, but we still got new auctions to put up, like Alice Cooper. Oh my goodness. It even comes with panties. It is a reissue, though. It's a 2021 Friday Music 180 gram. Schools Out with a pair of panties. Those actually look new. A lot of the panties we get look all used and worn out. $25 start on that one. Let's keep rolling here. James Brown, Living in America from Rocky IV, the 12-inch single, $12.99. How about Vanilla Ice? Oh my goodness. Ice, Ice Baby. Are you kidding me? This should have been put up for auction. $14.99 for Vanilla Ice. Ice, Ice Baby. The Del Fuegos is $19.99. Johnny Cash, the singing storyteller. Johnny Cash is $9.99. Steve Riley on Vanilla Ice. Bands on the Block. What the heck is this? It's all garage bands. Look. It's all pictures of garages. It's a 1985 alternate rock, $24.99. And we have Journey Evolution. Journey is $19.99. That Vanilla Ice should have won it for auction. That should have brought 50, 60, 70, 80. Next thing was Retro Class, second on Vanilla Ice. Robin Glenn third. Michael Freiberger first on Johnny Cash. Christina Curtis next on Cash, Danny next on Vanilla Ice, and then next is James Brown. That's sold to Danny Thomason for $8. Okay, the last bit on Iron Maiden is now a final call. James Bullock is $75. That's a final call, $75. And then over here, Alice Cooper's a $25 start. Edward Rock wants the Heirs of the Dog. That is sold. 007 Platinum said he bid $75 on Iron Maiden a long time ago, and all of y'all are out of order, and he's in charge. It is a high bid of $75. He is right. He's way ahead. Y'all's bids got out of order. Shane's just kicked back and relaxed like, I'm leading, and all of y'all are out. It is true. He has that for $75. Y'all are out. He's had that for $75 for 9 minutes. Y'all's bids got out of order. Somebody bid a lot lower, and then somebody saw that, and then they went up from there. Fred Cardinale on this for $19. Sell that to Fred Cardinale. Next thing is the Cars, Heartbeat City. Who's going to drive you home tonight? $29.99 for the Cars. The Doobie Brothers Stampede is $14.99. And the last two records is Guadalcanal Diary 2x4. That's $24.99. And Johnny Cash at Folsom Prison. Nice. Nice. First label, too. $34.99. Iron Maiden 76, now $80. James Bullock, you're out. Now it's at $80 with 007 Platinum. Our next auction. Here comes the sun, do-do-do-do-do. It's an Abbey Road MoFi pressing. It is a 1980 U.S. reissue. They're all reissues because they're MoFis. With insert, the jacket is in rough condition, but the disc is super nice. Wow. So a near mint minus LP, it is. It's beautiful. But the jacket is probably less than VG minus. So what's wrong with the jacket? It's got rips and tears and tape. And it's got quite a bit of seam chipping and cover wear. But the disc is nice. A MoFi Abbey Road, a $50 start. Alice Cooper has one bid for $25. Alice Cooper has another bid for $30. And then we have James Bullock out on Iron Maiden. Final call to 007 for 80. DJ says Cash Abbey. Is that a claim for Johnny Cash? What is the Iron Maiden? And now Abbey Road has a bid for 50. And this is a great crate of vintage we need to go through again. Iron Maiden is called, it's billed as Empire of the Clouds, which was a sealed record store day exclusive, limited to 6,000 picture disc. It's at $80. Okay. And then DJ, so do you want the Folsom Prison? If so, that's so do you. And what's over here in this last crate that the Japanese was in? Okay, these were 2 records left in a Hatchet Ed crate, and Paul didn't know the price of this. Olivia Newton-John, Let Me Be There. It was a Japanese pressing, and it probably was something they didn't get paid for, so he might not have had a price on it. So let's do it for $10. It's a Japanese Olivia Newton-John. Let's do it for $10. Okay? $10. And then this is $24.99. VG Plus condition. David Bowie, Aladdin Sane. It is on the original OG orange label, VG Plus, $24.99. That was just 2 random records that was over here in an auction crate. So Japanese Olivia Newton-John sold to Robin Glenn for $10. And then an OG David Bowie, Aladdin Sane, $24.99. Iron Maiden is sold to 007 Platinum for $80. Alice Cooper is at $30 with Michael Freiberger. Christina Curtis, You're Out. And Abbey Road MoFi has 1 bid for $50. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer, including Johnny Cash, because it is available. An original Columbia 2i label, $34.99. If you need a price, just let me know. Fats Domino, Robin Trower Live, Steppenwolf Live, Johnny Winter Captured Live, Patti Smith Group Wave, Gone Fishing, Matt Pachui and Tim Lee. Zeppelin's an OG pressing of The Song Remains the Same. No condition notes, an original club copy from 1976, $64.99. Grant wants an Aussie air freshener. I will go ahead and pull you another one because I don't know if I did or not, but I'll pull you one in the sold pile. I've got Aussie and Pink Floyd Dark Side of the Moon air fresheners, $7.99 each. DJ Not So Good got the David Bowie. That's sold to him. VG Plus $24.99. Nice. Another empty crate gone. I have managed somehow tonight to condense and empty 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14 empty crates. I don't know how I've been able to do that, but that's why all of a sudden I have so much great room around me. Here's the Hatchet Ed crate that Paul went through the other night. I probably need to go through it myself. I have not looked at it yet. Here's another empty crate. First thing is John Bergenstorm wants an Aussie air freshener. Todd Saw wants a Pink Floyd air freshener. These are really cool. We have sold dozens and dozens and dozens. Ryan Mustaine wants a Dark Side of the Moon air freshener. Thank you, Ryan Mustaine. That's so to you. Next thing over here is the Commodores Live. That was a double LP, $19.99. Billy Hancock and the Tennessee Rockets, 1981 Rockabilly, $14.99. Root Boy Slim and the Sex Change Band, $14.99 on that. Babe Ruth, Kid Stuff, that's $19.99. Brimstone Howl, We Came in Peace, a 2008 purple vinyl. That's a garage record, $19.99 on that. Music from Mardi Gras is $9.99. Another Fats, Preston on Root Boy for $12, sold to Preston Rose. Over here, Elton John, Rocket Man, $19.99 for Honky Chateau is the name of the album. The Del Fuegos was $19. Journey Evolution was $19. The Cars Heartbeat CD $29, Doobie Brothers Stampede $14, and Guadalcanal Diary was $24. No, there's only one Pink Floyd that I have, and that's the Dark Side of the Moon album logo. Okay, that right there. Unbought wants the Mardi Gras music. That sold for $9.99 to Unbought. And Billy Hancock was this one right here. And that one was this one right here. And that sold to Preston Rose for $12. All right, Alice Cooper is sold for $30. And that sold to Michael Freiberger. And the MoFi Abbey Road, great price on that. Just one bid, $50. And that is sold to DJ Not So Good. The Cars, $18. I'm going to go ahead and take it. Sell that to McHugh and Photo. Nice little stack of sold air fresheners over here. One more time. Aussie and Dark Side of the Moon are 2 best sellers probably. I got an Aussie hanging right now in my Tahoe. Smells like cherries. Next auction, The Smiths. The Old Guard BBC Tapes Volume 2. We sold Volume 1 earlier. The Smiths is a compilation of BBC sessions, Volume 2, VG, $20 start. And how about a Judas Priest record? Judas Priest, Invincible, Invincible, not invisible, Invincible Shield. Holographic jacket, the OG that are hand numbered, and side A is laser. This is the very true OG run of this. It's a $95 start. Holographic and numbered. Judas Priest, $95 start. Jeff Sapia, you're going to get Zeppelin for $40. Fair offer, and I'm taking it. Sell that to Jeff Sapia. The Smiths has a bid for $20, and Journey is sold to Matthew Sherrick for $15. Space book. Let me show you some books that are $9.99. A few of these were showed last night. I'm going to show a few more right now, and when we're completely done with vinyl here later tonight, I'm going to get into brand new books that wasn't shown. I have Swinton's Word Book of English Spelling. This is just like an old school book, but it's really old. It is from 1872, first copyright. This printing is from 1900. It's got a little bit of damage, but I mean, come on. It's 125 years old. Wait till I'm 125. I'm going to look like that too. These are all $9.99. Shakespeare's Macbeth. Shakespeare's Macbeth. And this is printed in, wow, I love this title page. Look at that. 1924, Shakespeare's Macbeth. Star Trek. These are all $9.99. Star Trek novel is $9.99. Vintage paperback there, probably from the 80s. This is probably 80s. What year is this? 80, 90, 85. Yep. 85, Star Trek. I thought this was really cool. First Principles of Radio, Oxford Technical Handbooks. It's an old, just informational book about radios and radio signals, the mathematics behind it, the hardware behind it, the First Principles of Radio. And this was 1944. 1944, almost looks World War II-ish with the planes, because it is. And then over here, Military Science and Tactics, Elementary Training. Military Science and Tactics, military-related book here from 1945, also World War II era, $9. Look at this, Military Tactics, shows compasses, maps, all kinds of different stuff. Compound fractures, squatting, crouching, words, information. Very cool. Those are all $9.99, okay? Let's go back to the top. So the first person who asked about the spelling book was Kelly. She said she does want it, and she wants Macbeth. So let's get these stacked over here. So the spelling book sold to Kelly for $9.99. Macbeth sold to Kelly for $9.99. Judas Priest 100. Patty, you were second on the English book. Ryan Mustaine wants the radio book. Star Trek, Grant, if you want this, it will have to be $9.99 because somebody else claimed it. And the military book is sold to Tim Graham. Thought that's pretty cool stuff there. Man, these are all from Fred Goodwin's library. I just started going through these. I've owned and purchased about 8,000 books is what his daughter counted. I believe her count. She wouldn't have miscounted. She was very thorough when she was selling Fred stuff. 8,000 books, and last night was the first night I really started going through them. I mean, just unbelievable. I don't know what I have over here. Make sure in Whole Lot of Records, I made a post in Whole Lot of Records this morning. No, excuse me, this afternoon. It was about 120 books that I just took the pictures of the spines. It's all still available. So if you see something unclaimed, those are still available. Paul Brothers, you do get the Star Trek book. Here's some more stuff for $9.99. This is $9.99. This one, which was still wrapped in wax paper, is called It Could Only Happen in the U.S. A coal miner's son describes his remarkable career that read from Pigeon Run, Ohio, to the summit of American industry. 1957. I don't know a lot about this, but it's evidently about a coal miner rise to, provenance. We have mathematical tables from the Handbook of Chemistry and Physics. Once again, a lot of these were owned by one person. This is a mathematics chemistry book from 1947. Looks like it's like a tables. It's like a tables book or something. Mathematical tables. And then Guide to New Orleans. Unfortunately, a lot of the pages got dog-eared, but it's a New Orleans tourism book from 1936. It's a New Orleans tourism book from 1936. Unfortunately, though, you got to fix some of the pages. They got dog-eared. And the last thing is another really old book here. This is Carlyle's Essay on Burns, 1924. Carlyle's Essay on Burns. There's a few more older books there. Those are ones I couldn't show the pictures of the spines because they were so old. Okay, time for more vinyl. We're not done with vinyl, so don't go anywhere. Let's go through another crate. Plus, I'm trying to do on sale new vinyl. The Smiths is at $26. Priest has one bid with Jim Sedal for $100, and we're about to sell it. One more book. That's $9.99, and the other was $19.99. This is Frontiers in Space, the official publication of Mount Wilson Palomar Observations. So it's more like a magazine booklet, but pretty cool. Frontiers in Space, and that is from the observatory. And this is a book. This one's $19.99. We looked this up last night on eBay. Not a cheap book. One sold overseas, including shipping, for over $50. Lon Chaney Jr. Lon Chaney Jr., horror film star, 1906, 1973. It's a book about Lon Chaney and all of his movies, which, of course, is a major horror star. Lon Chaney, $19.99 for that. That one's $19.99, okay? Now, first thing we have is Smiths, and does New Orleans have pics? Yes, there are some photographs in this. There's maps, and there was a couple photos. Hey, look at this. There's like even a map. There's a map attached. I'm just now noticing this. Look at that. It's a map of the city attached to the back. And here's something else really cool. It's stamped by Rollet Newsstand, sold at 107 Royal Street in New Orleans. So yeah, definitely a tourism book that was sold there. There was a couple pictures. Yeah, there's one. Allard's tomb under the Dueling Oak City Park. There's cutting sugar cane. Servants' quarters still standing. Valera Plantation. Oven tombs in our oldest cemetery. Yep. Okay, and Frontiers in Space is sold to Ryan Mustaine for $9.99. So yeah, there's pretty cool stuff there. Did I miss anything else? New Orleans is $9.99. Now you can fix these dog ears. They need to be folded back and pressed. It's no problem. Luckily they're not ripped. See, they just need to be folded back over like that and just press it out. So that's $19.99. And that's sold to Jackie Reynolds. Sell Fred Carnell, the Lon Chaney book, for $15. And if anybody wants any of these last three, they were $9.99 each. The coal miner book, the mathematical tables, and the Carlyle's Essay on Burns. Okay? Now, Judas Priest is at $115, and the Smiths is at $31 with Neil Reigler, Unbots out. We're about to sell that. All right, let's go. And let's condense this over here. And 3 crates of new arrivals from John tonight. Nice. Everything is just left in one crate. That includes the Bruce Springsteen box set, which was the live $49.99. So we've moved a lot of vinyl out of his crates, and we still got a lot more. We're going to have more for tomorrow. Let me see if I can dig out some on-sale new vinyl. That's something I definitely got to do because that's part of the show tonight, and we still got some stuff left. Jackie, that was $9.99. $9.99. $9.99. I don't think we have any more Iron Maidens left. That was some of the last Iron Maidens we just put up earlier. Mike can dig out some over here in our supplemental crate. We're about to get into what we call unadvertised surprises, which is some really good stuff over here because all the advertised stuff's almost gone, but I've still got plenty more to put up. Plenty more to put up. Oh, man. At some point, I'm going to show all the new vinyl that came in tonight. Thank you, Jackie. She got the New Orleans book. That's really cool. There's no telling what will pop up in Fred's stuff over here. I mean, y'all know that. Okay, here's some stuff. August, July. And then here's some stuff from September, which was pretty new stuff from Laura's crate. We don't want to discount that yet, but we can read through it. But the first half of this crate is eligible on-sale new vinyl. Let's knock that out, and then we're still going to be going through some new vintage. Okay, Brogan Scones wants the Essay on Burns. That is sold for $9.99. And make sure y'all go check out the post. If you're in Whole Lot of Records, there's an active post, and if you don't see something that's not been claimed, you can claim it at any time. However, when the store opens tomorrow, any leftovers are available. Oh yeah, this here, of course, I didn't want to post this on. I did post some World War II, like Nazi-related books. I was worried they would get flagged. I didn't post this one because the spines are very legible. The spines are very legible, and this kind of stuff is obviously very sensitive, and it can get flagged. So I'll show it quickly. I showed them last night. These are $24.99 for both. It's a Volume 1, Volume 2, Adolf Hitler by John Toland. They're pressed in the mid-'80s. It has the dust jackets. It's a Volume 1, Volume 2, $24.99 for both. Luckily, the other Nazi historical books, you know, that I posted, they didn't get flagged. I was hoping that Facebook wouldn't pick up on the spines, so... But those are $24.99 if anybody wants them. Okay? Here we go. Next thing is the Smiths. Smiths over here. This is sold over here to Neil Reigler for $31. Judas Priest is sold to Jim Sedal has it for $140. John Kaiser's out. Next thing is Overkill. This is $24.99 under the influence. So everything in here, the on sale price I'm saying is the on sale price. Overkill under the influence, $24.99. Half-Speed Master Yellow Marble Vinyl Overkill, $24.99. That is available. So is this Creator, $29.99. Yellow Vinyl Transparent 2LP Yellow Vinyl, $29.99. Saxon's also just $29.99. Unleash the Beast. A limited edition red vinyl numbered to 1500, $29.99 on that. Testament's just $24.99. The Legacy, purple and red marble vinyl, $24.99 on that. So everything in here is discounted to the price I'm saying. Next auction's going to go up right now. I got some sealed stuff over here John brought me. Let's find some of that over here. I got a sealed Elvis Presley. This is called Elvis Legendary Concert Performances. It's a double LP sealed. $10 start on Elvis. It's a 2LP sealed copy. A lot of metal in here on sale, including Suffocation, Pinnacle of Bedlam. Suffocation's $24.99. That's on sale. And KK Priest, that is $29.99, $5 off. It's on clear vinyl, KK Priest. Billy Idol, we had one of those earlier. That is $29.99. Also, we have Chevelle, Bride is Blasphemy, $24.99 for Chevelle. That is their newest album. That's now just $24. Avenged Sevenfold, $29.99 on that. $7 off for City of Evil. $7 off on City of Evil. Next is Billy Joel's Greatest Hits. Well, that really, yeah, it's August. I'll go ahead and discount these. It's August 18th, $29.99. $9 off. Unbelievable. I've got 3. Those are $29.99. David Gilmour is $24.99 on an island. I have 2 of those. Those are from August. Rammstein is 20% off. 20% off of that will make it, boy, why did I throw away my cheat sheet? I had a cheat sheet over here and I've already threw it away. That should be $39.99. $49.99 at 20% off. That is $39.99. $39.99 for Rammstein Herzeld. And we have Peter Murphy is $10 off. Silver Shade, Peter Murphy's $29.99. So X-Wing gets a Billy Joe for $29. Danny gets a Billy Joe for $29. Fred Carnell gets a Chevelle for $24.99. I do have more Chevelles if anybody else wants one. Kevin Rupenthal on a Billy Joe for $29. Kevin J. Reitz on David Gilmour for $24. Elvis has a new bid for $11. Judas Priest has a new bid for $160. And Rammstein is $10 off. And that is $39.99. Our third auction is going to go up right now, and it is a, let me scan this on disc. Well, I'll just let it go. I'm not even going to scan it. Fleetwood Mac, The Alternate Tango in the Night. A record store day, Fleetwood Mac, The Alternate Tango in the Night, sealed, $20 start. Adam Bernardi wants that last David Gilmour. Thank you on that one. Okay, and then Fred Carnell wants Rammstein, Yeah, $39.99 for Ramstein. Peter Murphy's $29.99, so to Fred Cardinal. Great little, and I do have more Billy Joel's up front in the store on the racks. Now, from here back was Laura stuff from back on September 18th. I can read through those, but of course, they're still relatively new. Those need to stay sticker price, okay? But here's what's left. For $24.99, Overkill, Under the Influence, Suffocation, Pinnacle of Bedlam's $24, Testament was $24, Creator is $29, Avenged Sevenfold's $29, Saxon's $29, KK Priest was $29, and Billy Idol was $29.99. Judas Priest is at $170. This is a sealed copy of Elvis Legendary Concert Performance. The high bid right now is $12. Joe DeGaldo's bid came in first. Steve Biddlecombe, you tied him, and sealed Fleetwood Mac a $20 start. Okay? And then let's read this stuff in here just in case y'all haven't seen some of this in a while. This is Grimes, Art Angels for $33. Arctic Monkeys, Favorite Worst Nightmares, $29. Also, we got Melly Martinez, Crybaby, a deluxe edition, 2 LP for $39. Cage the Elephants, only $24.99. Halsley Badlands was $36. Fallout Boy was $44.99. 21 Pilots, $29. Lord Melodrama was $36. Marina and the Diamonds was $39. Death Grips was $33. Panic at the Disco, Pretty Odd was $29. Pain to Power by Maruja, that was $29. And then Aim on the Sniffers was $34. And y'all know Laura is going to be very mad because those hadn't all sold. She's going to be upset. I'm going to put the leftover, this stuff over here in the other crate for tonight. So those are going right over here. And like I said, there are more Billy Joel greatest hits up front if anybody decides you want those. I'm going to stack this stuff back over here because that's not really eligible for discount. Unless y'all want to do something very close to the sticker price. Okay? Yeah, I don't know if Natasha, I don't know. She may have seen those. I don't think she has, though. Let's go get a topographic for him, and let's go through some more vintage best offer. Let's do it. More vintage best. Oh, I got 3 box sets over here I'm willing to do a little bit off on. Yeah, there's 2 more Billy Joels up here. So now there's 1 Billy Joel left. Topographic gets 1. Topographic gets 1. All right, let's do it. Let's see here. Topographic at 29 on Billy Joel. And that leaves 1 more, okay? And Steve Riley. Billy Joels are gone, okay? Judas Priest. John Kaiser's out. So did Jim Sedal for $170. The last bid on Elvis Presley was a new bump from Edward Rock at 15. Biddlecombe, you're out, sealed. And Fleetwood Mac, the alternate Tango in the Night. It's a limited edition of 8,500, alternate version. So that's what Fleetwood Mac done this series, alternates. Alternates. So it's alternate stuff. It's alternate takes of songs. Yeah, let's do the 3 most popular Collectco box sets of all time. I've been stacking them over here for this reason, because I was going to start keeping them in the back instead of puzzles. But if y'all buy them right now, here you go. We'll do this, $10 off, $105 instead of $115 on Smashing Pumpkins, $109 instead of $119 on Zeppelin, and $109 on Pulse instead of $119. So $10 off on Pulse, $10 off on Zeppelin, and $10 off on Smashing Pumpkins. That's our top 3 most best-selling box sets of all time. Pulse, Mothership, and Melancholy. And I've had them stacked over here because I was going to start keeping them back here instead of puzzles. But to kind of redecorate for a while. Hey, let's do a flash sale on puzzles. Ghost, Megadeth, Def Leppard, all $19.99 each instead of $24. So Def Leppard has a cut in the shrink wrap already, though. It has a cut in the shrink wrap. So $19.99 for that naturally. Megadeth is $19.99. And let's do Ghost for $19.99, okay? And I'll do Killers, the 4 puzzles I have up here, Killers. All those for $19.99 each. Def Leppard, Megadeth, Ghost, and Iron Maiden. Flash sale. Flash sale. I've got 2 more box sets to show you. First of all, I got some stuff over here too, some damaged and odds and ends. We need to get all that sold. Let me move these air fresheners before they fall off the table. Next thing is this. Okay, so if we do Dio at $329.99, and I say, if I do 15, I'll do it $15 off, $314.99. The Dio complete albums: Holy Diver, Last in Line, Sacred Heart, Intermission, Dream Evil, Lock Up the Wolves, and Strange Highways. We need to redecorate. We got to get all this sold. Pink Pulse is Pink Floyd. Yes, Pink Floyd Pulse. What's in Pulse? It's a 4 LP. Pulse is an epic Pink Floyd live compilation, essentially. It's a 4 LP with a 52-page hardback book. It originally came out in the UK in 1995. It's a Bernie Grundman, James Guthrie, Joe Palante remaster, $109.99. $109.99. I'm going to go ahead and start setting these back there. There's Pink Floyd Pulse. Dio, $315. $315 on Dio. Those are normally $319. The puzzles I just showed. Which other puzzles? Just those right now, because those didn't sell. I don't want to walk up front and get the others. Maybe if we sell a couple of those. There's Smashing Pumpkins. And then there's Led Zeppelin Mothership. Wow, those nice scenery now. 109 Zeppelin. Pulse, 109. And in the middle, Melancholy. Kevin wants Pulse. Sell that to him for $109.99. $109.99. Okay? Done. There we go. Now I got to get somebody bought in on Dio. I got two more to show you. Mothership is 4 LPs. The only in-print best of Led Zeppelin. So it's a 4 LP. It comes with like a pamphlet book. And all the inner sleeves are awesome. What an awesome shot here of Led Zeppelin. So each inner sleeve looks like the band's logos. Jimmy, John, Robert, or John and Robert. Yeah, it's a 4 LP box. This is $109.99. $109.99, which they're normally $119.99. Okay, so what happened over here on these other auctions? We got to go through some more vintage best offer. Fleetwood Mac, Mike Quadrini had this for $22. Danny Thomason never did say out. I want to make sure he's done on that one, okay? And then Elvis over here, Legendary Concert. The last bid was Edward Rock at $20. I got to make sure Biddlecombe's done. Edward Rock has that for $20 for the sealed Elvis, okay? I can't discount something later, grand after I've already sold it to you. Could you imagine the chaos that could cause on other sales? Once it's sold, it's... Who knows? If you hadn't bought that one, I might have not discounted them at all. Anybody else? I got to swap out crates. We need new auctions, and let's go through another crate over here, okay? Hey, listen, when new stuff is on sale, what happens is we're down to like single copies of stuff. It could be a puzzle, it could be an LP, and we discounted some stuff tonight that probably as many as 100 other people paid at one time sticker price. But we're only discounting sometimes one copy of something, and it's the last copy. It's not like, well, I've changed the price and now all of a sudden I'm selling them for a lot cheaper. Usually it's just like 1 or 2 copies. Like Billy Joe, we had 4 left out of an original pre-order of maybe 100, right? I think at one time the pre-order on that was close to 100 copies. So the last 4 tonight was the only ones that got discounted. I'll have some people like, dang, I should have waited for the discount. And I was like, well, there might have not been any left. Or if you would have waited, you might have not ended up with one. Okay, now Mothership is sold to John Kaiser. Unless X-Wing decides he wants it, $109.99. All right, Fleetwood Mac. I lost Danny Thomason on this. This is sold to Mike Quadrini for $22. That's sold to Mike Quadrini for $22. And Biddlecombe is done on Elvis. It's time for new records and new auctions, okay? That's done. And here's Elvis. And Elvis is sold to Edward Rock for $20. All right, I got other sealed Elvis albums over here. I do have other sealed Elvis albums over here. Okay. Now I got to find some more stuff to decorate with back there. Smashing Pumpkins. Melancholy comes as a 4 LP. It has 2 books in it. Right now, tonight only, because now I need it for a decoration, $104.99. An OG copy we sold a couple weeks ago for $950. Dio is normally $329.99. Right now, it's $315. I'm going to go ahead. I don't have a sticker. That's never been stickered. I don't know how long I've had it. That makes me mad because when I forget the sticker stuff, I can't keep up with how long I've had it. I'm going to go ahead and put a brand new date on it. Okay. You need that, Adam Bernardi. Trust me, unless you want to spend a lot of money on an original. Okay. There's Dio. The complete album box. And then the puzzles I had, which was these handful at $19.99 before I put them in a different place. I'm about to go rotate them up front. Def Leppard, Megadeth, Ghost, and Iron Maiden. And then there's this. Okay. Okay. Next thing is a new auction. I got sealed Elvis Presley Moody Blue, which is really cool. It's sealed, the Blue album on blue vinyl with the original Kmart price tag, a $10 start for Elvis. What albums are in it? That is the name of the album, Melancholy and the Infinite Sadness. Melancholy and the Infinite Sadness is the name of the album. It's originally a 3 LP. I think that album came out as a 3 LP. They remastered it to 4 LPs. And that's what that is. All right, let's go through a bin over here of Buy It Now, Best Offer, New Vintage Pre-Owned Arrivals. Okay? And Kevin, I'm going to keep Smashing Pumpkins at 105. I know we're close, but there's probably a good chance Adam's going to buy it. And I'll usually keep these at the discount price. Okay? Okay, one more box set over here. Now this, at one point, I had already discounted because it had a smashed corner. But let's do another $25 off and try to sell it for $300, okay? This is Metallica's Ride the Lightning. And that's the only flaw. The top part of the lid has a smashed corner. This retails at $349. I think I tried selling it for $324 because of the smashed corner. $350. And these are still technically in print as UK editions. That's why it's got all these custom stickers on them. It was a UK import. If this was to ever go out of print, y'all know what happens. Like the Injustice set, the Master of Puppets set. If you, after that, $300 would be far out of range. Right now, while they're technically still available, that's at a great price. I'll do it right now, one time, $300 on the Ride the Lightning box set. $300. $300. Okay, we've got an offer on Smashing Pumpkins, and we got somebody thinking about it. It's $10 off at $105. There's Dio. Elvis is sealed. Elvis is sealed. The Blue album with hop sticker. It is a $10 start. Adam Bernardi says he'll take Smashing Pumpkins at 105. I got to make a note to order more Smashing Pumpkins. I got to order more Pulse, and I got to order more Motherships. Poor Dio. I'd like a sealed OG 58RC copy. That would be a reseal. They didn't actually, that album is too early. They didn't seal those back then, actually. I don't think sealed copies of those exist. Okay. I feel like I'm going through one thing after another. Elvis is about to sell for $10. That's crazy if it does, but it could, very well could. Fleetwood Mac, Behind the Mask. So this is a sealed Fleetwood Mac album from 1990. A sealed Fleetwood Mac album from 1990. It's called Behind the Mask. It's never been opened. A $25 start. Okay? That's now up for bid. Fleetwood Mac. I've got more stuff where that came from. Let's go ahead and get started on vintage stuff. Or pre-owned, because this isn't really vintage. This is the very best of Electrolyte Orchestra, a 2016, $39.99. The very best of ELO, a 2016 press, $39.99. Living Chicago Blues, Volume 2, $19.99. And we have the original Flying Saucer, Watergate, Superfly meets Shaft Convention, 1972. Wow. $14.99. So this album covers Watergate, Superfly meeting Shaft, and Flying Saucers. $14.99. Jay Neutral on Chicago Blues. Also, we have An Evening with Groucho Marx, $24.99. And Moments by Roger Sellers. And this is a 2011 clear vinyl. It's technically lo-fi, $19.99 on that. Adam Bernardi on Flying Saucer, 10. Okay, first of all, Elvis now has 2 new bids, 10, 11, 12, and 12. Topographic is still leading at 12. Everybody else is out. Fleetwood Mac, final call. How much is the Dio box? The Dio box is $315. Actually, we'll say $349. Here, I'll do this, because now that that's front and center, you're not going to be the last person who asked tonight. Here's what I'll do. Let's make a sign here. I'm going to cross that out, and I'm going to say 3. There we go. Alan Montgomery says he'll take the Dio. No, he says did bot. He's getting auto-corrected. Did big set. He's meaning Dio. Here, there we go. Y'all can see that, can't you? There we go. Actually, that's supposed to be $329. That's supposed to be $329. Let me fix that. Let me fix that 4 right there. There we go. Now it's somewhat of a 9. Okay. Next question over here is the following. Is the Ride the Lightning an OG, is that what makes it so much higher than the ones currently at Walmart? This is a box set. This is a box set. It's brand new. This was made probably this year. At least packaged this year. It's got 6 CDs, 3 LPs, DVD, book, posters, inserts. It's a super deluxe edition. A super deluxe edition. It's brand new. An OG copy of this on Megaforce is now in high grade hundreds of dollars. Some could bring well over 500 in really high grade. It's a super deluxe set. Alan Montgomery is heavily thinking about it. Think long and you'll think wrong, okay? Let's keep going. The Brave Bulls, $14.99. Elvis Pickwick, $9.99. This is You'll Never Walk Alone, $9.99. Blues Gangsters Getaway, an 86 German press, $9.99. Look, People, Stop Making Cheese, an 85 Canadian press, $9.99. Johnny River, Secret Agent Man, and Seventh Son, $9.99. The high bid on Elvis is at $16. Everybody else is out. Fleetwood Mac has one bid for $25. Final call. Kelly Vlodarchek on Cheese. That is sold to Kelly Vlodarchek. We also have Badger, one live. Badger is a 1973 PRC Richmond press, $29.99. Badger, one live Badger, $29.99. Slade, Nobody's Fools. We already sold one of these tonight. Here's another one. Slade is $19.99. Robin Trower, Back It Up. Boy, I don't see that one too often. Robin Trower, $19.99. And Rim Shots meets Rusty Steel and Tin Tacks, a tribute to Hank Williams, a 1998 German, $14.99. Also over here, Jay Neutron, Robin Trower, then Brogan Scones, and then Adam Bernardi. We have Something to Remember, appearing tonight at the Clay Pigeon Club, an 89 UK Psychobilly, $19.99. Crosby, Stills, and Nash, self-explanatory, self-titled, $34.99. Joe Delgado on Blues Gangsters. That is sold to Joe Delgado. Fleetwood Mac, a sealed 1990 U.S. original, sold to Mike Quadrini for $25. Great price on that. Sold to him. Thank you as always. That's done. See you later. Next thing is Christina Curtis on Hank Tribute. This is sold to Christina Curtis. Next is Nick Bargeron on Groucho Marx for $17.99. That was back here and sold to Nick Bargeron. And now Elvis is sold to Topographic for $16. $16. The Metallica box set, the original MSRP list is $349.99. It's got a ding corner. I've been trying to sell it for $324. I said I would do it tonight for $299.99. $299.99. $299.99. It's a UK import. Okay, DO is, you can see, still available. Next thing I have is, this is Tim Hardin. This is an 89 UK, $24.99. Jerry Rafferty, a classic album, City to City. Jerry Rafferty is $19.99. Very clean vinyl. $19.99 for Jerry Rafferty. And Janis Joplin in concert, a double LP, $34.99 for Janis Joplin. Janis Joplin. $34.99 on that double LP. Also, we have Pure Prairie League. That's their debut album. $14.99 for PPL, Orange Label. And from RCA, Emmylou Harris, Evangeline, $14.99 for Emmylou Harris, and Pat Benatar, Tropico. This has her big hit, We Belong Together, $14.99 for Pat Benatar. We have Eagles on the Border, $34.99 for Eagles on the Border. Really clean copy of that. Everything in here is new, vintage, pre-owned, best offer, buy it now or best offer. That's what we call it. We call it buy it now or best offer. Buy it now or best offer. Okay, here's our next crate that's going to be on sale new vinyl. There's way too many good titles in there, so I'm trying to move some stuff around over here, though. Hold on a second. Probably going to at least introduce at least one more crate of brand new vinyl. Let me move this over here. That's all the leftovers from today. Here we go. I don't like the table back here. I like the table all mixed up or undecorated, so I'm going to decorate it right quick. We love decorating. There we go. Beautiful. Okay. Next thing is this. Scandal Warrior featuring Patty Smythe, $19.99. Slade, Keep Your Hands Off My Power Supply, $19.99. Simon & Garfunkel's Greatest Hits, $14.99. $14.99. Also, Janis Joplin Pearl, $34.99 for Janis Joplin Pearl, $34.99 on that. And yes, Tormato, $19.99. And the Doors, Morrison Hotel. Nice. Doors, Morrison Hotel. $34.99. Alvin Lee, Rocket Fuel, 10 years later, $19.99. All right, next auction. Here we go. Let me move all these over here now. I have the following. Let's do Elvis sealed, the Canadian Tribute album. If you were to open this, it will be on gold vinyl. Elvis Presley is sealed on gold vinyl, the Canadian Tribute album. $10 start on that. 10 doll hair start on that. And then we're going to do a lot of Don Williams. 1, 2, 3 sealed Don Williams records. Okay? 3 sealed Don Williams records. Don Williams, especially for you, sealed with hop sticker. Don Williams K-Tail collection, 20 of my best. And Don Williams Visions. 3 sealed Don Williams albums, $15 start. So Elvis and Don Williams up for bid right now. 10 years after, A Space and Time, $19.99 on that. Patti Smith Group Easter. Patti Smith Group is $24.99. Styx, The Grand Illusion, in shrink wrap with the original poster. That's a nice copy. Come Sail Away. Come Sail Away with Me. Sweet, Give Us a Wink. Sweet is $24.99. John Kaiser on Slade for $10. That was Keep Your Hands Off My Power Supply. I'll do that for $14 if you want that one. I got another Slade, You Boys Make Big Noise. I've never seen that one before. 1986, never. $19.99 for that Slade. And then Joe Walsh, So What? $19.99. Ron Mustaine on Styx. The Grand Illusion, very nice copy there. And then we have War, Deliver the Word. War is $29.99, Deliver the Word. Also, we have Johnny Winter, Still Alive and Well. What a nice looking copy. $19.99 for Johnny Winter. Billy Joe, The Nylon Curtain. $14.99 for Billy Joe. He has the original inner sleeve. Next is Jerry Rock on Space, and he might be Slade. So here is the deal. Okay, because Kaiser offered 10 for this one. I counted 14. Now, where your comment fell in, if you're claiming this for sticker price, then it's yours. Okay, and then Kaiser, it will be up to you if you want this one still for 14. Because it looks like he just commented Slade at that one at full price. Okay, and then let's go ahead and sell Ron Mustaine War, which was right here. There's that. And then we have Genesis Abacab, $19.99 for that. All 3 sealed Don Williams are about to sell for $15. And the sealed Elvis, Regina has it for $10. We're about to sell that. I'm about to get into my bonus auction, which has like some 80s hard rock and metal. We're about to do some of that, so don't go anywhere. Steppenwolf, 16 Greatest Hits. Steppenwolf is $19.99. Frank Sinatra's Greatest Hits, $14.99 for Sinatra. How about Jack Bruce, Bill Lorden, and Robin Trower in BLT? That makes me hungry. $19.99 for that. Van Halen 2, nice. Looks like a clean OG copy. Original on her sleeve. Van Halen's $44.99. Jethro Tull Aqualung, wow. In shrink wrap, $24.99. Aqualung. Why is this so heavy? It's a gatefold jacket in shrink. It might just be because of the disc. Very nice. Okay, so I think here's what we're going to do. We're going to sell John Kaiser this one, if he's okay with that, at 14. And then technically Jerry Rock was first on this one, and Jerry Rock will get that at sticker price. And then Jay Nutra gets BLT for $15. And then 10 years after is a 1983 pressing. I know that for 2 reasons. This little mark right here and the barcode on the back. We've had this one before. Alvin Lee, great album. I'd love to change the world. Yeah. And then Boom Boom, the best of Pat Travers, $19.99 on that. And Peter Tosh, Bush Doctor. Peter Tosh, of course, produced by the Rolling Stones. On the Rolling Stones label, $24.99. All right, all 3 Don Williams albums are sold collectively for $15 to Greg Beddinger. Wow, great price on that. Let's put those 3 albums in 3 brand new inner sleeves or outer sleeves. And then we got to sell Elvis for $10, and let's get a new wave of auctions. I think the last couple sealed Elvis I'll bundle together. This is Don Williams. Let's put that away over here. This Don Williams is going right in here. And then here's this Don Williams. 10 Years After was $19.99. And Elvis was sold to Regina Tabor for $10. Get all those in brand new sleeves for everybody. I like everything all nice and clean and newly sleeved. Let's move that last sleeve here. Well, we're going to need it here in a minute. Let's do these last 3 sealed Elvis records together in one lot. So Elvis Burning Love from Elvis Presley Boulevard, Memphis. And then what about this one here? That's one I don't see as often. It's called Elvis, a Golden Anniversary limited edition album and poster set, specially packaged for HBO subscribers. I don't think I've seen that one too often. 3 sealed Elvis records, $20 start. 3 sealed Elvis records, $20 start. First thing we're going to do is sell 10 Years After for $12. And that was right here to Ada Bernardi. Todd Saw, You Get the Eagles for $25. Todd Saw, You Get the Eagles for $25. Is the Doors a Pittman press? Let's see what we have here. The Doors. SRC, SP, maybe a specialty. I think it's a specialty press. Okay? I'm just going to read these titles one more time. I'm going to try to knock out another crate of new vinyl that hasn't been sold. And Peter Tosh is $24.99. Bam bam, shim ba bam bam da, do 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 bam bam bam, shooby ba bam, dun 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 ding ding, a bam ba ba da da, ding ding ding, a da 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 da, shooby dooby bam bam, a sham ba bam bam da, a shooby bam bam, da ding 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 bam bam. Oh. What time is books? Probably midnight or a little before. We probably got about 45 more good minutes of vinyl. We got 185 people on right now on all platforms. I think some people's waiting for at least one more crate of new. And we might need to do one nonsense vintage crate. The sealed Elvis records are at $30. And I'm going to read what's left in here one more time. I still got odds and ends. We took a big break there doing odds and ends, which helped because we just sold 3 box sets. We sold, I sold a lot of miscellaneous here and there. And I still got stuff kind of laying around here and there I need to knock out. So, and over here next to me. But let's go ahead and do this crate of on sale new vinyl. Here's everything that hadn't sold tonight. There's all tonight's newest stuff. And there's the leftover Hatchet Ed. I hadn't finished that yet. What is this right here? Okay, I need to flip through these one more time. Here we go. Yeah, SRC is a specialty press, Scranton, Pennsylvania. So this is a new compilation, ELO, $39.99. We had Roger Sellers' Moments, The Brave Bulls. You listen to this and you'll want to fight bulls. It's bullfighting music. Elvis, You'll Never Walk Alone. Johnny Rivers' Secret Agent Man single. Badger here, really cool because that's Roger Dean artwork, the same guy that did all the stuff from Yes. Roger Dean artwork, Badger, one live. We also have Slade, Nobody's Fools, Something to Remember, appearing tonight at the Clay Pigeon Club, Crosby, Stills, and Nash, This Is Tim Hardin, Jerry Rafferty, City to City, Janis Joplin in concert. Let me pause there at Pure Perry League because I'm about to grab another auction over here, and that next auction is going to be this right here. Let's throw up a Van Halen Diver Down. Van Halen Diver Down is an 82 U.S. club copy, EX Plus condition with the original inner sleeve, $25 start. I do have one more box set. I almost forgot about it over here. I got one more box set over here if anybody wants it. So the only box set I have left is Dio, which you already see the discounted price on that. The Metallica has been marked down $50. And Celtic Frost. Dance Macabre, which was $274.99, I'll do it for $255. You get Morbid Tales to Megatherion, Into the Pandemonium, Emperor's Return, Tragic Serenades, I Won't Dance, the Collector's Celtic Frost picture disc, I think, and then Visual Aggression, which is a 7-inch single. So Celtic Frost, it's called Dance Macabre, gigantic box set, lots of extras, $255 on that. It was $274.99. So that's the only 2 box sets I have, I think, or 3. Dio, Metallica, and Celtic Frost, all metal genre, which is bizarre because usually the metal stuff gets gone. Emmylou Harris, Evangeline, Pat Benatar, Tropico, Kevin offered $28 on ELO. Sell that to Kevin for $28. Next is Simon and Garfunkel, Janis Joplin, Yes, Tormato, Alvin Lee, Sweet, Patti Smith Group, Joe Walsh, Johnny Winter, Billy Joel, Genesis, Steppenwolf, Frank Sinatra, Van Halen 2, Aqualung, Pat Travers, The Doors. I will sell this to you for $25. McEwen photo, $25 on this. Let me show you, though, the cover, okay? And that's the only reason I really gonna knock $10 off. This cover down here, it's a little wavy. It looks like right here it got a little damp at one point. You definitely need to see that before you say yes or no. But I will do it for $25, okay? And Elvis, the sealed, 3 sealed Elvis Presley records. Chad Anderson has them for $31. Everybody else is out. Frank Sinatra is called Frank Sinatra's Greatest Hits, $14.99. No condition notes. Okay, I'm going to take this stack of sold stuff in here. Aqualung was very nice. Covers and shrink. Nothing wrong with that one, and very nice vinyl. Okay. Do I have any monster left? A little. About time for a fresh one and a snack. I haven't had my 11 o'clock snack yet. So everything in here, of course, is best offer. $24.99. It's got a M Major original price tag. Green Crystals label, which I think is the second label. It's got the lyric insert with it. It's got the lyric insert with it. Nice, $24.99. Is the Elvis sealed in the crate? No, it's not. No, this is open. You'll Never Walk Alone, $9.99. Peter Tosh is a U.S. pressing. This is a U.S. press. Okay. Elvis, the 3 Elvis records at $40, final call. Aqualung is sold for $22 to Kevin J. Reeds. Thank you. Van Halen is a 1982 U.S. Club, which is a reissue. Inner sleeve, EX Plus, nice, $25 start. Okay. We'll keep rolling. Sorry for the delay. I was reading up on something over here on my phone. All right, Tom McEwen on Frank Sinatra for $10, sold. Let's keep rolling. Sorry for the delay. All right, so let's knock out a crate of August backdate new vinyl on sale. August backdate new vinyl on sale. August back date, new vinyl on sale. So you're about to see stuff stickered from back in August that is now discounted. There may be some stuff in here from the front that shouldn't be discounted, but I may go ahead and do it, okay? It's either going to be 24, 29, or a flat 20% off. Let's get started, okay? These 3 Elvis records are sold to Steve Biddlecombe for $40. All 3 of them for $40. That one was already in a sleeve. Let's get these 2 in a sleeve for them. And let's clean up some bins. Let's clean out some crates. And let's get a bunch of stuff sold here for the last final push for vinyl tonight before everybody gets sleepy, before Chad loses his, before I lose my momentum, and before I have to go get a snack before we start trying to go through some tubs of books over here. Here we go. September. It has on the East Coast, it's 11:25 here. I just read, I saw 2 people commented, I guess the federal government's officially shut down, so that's always interesting. Van Halen has got 1 bid for $25. And let's go ahead and put up something else here. Let's go. Don't come around here no more. Silver, here we go. I'm the most entertaining person on the internet. I'll take that as a strong compliment. Thank you. Silver's coming up in 1 second. Okay, so Blink-182 was $38.99. We'll do it for $29. So that is $9 off. Blink-182, $29.99. Nirvana Bleach, now $24.99. I'm going to get all these sorted right quickly. This is about the time last night. This is about the time last night I went through a crate really late, and there was a ton of stuff left over, and then it sold either in the morning or when we recapped it here again. Jimmy Buffett's Greatest Hits is $29.99. That's $5 off. I only got 1 Blink-182, sold to Tom McEwen for $29.99. Equal Vote. Now, you've bought from us before, right? You get Van Halen for $25. Nirvana is $24.99. So these are the final prices. If I say whatever the price I read off, that is the final discount price. So that is the discounted price for these. All right, let's put up a couple more auctions. Let's see what's going on with this Led Zeppelin here, and let's see what's going on with this David Bowie. Okay, Zeppelin and David Bowie. Sounds like 2 good auctions there, right? I got Zeppelin, and this is a 77 U.S. reissue, a club copy. No, it's a U.S. retail copy. Hey, Hey Mama, Say the Way You Move, $25 start on that. David Bowie is a 74 U.S., it's a tan label, so it's a reissue from 74, but it's nice, $25. So Jimmy Buffett, $29. Nirvana, $24. And we have Operation Ivy. I'll do these for $24.99. $24.99 on those, $5 off. Slaughter, last copy I have of Revolution. Slaughter's $29.99. Etta James at Last, $24.99. Clear vinyl, Etta James. 1 copy of Cake, that was $33. Fashion Nugget. He's Going the Distance. Ray LaMontagne, that was also $33. Now $24. It's on orange vinyl. It's an anniversary edition. Depeche Mode Violator for $24. That's pretty crazy. Sex Pistols for $24. That's pretty crazy. And then here's the Metallica bootleg, In the City of Brotherly Love. Let's do $10 off. That makes that $29.99 for Metallica. It's a double LP on red vinyl, and I've got 2 of them. 2 of them. Also, Joni Mitchell Blue, that's only $24.99. And then here is Outer Heaven, Infinite Psychic Depth, slime green colored vinyl, $24.99 on that. Jane's Addiction, let's do these for $24.99. That's the on sale price. Live and Profane, 86 to 87. That's a live Jane's Addiction unofficial compilation, $24.99. James Young on the Sex Pistols for $24.99. The Cure, let's do 20% off of $44.99. 20% off of $44.99. That is a price of $35.99. You can get a new seal 2 LP copy of Disintegration right now for $35.99. We got Kevin J. Reitz on Metallica for $29.99. 1 left. Kevin Cassidy on Joni Mitchell, last one, only one, $24.99. Tom McEwen has Zeppelin for $25, final call. Cake was $33, now it's $24. $24.99 on Cake. Charlie Brown Christmas, green vinyl. I'm going to be ordering more of these in the near future. So if you want to buy one quick copy for $24.99, here's your one quick copy chance for $24.99. Outer Heaven, so to Alex Kane for $24.99. Mike Quadrini gets cake. He's going the distance for $24.99. And then Pearl Jam. Let's do these for $29.99. I ordered 2 copies back on August 7th of Binaural. Didn't sell either one of them. So I've got Pearl Jam Binaural in stock for $29.99. Bathory. Now the last few in here really shouldn't be discounted, but they're early September. We'll go ahead and do it. There's another $44.99er. So 20% off makes those $35.99. So there's some more $35.99 that was $44. That's Bathory and that's Hammerheart. Ray is sold, and that was Ray LaMontagne. That's sold to Sherry Darnell for $24.99. This I'll do for $24.99. Acoustic Sound Series from Verve. Ella Fitzgerald and Louis Armstrong. Pressed at QRP. What a great price at $24.99 for an Acoustic Sound Series. Music on Vinyl, Life of Agony. My last 4 copies of Soul Searching Sun, numbered on Go Vinyl, $10 off at $29.99. And Metal Massacre on Ruby Red Vinyl, Metal Massacre, $29.99. Tom McEwen gets the Zeppelin for $25. And if anybody wants David Bowie, it's a $25 buy it now. David Bowie Live, $25 buy it now on that. Jeff Sapia on CB. And CB was for Charlie Brown. That's sold to Jeff for $24.99. Robert Bonnet on Binaural for $29.99. That's a Bob Lugwood remaster, by the way. And that's everything that's left. Let me get some of those sorted right quick. Those were $29, $29, $24. Those were 20% off. This can be just moved back a few. So these $44.99ers are $35. $29, $29, $29, $24. 24, 24, 24, 24, 24. That one's 29, and that one's 29. All right. So Tim Vergara gets the last Pearl Jam Binaural, which is, make sure he gets that, for $29. Slippery when vinyl, $29.99. That's sold. Sherry Darnell gets the Ella and Louis for $24.99. And then here's what's left. Price on Louis. I just sold it for $24.99. That was, I don't think I have another one. We're probably going to go ahead and run through this other crate over here, right? Yeah, we have chipped away some new vinyl on sale. I want to make sure I have plenty so we can get some for in the morning so we can start the show tomorrow. When we're starting another show tomorrow, we want to have even more. Okay, we got Nirvana Bleach, $24.99, remastered from the original master tapes from Sub Pop. 1 left. Operation Ivy, 2 left, $24.99. Etta James at last. Clear vinyl, 2 left, $24.99. Depeche Mode Violator. Enjoy the Silence. Was 33, now 24. Regina's offered 7 for the Elvis record from the previous bin. Sold. Elvis is sold for $7, and that was You'll Never Walk Alone. Sell that to Regina Tabor for $7. Thank you on that one. Okay, and then I'll have Jane's Addiction. So this is live. 1986, 1987, orange vinyl. Pyramid, Los Angeles, 86, and Dallas, Texas, 1987. $24.99 on those. They were $28. You know what? Let's do these for $19.99. Because I got 4, $19.99. That's $9 off. Jane's Addiction, Live and Profane, $19.99 for JA. Okay? It's a live compilation from 2 different shows, 86, 87. Next is Life of Agony. Now we're moving into the $29.99ers. That's $10 off on this Music on Vinyl pressing. James Lavender on Jane's Addiction. Sell that to him for $19.99. Jimmy Buffett's $5 off. His greatest hits like Cheeseburger in Paradise, Come Monday, Margaritaville, $29.99 single LP. Slaughter, first time on vinyl. That's $29. So is Metallica, a bootleg unofficial. This is the show. You're going to see me sell a lot of these. It's one of the best-selling unofficials we keep in stock. It's a show they did nothing but covers. Sabracadabra, the Black Sabbath song. Merciful Fate, of course. Am I Evil? Turn the Page. Last Caress. I Got Something to Say. The Cure was 20% off. That makes The Cure $35.99. and Bathory was 20% off. Hammerheart is now $35.99. Okay. What color is LOA? Life of Agony is on gold vinyl. It's a new Music on Vinyl reissue 1000. They're numbered on the back, and it's on gold vinyl, $29.99. Okay, what else is sitting around here? Yeah, I need to go through the stuff in this crate, but I have another crate I can knock out right quick as well. And then I need to show everything that came in. Probably need to do like one half-off crate maybe. How many more new John crates do I have? I still got 3. I still can't get caught up. I'm in that cycle now. I can't get caught up going through the John stuff. We had 3 left over last night. He priced 4 more today. So I've been through 4, and now there's still 3 more left over here. A little bit too late to show any more of those tonight. But that means tomorrow we got John off. Paul and Laura's going to be here. They're going to be marking stuff, a lot of stuff, and we're still going to have even John crates to go through. So tomorrow's going to be super duper busy. Plus Laura has pulled insane auctions. So just absolutely crazy. Let me see if I want to go through this. August. Early September. Yep, early September. Kind of middle September, but I've shown these a bunch, so it's time to discount them. Okay, here we go. Last crate I'm probably going to show of new on-sale vinyl for the night. This is usually shown at like 7 or 8 o'clock, and it gets absolutely obliterated. So if you're watching late, here is the time. Chad, I got to thank you. Had never heard of Soft Machine prior to tuning in. I started grabbing them when they came up. They've become one of my favorite brands. There it is. Paul's theoretically doing a buy tomorrow, but I don't know if he ever got that fully confirmed. Okay. Gotcha. Yeah, he said something about Memphis, but let me text him. Well, it doesn't matter. I'm sure he's still he's probably awake. We'll find out. Okay, here we go. I have other stuff to auction, but the last few have been kind of, the stuff I have to auction is really good titles over here. I hate to put these up at like, I might have some sealed stuff. It's like OG metal stuff over here. This is supposed to be mostly for tomorrow and Thursday night, but you know what? I do have some sealed stuff I don't mind slipping in. Let's do, here we go. We'll sell this. I'll try these 2 here. 2 cool sealed records here for $15 starts because they're great titles. They're sealed original pressings for $15 starts. We got Sammy Hagar, Danger Zone, and we got Willie and the Poor Boys. Those are both sealed, original sealed $15 start. Okay, here we go. Last crate I'm going to introduce tonight of on-sale new vinyl. We're still going to have more for tomorrow, and yeah, we're definitely going to have more for tomorrow. So it's going to take us 3. I knew we had a lot. Here we go. The newest album by 21 Pilots, which is just about 3 weeks old, but I think I've sold them to death, and this is my last 5 copies. This is called Breach, the new 21 Pilots album. Red vinyl was $33. I'll sell those last 5 for $24.99. $24.99 for 21 Pilots. We'll do a straight percentage on this. Probably the most expensive straight percentage I've discounted tonight other than box sets. Ween is 20% off. So 20% off of $79.99 makes this $63.99. $63.99 for Ween. That's the 20% off price. Sammy Hagar has 2 $15 bids. Wow, let's do Megadeth. $9 off. This is a live Megadeth selling piece. It's a live bootleg. Now just $29.99 for Megadeth. And then Nirvana under the covers. Y'all probably seen me sell a bunch of these. Also $29.99. It's a double LP. It's Nirvana doing nothing but covers. $5 off on those. That one's been really popular. Check this out. Kenny Burrell, KB Blues, a Blue Note tone poet. $29.99 for that. Blue Note. How about Blue Note Tone Poet? $29.99. Kenny Burrell, KB Blues. The Allman Brothers, just $24.99. A new sealed copy of Idlewild South. The Nightmare Before Christmas, 2 LP bone and aqua colored vinyl, $24.99 on that. Nice. Soundgarden, live from the artist end. Let's do that at $10 off, which makes it just, listen to this, $49.99 for a new sealed Soundgarden box set on splatter vinyl. Wow. It's all on colored vinyl. $49.99. Ryan Mustaine on Kenny Burrell for $29.99. Sold. Jay Neutra on Allman Brothers, $24.99. Sold. Ryan Mustaine on Nightmare for $24.99. Sold. Sorry, Chad, you were second. Only had one left. Rush, $5 off. Grace Under Pressure, $29.99. 180 gram remaster. Sherry Darnell wants 21 Pilots for $24.99. Sold. My crate's full. And let's start a new crate with the Soundgarden purchase. Okay? Soundgarden's going to be next. Let's do that right now. That was our 8th crate. If you just heard me stack that over here, that was our 8th, I repeat, 8th crate of sold, packed, full crate. 8th of the night. Let's try to make that to 9 before we wrap up. Mike Quadrini first on the Soundgarden. Tim Vigari second. Let's get this right over here. Nobody bid on the sealed Willie and the Poor Boys. So that's a $15 buy now. Right now, Sammy Hagar is with Kevin J. Reitz at 18. Everybody else is out. I also have Fear of God, Within the Veil. A limited edition 1,000 on silver-colored vinyl. 1,000 on silver-colored vinyl. That is $29.99 for Fear of God, Within the Veil. Wasp is going to be just $24.99. Eldorado, 180 gram colored vinyl. Wow, big discount on that. Tesla 5-man London Jam already should be $44. Some of these are from that distributor that already gets stuff kind of cheaper than normal. So now this is at a great price at $29.99. Tesla 5-man London Jam. 5-man London Jam. There was only one Soundgarden. Yep, it went to Mike Quadrini. Unfortunately, I don't have any more. On the on-sale stuff, it's kind of one of ones. The only way I could get you another, if you're okay paying the $59 instead of the $49, I probably can order you one. But the on-sale stuff, of course, I only do one time because it's on sale, and then that's it. Okay, Tesla for $29. Tom Petty for $29. That's $5 off. And we have Supertramp for $29. That's $9 off. Supertramp, Breakfast in America. And then right here, I sold one earlier. I forgot I had more. Yep. I should have brought them out when I had others. I probably could have sold them then. These are OG pressings of David Lee Roth's Skyscraper. Y'all have probably seen these, right? So these are $22.99. These are OG sealed David Lee Roth Skyscrapers. $22.99. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 left. I've been selling the fire out of them at $28. $22.99 on David Lee Roth Skyscraper. Information Society. This was already $19.99. How about $14.99? Beetlejuice for $29. That was $34. Jaws for $24. That was $33. Elton John for $29. That was $36. Albert King and Stevie Ray Vaughan, $24. Zach Top, Ain't In It For My Health for $29. And U2, $10 off, live unofficial, $24.99. All right, Sammy Hagar is sold to Kevin J. Reitz for $18. That is sold to Kevin J. Reitz for $18. Paul will be here tomorrow. Wow, so if we got all of y'all marking vinyl, plus the new stuff that's coming in, plus John's crates, plus on-sale new vinyl, man, it's going to be a slobber knocker. I better try my best tomorrow to get started at 5 o'clock. Because I started tonight at 6. That's a whole hour of selling I lost tonight during prime time. So I got to get here and get started at 5. Everybody's like, yeah, right, Chad. We know better than that. Pfft, come on. You know you're not going to be starting at 5 o'clock. But I really need to because I lost some killer time tonight. Mike Quadrini on Information Society for $14. Patty Anderson Williams wants Jaws. She gets Jaws for $24.99. And that is available. Now, tomorrow, you're going to see a lot of this get obliterated, and it's going to get obliterated when it's posted in the morning at 6 a.m. for the flip video, and you're probably going to see it get obliterated when I start the show tomorrow about 5 or 5:30, and we're going through these a second time. So Grant Toynton wants the new 21 Pilots for $24.99, and let's read through those one more time. And I'm going to show y'all what's left, and then I'm going to make a decision what to do next. Maybe a quick vintage discount crate, maybe half off or something like that, to get to our 9th sold full crate. So first thing we have is 21 Pilots Breach. Red vinyl, $24.99. We have 3 left. Ween was a 20% off record, and 20% off of Ween at $79.99 is $63.99 for Ween. So that's the 20% off price on that. Okay, $63.99. Next was Megadeth Selling Piece. This is a live unofficial, but it doesn't really say when or where. It just says, now you probably could check it on Discogs, but $29.99 for Megadeth. Nirvana is $29.99 under the covers. A lot of 29s in here, except for Allman Brothers. It's $24. Midnight Rider, Auto Wide South. Rush. These Rush remasters are amazing sounding records. They are amazing sounding records. $29.99 for Rush. 100 Fear of the God or Fear of God is $29. Wasp is $24. That was $33.99. So that's $9 off for a Wasp album. 180 gram colored vinyl that pretty much OGs don't exist of. That's pretty crazy. Tesla's $29. Tom Petty's $29. Supertramp $29. The OG David Lee Roth for $22. Beetlejuice for $29. Elton John for $29. Albert King was $24. Zach Top's $29. And U2 was $24. And that's it. And so all of the new vinyl I've shown tonight on sale, everything left is in about 2 crates. And I think all the new vinyl that came in tonight is right here in this 1 crate. So I'm going to try to do that. Mike Quadrini gets U2 for $24. Yep, that was nice. And I can almost condense these 2. I'll do that after the show, though. Whitesnake. You're about to see it. You're about to see it. Because here's all the newest vinyl that came in for today. Kevin J. Reitz on David Lee Roth. Kevin J. Reitz on David Lee Roth for $22.99. Okay? There's that. First thing I have here, Marillion, Misplaced Childhood, new picture disc. That's new for this week, $33.99. New for this week, Sleep's Holy Mountain, green and transparent merge effect, $34.99. Silverchair, Neon Ballroom, numbered to 4,000 on pink vinyl, $39.99. Lynch Mob, Wicked Sensation, $79.99. Only copy I have in stock at the moment. Pink Floyd is $33.99. Momentary Lapse of Reason. Silverchair Freak Show is $39.99. Meat Puppets, Too High to Die, $38.99 for Meat Puppets. Record Store Day Essential. Mariah Carey, All I Want for Christmas Is You. Red vinyl, $29. Avril Lavigne's Greatest Hits is $38. I've got 2 of those. The Spooky Rock compilation, really cool compilation there, just in time for Halloween. Orange vinyl, $24. Highwayman 2 is $39.99. And then we have a whole series tonight of what we call Now Playings. The Now Playings are greatest hits comps, like Rat for $24.99, Gordon Lightfoot for $24.99, Dokken for $24.99, Albert King, Born Under a Bad Sign, Kraft, 55th Anniversary Edition, all analog, $34.99, and Whitesnake, Forevermore. A 2 LP edition of their 2011 album, and this is revisited, remixed, and remastered, $39.99. Christina Curtis wants a Spooky Rock. That's so to Christina Curtis. All right. It's about to be, speaking of October, it's about to be October. Here in Tennessee, we got 11 minutes left in the month of September. We got 11 minutes left here in Middle Tennessee Central Time, and we're about to be in the month of October already, folks. And then it seems like it flies by. October, November, December. October, November, December. The last quarter. I guess we've already entered the last quarter. Or this is the last quarter. Yeah, this is the last quarter. October, November, December. Okay. Next crate. Let's see what I can come up with over here. Around it, down it, down. All right, let's do this crate half off. I already pulled some stuff out of here to make a flip crate, and it's like just a handful of records, just a handful. So let's do these at half off, okay? Half off crate here, no more, no less. I'm going to take this to a little past midnight, then I'm going to try to go through a couple tubs of books. I don't know if I can exhaustively go through books like I did tonight. I'll tell you why. I don't really have the space for it. It took me forever to clean up what I did clean up yesterday. And I'm going to try to set some stuff over here on the tables. So I'm going to try to go through some stuff that I think might have a higher rate of selling. Because I went through a lot last night, obviously, that didn't sell. And I had to spend all night tubbing it up because we're going to try to figure out how to get rid of it, okay? So here we go. Half off vintage, no more, no less. Tanya Tucker, You Are So Beautiful. It's actually a white label promo. The price I'm telling you on the half off records are no more, no less. Tanya Tucker is $10. TT is $10. 2 years of rock hunting. It's some sort of compilation from 95.5 WBRU. That's an 86 pressing. 2 years of rock hunting is $10. We also have Dillard's. Dillard's is $10, and the Dillard's is Homecoming and Family Reunion. $10 on the Dillard's. The Everly Brothers, Greatest Hits. The Everly Brothers is $5. We have Carl Sandburg, $7.50. Carl Sandburg, and this is called the Great Carl Sandburg, $7.50 on that. Rawjaw, Retrospective, a 2001 German press. That's an alternate rock album. Rawjaw, $10. Jackie Reynolds on the Dillards. That's so to Jackie Reynolds. The Invisible Man's Band, $10 on the Invisible Man's Band. Interesting one there. Adam Bernardi on Sandberg. That's so to Adam Bernardi. Next is Los Pumas, Mangas Verdes, an 89 Spain record, $7.50. The Flying Machine. This is in VG Plus condition, $7.50 on the Flying Machine. VG Plus $7.50 on that. Jim Hall, Concerito, with Paul Desmond, Chet Baker, Ron Carter, Steve Gadd plays on here. It is in VG Plus condition, $17.50 for Jim Hall, Concerito. The Beatles, That Time We Forgot, the Pete Best Band. This is VG Plus, $7.50 for the Beatle, the Beatle That Time Forgot, not the Beatles. This is the early recordings of the Pete Best Band. The early recordings of the Pete Best Band. VG Plus, $7.50. Collector's Records of the 50s and 60s, Volume 16. The Everly Brothers, Ray Stevens, Dion, Tara and Cook. This is $5. And the last two, James Taylor and the original Flying Machine. Early James Taylor stuff here. $10 on that. And this is going to be just $25, so half off of $49.99. The Beatles, 62 to 66, the Red Album. On the original Apple label, $25 on that. Kevin J. Reitz on Pete Best. Denise on Flying Machine. And then there's the Beatles Red compilation. 62 to 66, to be exactly on that one. 62 to 66. Half off again. I'm looking through a crate right now. I know it's late, but kind of we need to do these. Michael Drini on Beatles Red. Sherry second on James Taylor, and Kevin was next on Beatles. So here's what's left in here. Might go ahead and throw up another crate too. Y'all did pretty good on that one. We have Tanya Tucker for $10. Promo, You Are So Beautiful. 2 years of rock hunting was $10, 1986. The Everly Brothers is $5, Greatest Hits. Raja Retrospective is $10. The Invisible Man's Band is $10. Los Pumas, Mangas Verdes, that was $7.50. The Flying Machine. Now earlier we had James Taylor on the Flying Machine. I don't think this is anything related. VG Plus $7.50. Jim Hall was VG Plus $17.50. And the Collector's Records compilation, Volume 16. Now, we ended up splitting them all up. I wish I could have I've never seen a complete set of these all together, except Fred Goodwin. The Flying Machine was VG Plus $7.50. Is that what you wanted, Denise? You wanted the Flying Machine. Okay. So, James Taylor can actually go to... You didn't want James Taylor in the Flying Machine, right? You wanted Flying Machine. This is so to Denise. Okay, so yeah, that's so to Denise. So, I mean, Sherry Darnell, you get the James Taylor in the Flying Machine. Tracks on rock hunting. I actually don't know any of these artists. Jackie, this is like local stuff. The Danes, the Groove Masters, Kid Eldine, MX, New Rules, No Secrets, Schemers, The Shake, Ya Boys, Push Comes to Shove. It sounds like it's all local stuff. It's probably local stuff from wherever this radio station is. Where is this radio station out of? WBRU. $10. All right, let's do one more crate, okay? Let's do one more half-off crate. Let's do it. Let's do this one right here. It looks like maybe some stuff Paul marked, which definitely should not be half off, but it is time for nonsense. It's that time of the night where we do nonsense stuff, okay? So we didn't really do one last night. That was that was pretty recent stuff there. I think Paul showed those when I was out of town. But we'll go ahead and do this one. This will be truly the nonsense crate of the night, okay? And maybe we can sell everything in here. Whew, I shouldn't have went and got a snack earlier. I got to start bringing my little snacks back here like I did. I got on a good rhythm. Chad's getting hungry. Chad's ready to go eat his spinach dip up front. Chad is ready to go eat his parfait up front. Oh, man. Whew. Yeah. Oh, man. Getting dizzy. Here we go. What could possibly be in here? Dirty Looks, a 1980 album. That's new wave. $10 for Dirty Looks. Professor Longhair, Rock and Roll Gumbo. Professor Longhair is $12.50. It does have a hop sticker, $12.50 on that. Julie Driscoll, Brian Auger and the Trinity. That is now $10. Julie Driscoll, Brian Auger and the Trinity. Mule, Henry Townsend. Mule's a 1980 pressing, $10 on that. Jay Nutria on Professor Longhair. That's so to Jay Nutria. We have Kenny Blue, Wynton Kelly. A 2018 Spain pressing, $15 with Nat Adderley, Benny Golson, Paul Chambers. That's a 180-gram jazz album from 2018 reissue. $15 on Wynton Kelly. Also, we have Deodato First Cuckoo. That is Deodato for $15. And we have George Harmonica Smith, Arkansas Trap. George Harmonica Smith is $10. What about Easter House? Contenders. Easter House is $10. Also, Hank Crawford, Jimmy McGriff, Stepping Up. $10 on that. Wynton is $15. This is a half-off crate. This is a half-off crate. No more, no less. Joe Farrell, Upon This Rock, $17.50. Philly Joe Jones, Damaronia. Stop, Look, Listen, $12.50. Also, J.S. Barrel, Here's the Surprise, from 1996, $5 on that. Canned Heat, Futuristic Blues. It does have noticeable cover damage. The vinyl's clean, though. Canned Heat is $15. Neil Rigler on Philly. That's sold to Neil. Poco, a good feeling to know. Oh, Poco. Boy, do they have a lot of albums. Poco is $5. Adam, if you decide you want Winted, let me know. He says he will take it. Yes, this is a half-off crate, no more, no less. We got the Electric Flag, a long time coming. Electric Flag is $10. Jimmy McGriff, organ and blues band, plays The Worm. Jimmy McGriff is a 1968 pressing from Solid State. Now $17.50, which is half off of $34.99. The Many Faces of David Newman. A lot of jazz mixed in here. David Newman from Atlantic Records is just $10. David Newman. We also have Gruppo Sportivo, Mistakes. $10 on that. John Kaiser wants Dirty Looks. That's sold to John Kaiser. Thank you on that. Elvin Bishop, Hog Heaven. Elvin Bishop is $5. And interesting looking here, Sealed, Bakar. It is now $5. Sealed for $5. Adam Bernardi on David Newman. David Newman. Hello, Newman. We have the original motion picture soundtrack to Big Night. Big Night has music from classic 50s like Louis Prima, Keely Smith, Rosemary Clooney. That is sealed on clear vinyl for $10. We have Ron Carter and Jim Hall live at Village West. A 1984 pressing, $17.50 for Ron Carter and Jim Hall, $17.50 on that. Barbara's Heart of the City. Barbara's is $7.50. And we have Kenyatta, I Want to Do Something Freaky to You. I Want to Do Something Freaky to You. That's $5. And we have Parliament, Chocolate City. Parliament is now just $15. And shrink wrap, it is a 180-gram reissue, but just $15 on Parliament. That's pretty crazy. Ron Carter is sold to Adam Bernardi. Ray Red, you were second. Very quickly, quick pause in the crate. There's only been 2 no bids tonight. A sealed Willie and the Poor Boys, Jimmy Page and members of the Rolling Stones, and then David Bowie Live. And David Bowie Live was a 74 US 2LP Indianapolis tan RCA. Nice condition, $25 on that. It's Parliament, George Clinton. William Bootsy Collins on bass. William Bootsy Collins. Rhythm arrangements, Bootsy Collins and George Clinton. Now, George Clinton had something to do with about every Parliament and Funkadelic album. He had something to do with about every one of them. Produced, arrangements, wrote songs, played instruments, but his name is appearing in the credits. If you don't want that, Useless Cedars does. We have, here's a nonsense record. Half off of Chet Baker. That makes this as $25. This is Chet by Chet Baker. It's a Record Store Day edition. Mono, all analog by Kevin Gray. Half off of $49.99. Makes that just $25. We're in a half off crate. Parliament is $15. Parliament is $15. Half off, no more, no less. Yeah, and make sure before it gets too late, one more quick pause. Have y'all seen the hot pictures for tomorrow? This is for tomorrow. Ozzy, Black Sabbath, Ozzy. Ozzy, Black Sabbath, Ozzy. Ozzy, Black Sabbath, Ozzy. Black Sabbath, 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 Black Sabbath. Black Sabbath, Zakk Wylde, Dio. Heaven and Hell, Black Label Society, Heaven and Hell, Dio. Black Label Society, Black Sabbath, and then other stuff like Charge GBH, Misfits, The Minutemens, Social Distortion, Ramones, Circle Jerk, Sonic Youth. Wow, that's for tomorrow. Plus, I'm going to finally video my bonus crate so we can do even more. I got 3 full crates of bonus auctions over here. That's enough for like 2 weeks worth, and I got to start chipping away at them big time tomorrow. Scott Arnold does want Parliament. So, Useless Cedars, you were second. We got Fester Fanic's Greatest Cocktail Party Hits. 1989 Australian hard rock album, half off of $28. So $14 on that. Coney Hatch is VG Plus, $7.50. Ween is a 3LP black vinyl. Yes, 20% off of $79.99, which I think made it $63.99. Next is Shorty Rogers, Gospel Mission. Shorty Rogers is $7.50. Just a little bit of Tony Sheridan, an 87 German press, $10 on that. Hammersmith is VG Plus, $7.50. Icicle Works, Icicle Works is $10. Also, Rare Bird, somebody's watching, EX $14. This next one's going to make me sick to my stomach. I left it in here. I kind of flipped through the crate earlier. I was like, oh no, I can't believe it's come to this, but here it is. The next record. It's half off of Led Zeppelin's House of the Holy, a beautiful early 80s specialty press. It's probably an early 80s, barcoded on the back, just $17.50 on that. Bowie is sold to David Jennings for $25. Now I just got to sell somebody Willie and the Poor Boys sealed for $15. I'll sell them. The Swingin' Richards is $10. Let me just open it. And I'll put it in a sleeve, and I'll get Laura or Paul to mark it tomorrow. Near mint in shrink wrap, $19.99. Or you can buy it right now sealed, unopened for $10 or $15. Your pick. Scott Arnold on Led Zeppelin, and Steve Riley wants the Ween. You sure can. So let's make sure this goes in 20% off for him at $63.99, which is the 20% off price on Ween. You got that? Thank you. So do you. The last few in here was Broomstick Dusters. That's $12.50. Orphan is called Rock and Reflection. Orphan is $10. James Lavender said, well, heck, I better go ahead and buy it for $15 sealed before Chad opens it, puts it in a new sleeve, and say it's near mint and shrink wrap, $19.99. There we go. Here we go. There's that. Sold. Next is Shorty a gospel record. Shorty Rogers. Shorty Rogers Gospel Mission. Yes. 63 mono, $7.50. Who is Willie and the Poor Boys? It is Jimmy Page, Bill Wyman, Charlie Watts, Andy Fairweather Lowe, Ray Cooper. So it's actually about 3 members of the Rolling Stones, Jimmy Page, of course, and then a lot of other guest appearances. And they put together this album called Willie and the Poor Boys. A lot of people's not familiar with it, but it was a big deal because when it was in stores, a lot of them have hop stickers, and it's like Stones and Jimmy Page, and everybody's like, whoa, I got to buy that. Led Zeppelin and Led Zeppelin's guitarist and Stones members working together. Wow. Dave Brubeck is $25, a 64 French copy. A 64 French copy of Jazz Impressions of Japan. The cover does have a tear right here. It is now $25. That's half off of $49.99. I hate this. Let me go, golly, this is terrible. Let me go get a new inner sleeve. This is not worthy of a white paper cutout sleeve. Not worthy of it at all. Let me go get a brand new sleeve. If I can't find one, maybe Laura can deliver some. And I need next time you come through here, Laura, a MoFi or whatever we're using now, anti-static sleeve, please. This record should not be stored in something like that, okay? $25 on that. Love Story soundtrack is $10. Regina wants the Shorty Rogers. Next is Kamikaze by Deke Leonard. That's a 74 Prague album. $10 on this. $10 on this. And we have 16 Authenticos Extacatos. And this is $15. $15 on this. Okay? Adam already wants Brubeck. Let me get that in a brand new anti-static, like auction type sleeve for that. Hey, perfect. Thank you, Laura. That we shout out to Laura, bringing that all the way from the back part of the store. This has got some dust on it, Adam. You'll probably want to wipe this down again. But man, it's clean. Look at that label. How unusual. All right. Probably because it was in this terrible. We have to use these sometimes because those are pretty expensive, you know, and we can't put every record we sell in something like that. Which we do on the high-end stuff, but man, these here are just like horrible. Horrible to store records in. Maybe if you got something cheap. So, okay, 2 people's already asked for a bundle price. I got to read through this one again for sure, okay? I got to read through this one 100%. Let's read through it one more time. And then I'll give deals. I'll give the dibs to Neil and then Matthew Sherrick. Let me read through it one more time, though. We have Julie Driscoll, Brian Auger, and the Trinity, $10. Mule, Henry Townsend, 1980, $10. Diodato, $15. George Harmonica Smith, Arkansas Trap, $10 on that. Easterhouse Contenders is $10. Hank Crawford, Jimmy McGriff, Stepping Up, $10. Joe Farrell, Upon This Rock, $17.50 for Joe Farrell, CTI 1974. So now let me tell you what that means. If you want something in here, you probably want to grab it on this read-through, because when I get done, I'm going to count these up. I'm going to discount them even further, and there's going to be somebody buy everything that's left. So right now is the time if you want some of these. Here's the surprise Jay-Z barrel, 1996, $5 on that. Canned heat was $15. Low grade cover, but no condition notes on the vinyl. Poco was $5. Electric flag was $10. A long time coming. 70s press, $10 on that. Jimmy McGriff, organ and blues band, plays The Worm. 1968, $17.50 on that. Gruppo Sportivo, Mistakes, $10. Elvin Bishop, Hog Heaven, $5. This is Bakar, sealed for $5. Big Night soundtrack. This is $10 on clear vinyl. Jimmy McGriff, The Worm, is sold to Ray Red for $17.50. Also, we have Barbara's Heart of the City. Barbara's was $7.50. Kenyatta, I Want to Do Something Freaky to You. That is $5. Chet Baker is only $25. This is the kind of stuff that's going to make it hard to bundle, because there's records like this still left in here. Mono, Kevin Gray, Record Store Day edition, just $25 on that. Fester Fantics, Greatest Cocktail Party Hits, $14 on that. John Kaiser gets Chet Baker. Coney Hatch is VG Plus, $7.50. Tony Sheridan is $10. Hammersmith is VG Plus, $7.50. Electric Flag is a 70s pressing. Of course, it's a late 60s record from this, it's kind of like a rock, blues, electric rock artist. And the cover is probably VG clear vinyl. $10 is the price. Icicle Works is $10. Rare Bird, somebody's watching, a 73 Monarch pressing and shrink. That's what Paul had it noted, and he had it priced at $27.99. So that's now just $14. The Swingin' Richards is $10. Call of the Wild. Broomstick Dusters, what an interesting cover. It's got a Ronald Reagan mask on the street there. $12.50. Adam Bernardi on Joe Farrell. Thank you, Ryan Mustaine, for the recommendation. He might have bought it just from your recommendation. Let's go ahead and sell that Joe Farrell to Adam Bernardi. And then we have Orphan. That's got a promo sticker on the back. It's the blue London label, same label the Rolling Stones is on. $10 on that. Jackie, if you don't want Electric Flag, then John Kaiser does. That's going to be sold to somebody. The Love Story soundtrack is $10. And the last two records in here was Kamikaze, Decade Leonard for $10. And Lost Teens, which is like a Mexico type. It's a Mexico press, Mexican record, $15. John Kaiser, whoa, can't get these to stand up. John Kaiser on Electric Flag. I think some of these crates, the bottom of them may have like a light, like let's say it's perfectly 0 degrees, right? I think some of these crates have like maybe 1%, and they won't stand up. And then Coney Hatch. Yeah, that's an 80s band. Coney Hatch is, yeah, this is 1982. It's a rock album. Oh, man. Whew. That was the left side of my neck. Y'all just heard pop. That felt really good. All right, let's do a bundle. We got 2 people in line for the bundle opportunity. As soon as I touch my toes and stretch my hamstrings, oh, man, I can feel the hamstring. Oh, that felt good. I've been standing here for how long? Let me refresh my timer. How long have I been standing here? 6 hours and 13 minutes. That's cake. Jerry Rock says he'll take it. All right. So here we go. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. There's 26 records in here. And I will say they're unusual, but they're very recent. And I know a lot of the price on them. Paul had marked them probably very fairly from Discogs comps. Let me count those one more time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. I thought I said 22. 26. 26. I'm at Neil Reigler. Whoops. I'm at 145. 145 for those 26 records. Now, let me tell you how great of a deal that is. Y'all know when we do $6.99 crates, how they get obliterated. That is only $5.57 each. And I know for sure $6.99 on some of those would be steals. I probably wouldn't do that. But I know at least when I post that kind of stuff in the group video at $6.99, they all sell. You know, there may be a handful of leftovers. And then when I show them live, we sell them or bundle them then. So 26 records, $145, $5.57 each. We'll give first dibs to Neil Reigler and then Matthew Sherrick. And if anybody else is in, you might want to go ahead and claim them righty now. You might want to go ahead and claim them righty now. 135. Let's move them. 135 sold to Neil Reigler. Okay? Sold. He got everything that's left in there. What a crazy price. Probably shouldn't have done that, but I just did. Folks, I just did. That's sold to Neil. All right. Done. One of our big bundlers. Let's put sticky notes around that. And then what about the few leftovers from the last crate? Few leftovers from the last crate. 1, 2, what do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. How about $40 on those? $40 on those. Those last 8 from that last crate. 2 years of rock hunting. If anybody wants them, just say bundle. Collector's records, the Jim Hall. That's, I mean, getting that in there is a big deal. Lost Pumas, Invisible Man's Band, Raw Jaw, the Everly Brothers, and Tanya Tucker promo. That was the last stuff from the last crate. $40. Yeah, we do need an air horn. We need an air horn for just the incredible night we've had tonight and for cleaning out those crates. And that's been amazing. We've had some people stick late with us tonight. And I'm still going to try to show some stuff over here. I want to show some books before we sign off so I can at least have some leftovers. I hope I sell every book I show, but I have a feeling we can post some more tomorrow and get the other ones sold. So let's try to sell these last 8 here. And I'm going to go ahead and blow the air horn for the last crate and for just having everybody participate tonight in a great sale. A short but sweet air horn. We got some people claiming some stuff here. James Lavender wants the Tanya Tucker promo. $10. Sell that to James Lavender. Collector's Records of the 50s and 60s has Everly Brothers, Lenny Welsh, D. Clark, Jerry Butler, Rep Parada, Ray Stevens, Dion, Carl Hamill Jr., Dion, The Cavaliers, Hubcaps, Traces, Tara and Cook, Dion, Tara and Cook, and The Cavaliers. That is $5. Okay, the Everly Brothers Greatest Hits, Bye Bye Love, Bye Bye Happiness, $5 on that. Raw Jaw was $10. He wants sold on the Collector's Records. That's $5. Okay, so now if I redo the bundle, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, now $30. Somebody might take them now because you still get kind of the couple unusual things here, in my opinion. The local comp, couple unusual New Orleans. Of course, everybody probably knows the Everly Brothers. You get a jazz album, and that interesting one there, the Invisible Man's Band, which I think is like some 80s pop rock top stuff. Well, my crates are coming down over here. We have really lowered some stock. It's all over here in the sold piles. Now, this crate over here had a few, this is kind of like the catch-all crate. It used to be my I used to keep it empty. Now it's my catch-all crate, which I seem to have one of those next to me over here too. But let me show you a few things in here, and you may be interested in. So we had, okay, we know what that is. Megadeth is $39.99. That's sticker price, countdown to extinction. We've been selling those for a while now. Let's actually put that right there, okay? Megadeth, and then Grateful Dead. That was in a best offer crate the other night. And then I thought somebody's going to buy it, and I ended up putting it in here. So it's best offer. Grateful Dead, Go to Heaven. VG Plus condition, $29.99. A 1980 U.S. original. It's in VG Plus, $29.99 for the Grateful Dead. Walt Disney's Mary Poppins Returns, the songs, $19.99 for Mary Poppins. The half-off price on Jim Hall is VG Plus condition, $17.50. The Titanic, you can make offers on this. Music on vinyl pressing, 2016, Titanic, $49.99. And Pulp Fiction, nice. Pulp Fiction's a remaster, EX $22.99. Now, I don't know why these are in here. Nothing really wrong with these. I think it's just some stuff I forgot about. Yep. So these are sticker price. Monk's Dream, Thelonious Monk. I'm going to put them over here in new stuff because these kind of got forgot about. Thelonious Monk is $24.99. Kevin J. Reitz gets the Grateful Dead for $24, sold. 3 Days Grace is $29.99. That's their self-titled album. Whitesnake's Greatest Hits. Whitesnake's Greatest Hits, $39.99. Jethro Tull Stand Up. The Steven Wilson Stereo Remix, $29. Lord, Pure Heroin, $38.99 for Lord. I'm just going to put some of those over here in the new arrivals because I think these just got forgot about over here. Lord's $38. Jethro Tull, $29. Whitesnake, $39. 3 Days Grace, $29. And then Thelonious Monk, Monk's Dreams, $24. Now, the Pulp Fiction, Titanic, and Mary Poppins, those are eligible for best offer. Go right ahead. Ray Red said he'll go ahead and take the bundle. That's probably the best deal, right? 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Actually, it's $30 now. It's $30. So that's for the last 6. That's for the last 6 here. Okay, because we sold Tanya Tucker and we sold the collector's records. It was 8 for $40. Now it's 6 for $30. All right, so all those are sold. And then there's a few more things in here. Dead is already sold, Weasel. It was OG, though. Yeah, 1980. This was discounted because of Seam Split. This is, I'll do it for $29.99, which is $7 off. The legendary John Williams soundtrack for Indiana Jones. And then these have light, and I mean just, one of them has a really light Seam Split. But nevertheless, I got to discount them. Demu Borgir. Demu Borgir. Limited edition, Coke bottle, green transparent, black marbled. Godless Savage Garden, $29.99, and we're talking light seam crackles. But that's why they're discounted. Of course, this is where I keep my Chevy Chase autographs. I got signed Chevy Chase Christmas vacation photos. They're all JSA certified. They're essentially witnessed. They were right there next to him when they were getting certified. Chicago Convention 2025. Garth Brooks Legacy box set, $49.99. You get No Fences, The Chase, In Pieces, Fresh Horses, and a triple live album. Garth Brooks is $49.99. Garth Brooks is $49.99. I need to go ahead and get a sticker on that. We had 2 people on a waiting list the other night, and we had 6 of these. So I think 2, and then we sold 3 more, and that's the last one. And then this should be 20% off. That should be with the other division bills. Yeah, 20% off. Pink Floyd should be $39.99. Pulp Fiction. Pulp Fiction is EX $22.99. EX $22.99. And then these are calendars. These are calendars for $10 a piece. Green Day, AC/DC, and the All-American Rejects. Those are from 2007. And I got one random 45 in here. Dwight Yoakam. I'll do it for $6.99. And Dwight has some writing. That's that jukebox from the town tavern. Remember, they had writing on them? This guy was a jukebox dealer, and he wrote where they were. There it is. Little Ways and Reading, Writing, 23. Reading, Writing, Rhythm, however that's supposed to be read. I can't spit it out right now. Okay. Oso, if you don't want pulp, Tom McEwen does. Now, I don't know if Michael's watching, but I see Oso's watching. And I need to figure out the prices on these anyway. Looks like Pulp Fiction is going to be sold either way. That leaves Titanic and Mary Poppins. The Scene Split, the Garth Brooks, and then Pink Floyd should be 20% off. Let me see what the market is right now. I had some silver to price out. Okay, it is back up. Wow, 47.07. That is crazy. And gold is even crazier. 38.68. Wow. All right, so Tom McEwen on Pulp Fiction. Tom McEwen, that's so to you. Thank you. And then what else do we have over here? Okay, so we have, let me do this right here. Let me go coinflation. Silver. All right, so quarter, Washington quarter, 851. Okay, perfect. All right, so 851. What do I have over here? 851. These have more, right? Oh, so you might be interested in these. I don't know if Michael Rudolph's watching. There could be somebody else interested. But right now, so the way silver quarters are at, the way price of silver's at, so these are 90% silver. They're proof quarters, the state quarter collection, but they make silver and then they make clad. These are silver. And typically, they carry a pretty good premium just because they're proof silver quarters. But what's crazy right now is the melt on these have really, like I used to sell these for like $27 a piece. I've probably sold hundreds for $27 and $32. I might have even sold a bunch at one time for like $20 and $19 a piece. That would be when silver was pretty cheap. But at some point I did that. Right now, at melt value, $8.51 a piece, I can sell you proof silver quarters. That is ridiculously expensive or ridiculously cheap. You're getting proof silver quarters at melt. That's pretty crazy. Because they used to be melt plus a pretty big premium because they were a set, right? Now you can buy them for melt. So it's a set of 5 silver quarters at melt value, $42.55. That's I know it's a weird price, but that's my exact price, $42.55. And I have like a couple dozen sets of these. If anybody's interested, that's what I can get. That's what I can sell them to you for, $42.55. Okay? I don't think Michael's watching, but if you are, Michael, there it are. Adam Bedardi says he wants 5 sets. I'll give you those 4, and let me get some more over here. $42.55. That's melt on these. I've got more over here. One set, though, has 6. Hey, Michael is watching. Michael is watching. One of these sets have 6 quarters. Let's see here. That's 5. All right, so we have 2000. You get 2006, 7, 8, 2010, and which one has 6? This one may have 6 in it. Yeah. Okay, 2009 has 6 quarters, so that costs more. And I can get you 2013, okay? So I've got 2000. Now some of these are like state parks, like America the Beautiful. Some of these are state parks, like 2013. And then there's quarters, okay? So Adam, $42.55. I got you down for 2006, 7, 8, 10, and 13. 2006, 7, 8, 2010, and 2013. Okay, those sold to Adam Bernardi. Michael Rudolph, I got you down for 2007 and 2010. They're $42.55 a set. That's for 5 quarters. How much are the 2009s? The 2009s would be $8.51 times 6. $51.06. $51.06. Okay, so I got 5 for Adam Bernardi. That's these right here. I got 2 for Michael Rudolph, 2007, 2010. Adam Bernardi wants 1 2009. Make sure that goes in for $51.06. Okay? And then the other one is sold to Michael Rudolph for 2009 for $51.06. So I have left right here America the Beautiful 2014, 15, 17, 18, 19. These are all silver quarters. $8.51 times 5, $42.55. Is that what I said earlier on those? Yeah, $52.55. This has the Great Smoky Mountains, Shenandoah, the Arches, the Everglades, Great Sand Dunes. Okay? That's 2014. We'll give that one to Oso Adventure. And essentially, you're buying silver at the pure melt value. You're not paying any premium for the fact it's a set. Nothing. You're buying the exact melt value of the quarter right now at $47.04 an ounce. 90%. It breaks it all down. This gives you your exact melt value, $8.51. You're not paying for any premium except the only thing you're paying for is the true melt value to the penny of the silver quarters. Sold to Oso Adventure. Charlie DeFrank wants 2 sets, 2015, 2017. Sold to Charlie DeFrank. And I have 2 left. And I think that's all I have over here as far as those sets for those kind of prices. I mean, I have other silver over here that has crazily went up just since the last time I've done a sale, and especially since earlier in the year. But I think that's about it as far as silver. Yeah, those are sets, pennies, proof sets. That's about it. I mean, I have silver proof sets, but this is about as clean as it gets because it's those over there. Kevin J. Reitz gets 2, and now those are gone. Okay, we're sold out of all those. Thanks, everybody. So those are all gone. So except for the 2009s, they're all $42.55 each. Okay. Some of this has probably went up. This was $75, March of Dimes. So this is a 1-ounce silver piece. And this is the 2 silver dimes. That still carries a little bit of a premium, though. March of Dimes, special silver set. That is $75. Delano Roosevelt. You get a reverse proof, a proof, and then a 1-ounce silver proof. What is the difference in melt and premium? When I say melt, if I'm saying the melt value of a coin is like that quarter, that is $8.51. It's beautiful. It's 90% silver. It's a proof quarter. That's the melt value. If I say it carries a premium, that means you're charging something over the melt value. So, like a lot of times, gold was 1-ounce gold coins are melt plus $100 premium. So let's say silver, gold is $2,000 an ounce. If it's $100 premium, that means you're paying $100 over melt, which at some point that can happen depending on supply, demand, price. If I say melt, then I'm using this formula here. It calculates the exact melt price. Like a Morgan silver dollar, the pure value of the silver that it's manufactured out of is worth $36. So pre-64 quarters 100%. They're 90%. They're always been 90%. Yep. They've never made 100% silver quarter. No. They've been 90% since the first one that was minted in the 1820s, I think, when they made the first silver quarters. Scrap is another term for melt. Yeah. Scrap is another term for melt. Yeah. Scrap, melt, same thing. Yep. All the circulated quarters pre-64 are 90%, and then all the modern manufactured is that. So this app here is called Coinflation. So what they do is if you get it on the desktop version, it's really cool. So what they do is they take the price of silver, the value of the metal versus the weight, and then they calculate the exact price that it's worth. Because dimes pre-65 have very little value. Roosevelt dimes, I mean, unless you get like there's some eras and some, but they're not worth too much. Okay? Silver dimes, they're worth something 64 and back, mostly just because they were made of silver. It rarely has anything to do with the fact that it's an old coin. Because let me tell you right now, the guy that I deal with a lot here locally in Murfreesboro, he's telling me they're melting $20 gold pieces from the 1800s right now because price is so high. So, yeah, I've got here's some 40% Kennedy halves. Let me do the math on these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. These are Kennedy halves from the 60s, which are 40%. These are $6.95 a piece. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 6 of them. 6 at $6.95. I'll sell these for $41.70. Probably 65. Well, they're all 65 to 70. These are at melt price right now, $41.70 if anybody wants these. That's 6 40% Kennedy halves. If I can get them out of this baggie. It's going to destroy the baggie almost. Let's see here. Yeah, 68, 67, 69, 65, 68, and 68. Okay? That is $41.70. That's the next cheapest silver I have available right now. Hey, Chad, did I get that fly leaf record from the Post? Fly leaf record. Fly leaf record. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not for sure what that is. All right, a few more things in here y'all might want. Since I know y'all are here and I got your attention. And then I got to transition to something else, okay? We usually do coins on Sundays, but I got so much stuff I'm trying to move right now. I have a gold chain if anybody wants to buy that at Melt. Or a gold bracelet. Anybody want? I mean, it's nice. If you went and bought it brand new, it would cost a fortune right now. A flip video and you use flyleaf music in the background. Do what now? Michael Rudolph gets these for $41.70. Whoops. Here we go. This is, let's see here. Tennessee Homecoming. So I'll do this for $47, which is melt. Tennessee Homecoming, 1 ounce silver, $47. I have to weigh this. This is sterling silver. This is $9.99, by the way. That's $9.99. City of Lebanon. That's a sterling silver. And then there's this is actually a 1916 Liberty head. Or excuse me, 1916 Mercury. But I think it might be a D. But it's really bad shape. It's really bad shape. Let me go get the gold chain because I bought it to melt, but y'all may want it. I think it's like a bracelet. Let me go get my scale, and I'll do the calculations and tell you how much it is. And then I've got 10th ounce gold pieces. I think I've got 3 left, or 2, because we've sold the 1 ounce gold. We sold those last night. They're gone, unfortunately. I think it's like is it a bracelet? No, it's a chain. Yeah, it's a chain. Uh, 14 karat. I've acid tested it. It's good. Obviously, I wouldn't have bought it if it's fake. Let's see here. Yeah, it weighed in last time 5 penny weights exactly. Let me see here. All right, so we're going to use 38.6620. 38.6620 divided by 20, and we're going to times that by 0.555. It's actually supposed to be more than that, but I use 55.5% for 14 karat. The actual scale for 14 karat is supposed to be 58.3. 14 karat is supposed to be 58.3. I use 0.555. I go down because that's just to be on the safe side. So that's 107.28 per penny weight, and it's 5 penny weights. $536.54, 44 cents. $536.44. That is the pure gold value of this chain, and that's exactly how much I need for it. $536.44. Okay, next comment was, so Danny asked about that first. Oh, that was a video that Patrick Lear posted. You can ask about Patrick Lear. He must be listening to Flyleaf. I watched that video, but I didn't listen to it with sound. Maybe I should go back and listen to it with sound. And then Mercury. I don't want to sell the Mercury dime. Michael, if this is real, it could be worth hundreds, if not $1,000. I got to get a good set of eyes on it. And then Kevin wants TH coin. Tennessee Homecoming, sell that to Kevin J. Reed for $47. Gold chain, $536. Now, let me give y'all an idea. I wonder what those are going for, like retail. Like if you walked in a jewelry store right now, because that's how much the gold is worth. What are they selling for in like Shane Co. and K's and stuff like that? It's probably $2,000 or $3,000, I bet. Men's, probably a couple thousand. It depends on the size. There we go. So a 22-inch rope chain new is $1,200 right now. Yeah. So this new at K.com is $1,200. $1,200. That's how much. And I'm assuming that's 14 at 22 inch. So yeah. Yep. Same thing. $1,199. And I bet they have to adjust their prices all the time because of the way the market's going. How much for the sterling coin? Let me weigh it. Sterling coin. It's marked on the side sterling. So let's go to troy ounce over here. Troy ounce. So you're looking at 0.85. So we'll use $47 times 0.925 times 0.85. It's $37. So it's 92.5% silver, 0.85 troy ounce. $37 exactly. I've been buying silver and jewelry longer than I have records. I know formulas in my head. I'll start spitting stuff out to people, and they're like, can you say that again slowly? This is sold to Michael Rudolph for $37. The other coin was $47, the Tennessee Homecoming. Of course, it's $9.99 pure silver, and it's a troy ounce, so that's why it was $10 more. The other thing I have in here is the new Morgan silver dollars. Of course, that won't be anything near melt, but they're cool coins. And I have other stuff over here, but we won't get into that right now. Do I have any other bullion over here? That's about it. I got those little silver grain things. Oh, wait a minute. Here's, let's see here. Here we go. I bet Michael will buy these. Here's another. So here's another 40% Kennedy. So we'll say 7. And I'll say these for 3 and 3. The Eisenhower dollars. So 3, 6, and 7. $13 for those 3 coins. How much was the, I already forgot. What did I say on the gold chain? I need to write that down because I'm about to I think I said 530. Did I say 536 on the gold chain? Let me just run the numbers again. What did we use? We used 3866 earlier. Or 3864 divided by 20 times by 555 times 5. Yeah, 536. 536.13 to be exactly. These 3 coins are sold to Michael Rudolph for $13. Okay. Sorry that took so long. This is about to go to the smelter. Like, it's probably going to go back. I'm putting this in the mail tomorrow. And that's about what I'm going to get paid for it. So, plus or minus the fluctuation with the market tomorrow. Heck, it's already up. The international market's up right now, so there's a good chance by the end of the week I won't have this, but I could probably say it's $595. It's crazy. Just something you can wear around your neck, and it's like increasing in value like that on a daily basis now. Pretty crazy, actually. I'm going to put it down here with the mercury dime. I got to get a good set of, he'll probably have to look at it under a high-powered light on that, so. No, 536. No discount on that. Plus, Danny, you're going to be paying, I got to pay credit card fees when you pay your invoice. That's like guaranteed there. It's just like I just got to stick it in the mail. Probably by the time it gets there, could be less. All right, I'm going to take all this around here. Thanks, everybody. Just sold a lot of stuff there. Anybody want to see the 10th ounce gold? I know Oso bought a lot of those lately. Maybe Adam Bernardi. I think I've sold you some before. Let me go get those out of the safe. I need to put them in the mail anyway. They're for, well, let me double check price. Let me double check price over here. I got to take these out anyway. What do I have left? 4. Okay, get these out for him. All right, well, I've really cut into our book time. How many people here are still remotely interested in seeing books? If not, we might have to postpone it. I might could knock out 1 tub or something, but if not, I mean, this has been a much more heftier selling session for me than I anticipated. Division Bell, no more discount on that, no. I'm pretty firm when after I start discounting something, I don't like discounting it even more. Because it's supposed to be $50, and I sold 2 tonight already for $39, so I don't want to be like a stiff about stuff like that, but I've already, some of the stuff I discount, and then I discount it again, and then I get asked for if I'll take even less. I'm like, oh, y'all wouldn't beat a man after he's already down, would you? Let's go over here to this. Let me open up, what am I going to open up? I'm going to open up JM. Okay. So what are they selling this stuff for right now? Okay, so there's, okay, I can sell these tonight for the best price I've probably had them in a while. We sold a coin on eBay earlier. So the premium on some of these, just because the way prices went up, I can do these tonight for well, to be competitive, I probably need to do them for, let me do one more check over here. Probably $4.55, which are these 10th ounce gold pieces. This is 2024. They're uncirculated, and we just bought brand new airtights for them. $4.55 on those. Those are the only 3 I have left, and I sold these earlier. We sold these yesterday for $38.50 each. Those are beautiful, aren't they? We sold those yesterday for $38.50 each, $3,850. Those are gone. I got to invoice him. And then these are, right now, $4.55 in the next moments. I'd love to sell those last 3. Then I've pretty much sold out of bullion and gold. I mean, people are reaching out to us, and they're like, hey, what are you paying for silver? And I'm like, well, here's the deal. Nobody's paying more than spot for some of this stuff. So I'm having to pay below spot. I mean, y'all buyers, big buyers, everybody's wanting to buy stuff at spot. Like most people that's buying for investment, just like that gold chain, that's melt value. That's like the bottom floor. So for me to buy it, I have to obviously pay below that. And so some people's like, hey, spot's at 47 an ounce. And I'm like, well, that's about what you could get for it right now. You know, you just got to a dealer or, you know, another person that wants to sell it, et cetera, et cetera. So, yeah, $4.55. Is that a claim, Patrick Francis? If it is, let me know. And then if it's not, then also they're still going to be available. How do you find? Well, you could probably just search. Our handle is CollectCo. Or you could just search, I could send you a link to one of our items. There's not much on there. I just have autographs. Yeah, this is cheaper than what I have been selling them for. Okay? It's not. Okay. You said Gold Eagles. I thought you were buying, I was about to say. Patrick Francis buying gold? Yeah, so that's cheaper than what they have been. The premium on these... the premium on these are at a great price right now. Very great price premium, meaning it's probably at an all-time low because the price is at an all-time high. The melt's at an all-time high, which means the premium it's a great price on those right now across the board. That would be my last 3. That's it after that. I'm going to have to do really some digging up around here to find more. Hopefully I can buy some stuff from some people, but we'll see what happens. I just know Danny Thomason wants to buy that gold chain. He's got his finger on the trigger. He's about to pull it. It saved me a lot more packing and shipping work. Whew. Okay. Let's see what we need to do here. Probably, I don't know. Patty, I think you're the only one that's still awake that's interested in books. I really need to stop the show. We went late tonight for vinyl. We were showing vinyl still at 12:30, and now we've shown coins for the last half hour. And now Chad's hungry. Oso's thinking about the gold chain. I mean the gold eagles. Danny's dying to buy the gold chain. Price is literally going up as we talk. I'll lock it in for the next let's see, where are we at right now? Fate 38. That's at 38.86.90. Now I got food here. Let me step over here into this room that has literally tubs full of Fred Goodwin's books. However, I don't have the time tonight to afford to make a mess. That's my problem. I've run out of time to try to start a mess. If I start at 11 and we end at 1, is this full of books? Wow, that tub's so heavy the bottom's busted out of it. Golly. This one says movie books. Plus, it's in cardboard. Let me get these out. I don't like cardboard. No, we have a no cardboard policy in here. We get rid of cardboard ASAP. He kept these in sleeves. Frederick Schiller, William Tell. Interesting one here. Oso said he'll take a 10th ounce eagle. Right, that sold to him for $4.55. Thank you, $4.55 to Oso. Almost an air horn too. You sure you don't want me to just charge you $150 or $500? $145 more or $45 more? That way we can blow the air horn. History of the Confederate Memorial Associations of the South. History of the Confederated Memorial Associations of the South. Confederated. It's a history of Confederate memorials from the South. Act 1, an autobiography by Moss Hart. And then all the apostles of the Bible, studies in the characters of the apostles, the men Jesus chose, and the message they proclaimed. So Oso wants one, and Adam Bernardi wants the other two. Folks, because of that, we'll blow a late night air horn, because that purchase collectively at $455 times 2 is $910 to Adam Bernardi. Let's blow the air horn. Let's blow the air horn. Thank you, Oso, Adam Bernardi. And maybe if Danny will buy the gold chain at $536, we'll blow it one more time for the night. Unless we find a $500 book. That would be awesome. I love 1 a.m. air horns. I love 1 a.m. air horns. Let's leave the gold chain right here where Danny can just observe it. All right, so let me take this in here. I got to get these invoices. I think he's coming tomorrow for these. He has an open invoice from a while back, and I convinced him to buy these 1 ounce. Well, it's took a few months, but we have completely depleted Collectco's gold reserves. We're like Fort Knox now. There's nothing left here. I got to start doing some more buying, but buying right now is tough. Oh my gosh. I mean, y'all are at these prices, y'all can't go wrong. The Lady, the Legend, the Truth, Lana, by Lana Turner. Guidepost, this is a, he loved Jimmy Stewart. Fred Cardinale did. It might even be autographed. The Paramount Pretties, as in probably Paramount Movies. R. Fred Goodwin, Concept Production. Yep, this is a book about Paramount Pictures. James Robert Parrish. The Great Movie Stars, The Golden Years. Wow. Once again, I'm amazed about the time it takes to put all this kind of stuff together. And then, how about Warner Brothers Presents? Any film people here? And then we have The Years for Rachel. Berta Ruck. The Years for Rachel. I've been telling people if they want to sell gold jewelry, just message the page and let Ed know. And then basically you ship it to us and you pay postage. Make sure you absolutely want to sell it. I mean, we'll pay you a fair price. If for some reason you don't want to sell it, you know, you can pay return postage back. But of course we have to, if it's jewelry, we have to test it, weigh it, and then I'll buy it from you. And of course it's going to be below melt. Boy, this looks like a cool book here. A lot of these were wrapped. I'm kind of taking it out of this old plastic. Fred's had some of these in plastic for a long time. Look at this one. The Story of a Great Conflict. Very old book here about the Civil War. 1894. But you can see, like right now, I mean, that's the pure gold value of this for a chain like that, 14 karat, you know, something like that. It gives you an idea. Some people have big class rings, like big football class rings, or they're like this wide in a band. Man, they can be big money, especially if it's 14. 10 karat, of course, it's immediately 20% less. Okay, so let's price out some books here. Let's price out All the Apostles of the Bible by Robert Lockyer for Danny Thomason. I knew Danny was still watching. All the Apostles of the Bible, and that's by Hubert, Herbert. Let me just put that in. Hardback with dust jacket, completed listing, sold. So I'll do that one for $9.99. $9.99, Danny. And then the Lana price, which was Lana Turner, Lana Turner. And that was Lady Legend Truth. Lady Legend. Jackie, I'll do that one for $9.99. Yep. And then Story of a Great Conflict. That one should be more. That's my intuition just looking at it, surely. And what did I say? 1894 was publication. It should be a pretty good book, but let's find out. Let me double check that. I'm missing my table here. Let me go grab a crate. I feel like I'm about to fall through the table. I'm just using eBay comps, but you know, we sold a ton of books this morning. You know, we sold a ton of books this morning just posting pictures of the spines like this. So, double check on this. A little bit of weak bonding there. Yeah, 1894. This is kind of a tough one here. I figured it would be. Yeah, I mean, there's something kind of similar. One sold, it looks red, right? See this thing here that looks red? That's the closest thing. It's red looking. One's active for 150 and one sold for 125. I don't know what's up with the blue and white edition here I have. I'm putting in 1894 too. So that should narrow it down. I mean, the first date would be misleading if I put in 1888, but let's see if that pulls up any other results. Some people may not know about books, and there's no results on that. Obviously, I don't think I should charge anywhere near that much for it. I'll say $55. I mean, I don't it could be over $100 book, but I'm at $55 on that one. That's pretty nice, pretty cool there. It is $18.94, $55 on that. I mean, there's none for sale that I can see. None have sold in the last 3 years, and the ones that did sell and the one that's active is red looking. It doesn't have this blue design. Same kind of book too, evidently. So, offer of $6.99. You're talking about the great apostles of the Bible. Adam Bernardi says he'll take this for $55. Oh man, Danny's still trying to. I'm still down on the ground. Danny's still beating me up. Oh man. Let's see what else we have here. Back Home. What the heck is this? I like these that Fred's wrapped in plastic. All right, so Adam had dibs on that. Jackie, you were second, but Adam had dibs on that one, so that was sold to him. But if you do want the Alana Turner, let me know. What is this the story of? What did this say? Back Home, being the narrative of Judge Priest and his people. Interesting. Okay. I bet this book here is pretty good. The Confederated Memorial Association. I'm gonna look it up here in just a second, because I bet that's a lot of lost information unless that's been archived again. Let's see here. Put this here. Let me, gosh, I want to keep going through these things. It's so fun. It's addicting going through stuff. When you have all this stuff and you don't know what you have and you're interested in it, like I love books and history, all this cool stuff, and it's been stored over here forever. Imagine having all this stuff and you don't know what you have. Because right now, I can take a picture and show y'all. Let me do that. For those that I know that hang around to watch this stuff every night, let me show you what I'm talking about and the depth of what I have left to show y'all for the rest of the year, just in books. Just in books. I can't bring the camera, so I'll take a picture and then bring it over here. Here's the room. I have to take about 15 steps over here to get to it. And I'm about to bring over another tub. And there's that. And then you can see how it's 2 and 3 deep. So here is what I'm doing when I walk over here. When I walk over here, here's what I'm doing. That's the room. It's directly to my left. So these tubs are stacked 5 and 6 high. They're all large tubs. You know, the black tubs with the yellow lids. You know, I crack open a lid. It's all full of books. That one's pretty light because it's on top. We try to put the light ones on top so they don't get crushed. And then you can kind of see they're 2, and that's actually 3 deep there. So a quick estimate of tubs, let's say they're 5 high, 1, 2, 3, 4. They're 4 wide there, so that's 20, 40, 60. And then over here, there's 2 more rows, so about 70 tubs of books. That's one section. That's the new stuff I want to get into tonight. And then there's about a third of that. If you were to put them in tubs, there's about a third of that over here up against this wall. That's where I was going through stuff last night. So it's pretty overwhelming. If I just opened up every lid and just took them all out, it would take up a lot of space, and I would have to figure out where to store them and put them. So let me grab this. We'll see what's in here. Oh. I'm supposed to stay on this other department today, but I really want to get into these tubs because I think that has some pretty cool stuff in it. But you never know. We'll go through one more. It's also trying to like move a 100-pound tub. These are extremely heavy. And I gotta move all these concert posters. Oh my gosh. Holy moly, this is heavy. Oh my gosh. Whew. It's like lifting concrete, tubs full of concrete. How this man accumulated all this stuff, the world will never know. Okay. Whew. Okay, so Jackie wants the Lana book, Lana Turner, for $9.99. You got it. Now, Danny wants to see the Apostles book. No problem. If you don't want it, Jackie does. So let's show this to Danny. All the apostles of the Bible. So let me push this back right quick. Okay. So it's got the original dust jacket. The printing of this, 1972. I was reading about Paul 2 nights ago. I read his entire Wikipedia entry, Paul the Apostle. Is this in alphabetical order? Where's Paul at? There's Paul. The greatest of Christians, profoundest of teachers, staunchest of friends, most intrepid of adventurers, most dauntless of sufferers, most winsome of saints, Paul of Tarsus, soldier and slave of the lover of Jesus Christ our Lord. Danny, that's all up to you. He says he'll take it for $9.99. Thank you. I was going to say, don't want to be a stickler over $3, but there's a good chance when I accumulate another gallery of these, a lot of these are going to sell. But I love the effort. Vicki Lawrence, True Life Adventures of Vicki Lawrence. When I was young growing up, we had a World Atlas from around 1990. Had one there for in the middle of the rice paper and run per day. Spent hours on that. There's a good chance one of those could pop up. I think he had a lot of like old world atlases and stuff like that. Life, 100 People That Changed the World. Life, 100 People That Changed the World. I was making sure I could name them all before I tried. Oprah, Abraham Lincoln, Jesus Christ, Albert Einstein, Mohandas Gandhi, Nelson Mandela, Thomas Edison, Ringo Starr, George Harrison, Paul McCartney, John Lennon, Adolf Hitler, Amadeus Mozart, Martin Luther King Jr., and Mother Teresa. The films of Spencer Tracy. The films of Spencer Tracy. $1968. Beethoven. That's what I said, right? Amadeus Wolfgang Beethoven. Wolfgang Amadeus Beethoven. It's Wolfgang Amadeus Beethoven, right? Amadeus Wolfgang Beethoven. Wolfgang Amadeus Beethoven. His first name's Wolfgang, right? Is it Amadeus Wolfgang or Wolfgang Amadeus? Martin Luther King Jr., Thomas Alva Edison, Nelson Mandela, Albert Einstein, but I think he has a different name than that. He has a longer name. Jesus Christ of Nazarene, Abraham Lincoln, Oprah Winfrey, Mohandas Gandhi. I think he has like a more complex name than that, I think. Of course, the Beatles, I named all them. I almost know their full names. John Winston Lennon, James Paul McCartney, Richard Starkey. I don't know George's middle name. George something Harrison. Young Hollywood, James Cameron Wilson. Wow. Cameron Wilson, Young Hollywood, not James Cameron. Yeah, James Cameron Wilson, Young Hollywood. Movie Star News presents the Irving Klaw Classic Collection. Ludwig van Beethoven, Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart. Beethoven. Ludwig van Beethoven. Oh man. Did I mess up? I can't. Who did I say the first time? I don't know at this point. That's definitely a picture of Beethoven, but now I'm questioning who I said. Movie Star News, new editions. These are like some. So this is Movie Star News, black and white photos. Movie Star News, the female catalog. Wow, look at all this. This is like a photograph book of every female actress. Wow. That's pretty crazy. It's like an encyclopedia photo. Movie Star News, movie scenes catalog. What a bizarre type book. It looks like stuff you could have probably bought prints. Yeah, this is probably where you could have bought prints. This is like a catalog where you could have ordered prints from movies. Fred was big into this because he sold them and stuff. The male catalog, yeah. These are catalogs of photos of people. All right, that's not too exciting, but they're pretty cool. So catalog photos, Young Hollywood, me trying to pretend like I'm smart and naming off all these people. I'm smart, I can do things. I'm smart, I can do things. That's what Fredo told Michael in Godfather 2. Well, I'm smart, I can do things. We'll finish going through this tub here. There's a lot of books in here. Let's go through this tub. Ladies and gentlemen, the Gary Moore Show. Backstage with the original Hollywood Square. Peter Marshall. My Life, Those Wonderful Years. Durward Kirby, star of radio, television, and theater. Well, this is in Japanese, all of it. I don't know if I've actually ever seen an all-Japanese book before in my life until right now. It's even got an obi, just like vinyl. Forever Dobie, The Many Lives of Dwayne Hickman. He's got biographies on everybody, especially Hollywood and music people. Fred has biographies on Hollywood people. Life and Liberty Years, a nostalgia look at 20s, 30s, and 40s. Helpful Household Hints. Betty Ann's Helpful Household Hints. Films in America, 1929 to 1969. American films. And The Birth of Radio in Canada, Singing On. Bill McNeil and Morris Wolfe. The Birth of Radio in Canada. What a specific book. Radio in Canada. I bet some of my Canadian customers would like this. Derek Clark, Greg Hubers. Wow. That's a very specific book that has a lot of information. There's actually a binder of 45s in here. Unbelievable. There's a binder of 45s in here. I'll even show them. Some of these look unusual, which could be really good. All right. Oh my gosh. Sorry, I had to squat down to get more stuff out. This is just like me. If someone's like, Chad, you want to buy 8,000 books that's never been gone through before, but you know, you may not ever have time to look through them, I'd be like, yeah, let's pile them in here. Ah, more pictures of Shirley Eaton, Fred's Bond girlfriend. None of them signed, though. I don't think. Those are pictures of Shirley Eaton. Jill Masterson in the movie Goldfinger. She played in a lot of other movies, too, but he was probably keeping those to get her to sign the next time. The I Was a Teenage Juvenile Delinquent Rock and Roll Horror Beach Party movie book. A complete guide to the teen exploitation film, 54 to 69. That's probably got some cool stuff in it. Yeah, look at these posters. Ride in Juvenile Prison, Speed Crazy, Teenage Wolfpack. So it's all movies about teen exploitation. The big book of B movies. Or How Low Was My Budget? A whole book about B movies. That's a crazy one. What is that one called? That's a wild one there. I've seen clips of that. So this is a book about really low budget, crummy movies that people love to watch. Like horror and science fiction especially. Because how are you supposed to make that look cool on camera in 1953 or 1955? Hollywood of the American Image by Tony Thomas. Let's see. Bill Haley and his Comets. Rex Allen Jr. Bill Haley. Ella Mae Morris. Nat King Cole. Fats Domino, Bill Haley, The Three Sons, Bing Crosby, I'll Be Home for Christmas, Bing Crosby, Bill Haley, Bob Bennett and His Rockets, Ronnie Hyatt, Hey Jackson Quintet. It's missing the front. Whoop. Those fell down in there. Somebody might want all those for a cheap enough price, right? Cheap, cheap. Cheap, cheap. How cheap, Chad? I'll price them as soon as somebody asks me. Not done with this box yet. There's still some stuff down in here. Everybody waking up, putting on another cup of coffee. Time to go to overtime with Chad with books. Books, 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 books. More books. Books here, books there. There hadn't been a comment in over 8 minutes. That's when I feel like I'm talking to myself. There's 86 people watching. That means a lot of people have this cast to their TV. They have this cast to their TV and they're asleep and they have no idea that they're snoring right now and Chad's on here selling books. Because Jackie's comment was the first one in over 9 minutes. There we go. I know some of y'all are watching. You just don't have anything to say. Thank you, Robert. Jackie, $15. Everything in here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. That might be $1 a record, maybe. There might be 14, 15, 13, 16 in there. Warner Brothers Television. Warner Brothers Television. How to Enjoy Your Life and Your Job by Dale Carnegie. A World of Movies, 70 Years of Film History. Jackie gets all these for $15. Arnold, you were second. John's getting together Christmas 45s right now. He was working on them last night. We got like 6 boxes full of Christmas 45s. That's just an old catalog. That's not worth anything. Oh, man. Once Upon a Time in Italy, The Westerns of Sergio Leone. Nice. This looks like a good book. It costs $40, brand new. Holy moly. Let's see what this goes for. Chris Frazier's watching. He woke up. Let me scan this. I have a price in mind. I'm just going to double check it. One sold for $45.99. That was more than I was expecting. What about cheapest for sale right now? $37.54. All right, plus free shipping. So I'm not going to be able to get that because it's going to cost $6 or $8. Fees. One does sell 46. Chris, $29.99. Brand new looking. Cheapest on the web right now. One including shipping sold for $52. Cheapest available right now, $37.54 free shipping. Sold for $25 to Chris Frazier. Got it. Great pickup. Great cover. See? You never know what's next in the tub. Hope we can get an earlier start on this tomorrow because I'm enjoying this. There's about 2 more big handfuls left. These are some big looking books here. Probably more movie reference books. A Picture History of Radio. The Film Goer's Companion. Mr. Anonymous, Robert W. Woodruff of Coca-Cola. Mr. Anonymous, Mr. Robert W. Woodruff of Coca-Cola. Niven's Hollywood, Tom Hutcherson. What is this book about? I guess he ran Coca-Cola for a while. I don't know much about I mean, I know the early history of Coca-Cola, but taking it from there, I don't know a whole lot. I guess these are some of the people, right? The Woodruff family. I guess they had something to do with Coca-Cola originally. Let's do a quick Wikipedia on that. You know, I don't know a lot past the, I know some about the earliest history. Yeah, John Pemberton, that's Dr. Pepper. In 1990, the company was sold to Ernest Woodruff. This is Robert. He had a son, Robert. There he is right there. Robert Woodruff was an American businessman who served as President Coca-Cola from 23 to 55. Woodruff. Aha. Interesting. So this is essentially a biography on one of the big Coca-Cola people from He basically ran the company from the 20s through the mid 50s. All right. And last handful. Folks, this is where the show starts coming to an end. Hey, there's the top of the book that it's dislocated, but Jackie, I have found the top of your record binder. It was in the bottom of this tub, so it's unfortunately ripped off, but I found the top flap. Wow, that's amazing too. It's even got some of the original entries of those records. That's pretty amazing. So let's make sure that stays with that for her. Okay, last few things here. You're a good friend all year round. Dale Carnegie Personal Development Course. 60 great cowboy movie posters. We've had some of these. Wow, some of those are incredible, though. Look at these. What is the one on the cover? I've never seen that before. That almost looks spooky. Wow, look at that one. The Cold Deck, 1917. I bet that's pricey. Awesome here. That's expensive. I've seen that sell before at auction. Oh, look at that one. The Fox. Wow. That is a wild movie poster. Hey, here, we've had these. We sold a signed one of those. Outlaw Josie Wales. Awesome. Okay, that's a cool book. $9.99. It looks like it's $14.99 new. $9.99 on that. That's a cool book. $14.99, or excuse me, $9.99. Talking Your Way to Success, the Dale Carnegie course. Nichols Pocket Bible Encyclopedia. 1997 Golf Guide, Nashville Business Journal. Downtown Directory, Nashville Business Journal. Fred kept everything. Nokia 5160 book. I'm telling you, this guy kept everything. The Story of Hollywood. And the last two in the tub, that's Hollywood. And Fred Zinman, an autobiography. Adam Bernardi said he will take this for $9.99. All right. I got to stop there. I got to eat. I got to clean up. What I'm going to do with these, there's not enough to make a post tomorrow. I'm going to move these over here. We'll try to go through some more tomorrow. We will go through some more. We'll try to start earlier. We'll try to go through a lot more. I'm very excited to go through all these tubs. Then whatever's left every day, I'm going to try to post, and in case you want to think about them, or if you go to bed earlier than normal tomorrow, you might catch the leftovers in the group. If not, then you can catch them live here. Most of them are going to start at $10 and go up. There'll be some that's cheaper. You know, I'm sure we'll have some little pamphlets and little thingies that I'll do. And yeah, this is fun. So hopefully y'all book buyers that come back tomorrow. I know some of y'all will. And thank y'all as always for watching. We sold some silver. We sold some gold. We sold 9 crates full of vinyl. That's twice as what we sold last night. We sold about 4.5 last night. So yeah, we sold 9 crates tonight. Ozzy Funkos, pictures. We sold some books earlier tonight. We sold about as many books as we did right then as we did earlier tonight in the show. Sold some silver, sold some gold. And Laura's got some incredible stuff to sell tomorrow. We still got 3 new arrival crates from John. 3 crates that we didn't go through. Paul will be here tomorrow marking stuff. And Laura will be here tomorrow marking stuff. And we're expecting new vinyl. And I still got more new vinyl to discount. So let me put all that into one sentence. We got a lot to go through. And I hope y'all come back tomorrow and join me for a fantastic Wednesday night sale. I'm going to try to get started close to 5 o'clock as I can. Y'all know me though. If I stay up too late and I have to sleep later. Like today, my alarm today was set for 4:30 p.m. So if I wake up and get like right in the shower and drive here, I'll have to be here at 5. But I usually wake up and have stuff to do. Then I have to get ready. Then I have to drive here, which takes 17 minutes. And then I usually try to eat. And then it turns into 6 o'clock. So, but y'all late night people probably aren't here anymore at 5 o'clock. So, Regina, those catalogs, the movie star with the photos, the different the clippings and stuff, or the snapshots. I'll sell you all 4 of them for $20. That would be $5 a piece. $5 a piece on those. And Danny Thomason, I know you want this gold chain. It's only $536. Has gold went up? Oh man, it went up. It was plus 330. Now it's plus 530. Holy moly, Danny Thomason. All right, Regina, I'll pull all those out. That's these right here off the top. Please don't fall books. Let's sell her all these catalogs. These right here. There's actually, well, there's a little tiny one too. I'll give you that one. So 1, 2, 3, 4. There's essentially 5 items here. I'll sell her this little bundle for 20 bucks. Okay. Glad you got that comment in. She's talking about these right here. Be pretty interesting to look at. I mean, it's got documentation of hundreds of people's names. So, all right. Thanks, everybody. I am shining off, and we're done. Thank you. I'm ending the feed right now. We have been live for 7 hours, 41 minutes, and 59 seconds. 7:42, the clock just rolled over. We almost made it 8 hours. I tried to do 8 hours every night. Thank you. Good night, and see y'all back tomorrow about 5 or 5:30. Good night. Thanks, everybody, as always. Amazing people.